Good morning.
Good morning. I'm just trying to fix my background. I've lost my background. Wait for a minute.
That's okay.
I've still got 4 minutes. Yay.
Yeah.
How are you this morning?
Good, thank you. Yeah. Another Saturday again.
Another Saturday. Your team is extraordinary. I'm so grateful to you all.
Hang on, I test YouTube. We're actually streaming at the moment too on YouTube. So we've started.
Okay.
But yeah. So we'll see how things change when the borders are open, because might be a little more complicated. But yeah. Okay.
Okay, well, I can start. Thank you for joining us, Alison. And good morning, everybody. It's morning here. Morning here in Brisbane, Australia. Lovely morning. Going to be quite a hot day. And every week before this session, I think about, how I began. And I was flicking through I didn't introduce myself. I'm Trinlay from Langri Tangpai Centre in Brisbane, so in Australia. And of course, very happy to be doing this practice, as I always am. The practice that Rinpoche has given us to do for the benefit of all beings, particularly those with COVID and those who have been affected in the many ways. The people being affected by COVID. And I was flicking through some old mandala magazines. I'm not a hoarder by any means, but I do like to hang on to the old mandalas because they can, it's amazing how many people that are in the mandala magazine. You go, oh, I haven't seen that person for ages. I wonder what they're doing now. Or, so it's a lovely way to look back at what we were doing and to look at how the centres have changed. Some of the centres have grown so much, and it's just lovely to see the strength and the diversity of the FPMTA. And I was looking through this mandala magazine from November 2007, and there was an article on the Iron Bridge man, Thangtong Gyalpo. It is a fascinating article. It says that Thangtong Gyalpo once had a vision of a large crowd of people crossing an expanse of water on iron bridges and ferries. He understood this to symbolise that he would be able to save all living beings from the 4 rivers of birth, old age, sickness and death. Moreover, he would liberate them from the sufferings of the ocean of samsara by means of the ferries and bridges of skillful means and wisdom. He further emphasised this by referring to his bridges as iron bridge pathways to enlightenment. By the end of his life, Thangtong had constructed 58 iron bridges, 60 wooden bridges, and 118 ferries. And this is such a great illustration of how we can, through skillful means, be bridges for people in this life, and that the work we do in this life, whatever the work it is that we do, can facilitate those people coming to the Dharma, coming to understand the Buddha's teachings. And, as most monks and nuns would know, when you go out, people are always coming up and asking questions or wanting to share some difficulties they're having and asking for advice, or just really curious about who you are. The question I most often get is, what's that you're wearing? Why are you dressed like that? And by openly discussing why I wear the robes and what it means to be a Buddhist nun, people, you see, their eyes widen and they're discovering something they haven't known about before. And I have cards for Langri Tangkwa Centre and sometimes bookmarks, and I will hand them one of these and say, look us up, come and visit. And so, you know, I hope that I'm a little bit of a bridge builder myself. And whether we're nuns or monks or lay people, we can always build bridges by, you know, discussing the Dharma, discussing the teachings of the Buddha, discussing, you know, Buddhism generally with people. You know, of course, we don't proselytize. We never go out spruiking. But if people are genuinely interested and they ask, you know, it can make for wonderful, wonderful conversations. And our teachers, we visit so many centres and teach, and well, certainly did before COVID. They are terrific bridge builders. I mean, think of His Holiness, you know, he has built bridges throughout the world between nations and between communities. Extraordinary bridge builder. So if we think of ourselves in this way, as bridge builders, we can be just like Thangtong Gyalpo, and we can aspire to liberate all beings from the sufferings of the ocean of samsara by the means and the skills we have at hand. So I'm sure if you're interested in the article, it may very well be in the Mandala Magazine archives. So that was the October-November 2007 edition. So at Langri Tangkwa Centre, in a couple of weeks, Geshe Sortram from Chenrezig Institute will be giving refuge. And some people will be renewing the refuge vow. Some people will be taking it for the first time. And I can remember I took refuge in 2003, and it was truly one of the most inspiring days of my life. I remember how overwhelmed I felt that through taking refuge in the Three Jewels, I really was setting myself on a pathway to be able to help others, and of course myself, throughout the rest of my life. And I had no idea when I first took refuge that I would ever take ordination vows, but here I am. So yes, so I took refuge 18 years ago and I became ordained 13 years ago. And, you know, the Dharma has been a bridge in my life. It has turned me away from a life that was, I'd say mundane. Mundane's a good word. I mean, I had been married and I had a son, and I really am very, very proud of my achievements as a lay person. But the Dharma opened up a whole new world for me of improvement and contentment and gratitude. And to this very day, that's what it means for me. I'm always learning. I am so very grateful to Lama Zopa Rinpoche and for Khyentse Rinpoche, Geshe Tashi Tsering, my two amazing teachers who guide me along the way, and leading me where I need to go and supporting me wherever I am and whatever I'm doing. So saying that, if there's anybody who sees this who are thinking of taking refuge, ask your teachers, have a look at all of the information that's out there in the Lamb Room. There are, the centres who offer refuge have publications, and the FPMT have a lot of information about what it means to take refuge, and thoroughly investigate as we do everything. And if you're inspired to do so, I don't think you'll be disappointed. So we'll go to the practice now. And we start, as always, with the beautiful motivation, which is in the form of going for refuge. And this form of going for refuge was given to Arya Avalokiteshvara, to Ka Gapa Pawajosha, and by him to Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. Afterwards, it provided infinite benefits for living beings. So we'll recite the refuge prayer 7 times today. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And now we can recite the mantra of compassion. We'll recite it for 3 malas, the first mala aloud, and the second 2 malas under our breath. And as we recite, bring to mind all suffering beings. Hold them in your heart. Feel your heart expand to hold every single suffering being. And think that every single syllable of this mantra reverberates throughout your body, filling your heart, totally healing and transforming all suffering beings, removing their sufferings and the causes of their suffering, and bringing them happiness and the causes of happiness. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om And think that all the beings that you're holding in your heart have been transformed. And think, may all sentient beings have happiness and the causes of happiness. May all sentient beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May all sentient beings never be separated from the happiness that knows no suffering. May all sentient beings abide in equanimity, free from attachment for some and hatred for others. Okay, so now we can go on to the actual prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. And whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, and these sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. And may whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Or whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the powers of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And have no doubt about the power of the prayer, that all the aspirations in the prayer and all the dedications will be fulfilled. Prayers are so powerful. They go out into the universe and they don't disappear. They just circle around and around, doing good work. So now I will finish, starting with the dedication prayer that we do after our meditation classes at Langri Tangpa Centre. The extract from chapter 10 of the Guide to the Bodhisattva's Way of Life by Master Shanti Deva. This is a wonderful prayer to do every day, bringing to mind all suffering beings, so much suffering in the world. And of course, at this time, those who are suffering through COVID, and heard on the news today, there's a new variant now that they're having a look at. So it seems that, just as the prayers circle around in the world, COVID's circling around in the world. But the power of COVID will come to an end, but the power of prayer never will. May all beings everywhere plagued by sufferings of body and mind obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored and finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the hopeless find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all the medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments, whatever diseases there are in the world. May they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and the people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then, may I too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. May the precious supreme Bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Due to this virtue, may I quickly become a Guru Buddha and lead all transmigratory beings without exception to that state. And the long life prayers for our wonderful teachers, for His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. To the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honouring the three jewels, protector of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And the final dedication prayer, remembering emptiness. And we seal the practice with emptiness so that the merit accumulated and the power of the prayer remains strong. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all war, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in the world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve a state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Hello, well, that was my session. Thank you, Alison. I do believe there's somebody coming after me.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your talk.
Oh, you're very welcome. Chenrezig, would you like me to stay on just in case somebody else doesn't pop in?
Yes, I'm just checking. Venerable Katie Cole is on next, but I don't know if I know her, but she obviously hasn't logged in as yet. So
that's okay. Well, I might just recite some mantra, and
if you want to keep going, you're perfectly welcome.
Yeah, no, I will until Venerable Katie pops in, and if she's been held up for some reason, then I can do her session as well. I can just keep going.
Okay, great, thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome. Hi again. Anybody who's just popping in at the moment, I have just finished the session, and I'm just going to start off by reciting mantra. We may be the other venerable who's on is possibly running late. She can take over from me. Otherwise, we will just, go with the flow. Let's see how it turns out. So I think I'll start with reciting. Here's Venerable Katie. Hello. Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Nice to see you. How are you?
I'm very well. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you. I was having difficulty getting in, so I'm sorry I'm a couple of minutes late.
That's all right. I can talk the hind leg off a donkey,
There you go.
Going.
That's great. That's good to hear. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Take care.
Yeah, you too. You too, Venerable
Okay.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye, thank you.
Welcome.
Who's that there? Alison, are you staying? Alison? Alison, can you hear me? Okay.
She might have just gone for whatever. So
Oh, I see. It's just you.
yeah, we're the one hosting it at
I see.
Chenrezig Institute.
Okay.
And so yeah, Alison, whatever she wants to do, she can.
Oh, I
she
see.
can stay
Okay.
logged in if she wants to.
Oh, I see. I'll just go ahead and talk to myself then for half an hour. Is that right?
Yes, you can.
On your talk.
Oh yes, there are
some people on YouTube.
Streamed to YouTube.
Oh, okay.
As we speak.
I see. This is you.
So you start your session.
Okay then. All right. Thank you so much.
I am still here.
Hi, Alison. Are you going to join? Okay, I'm just going to start. So I wanted to start by saying that this practice, although everyone's been doing it for over a year now, was originally given by Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Actually, there's a bit of a story that includes Venerable Joan. But anyway, Lama Zopa Rinpoche recommended this practice specifically for COVID-19. And now I think now we have heard there's actually another variant that's just come out of South Africa, and it's probably going to spread quite fast. So I think it's quite pertinent just to remind ourselves where this came from. So the colophon at the back of the practice says, once an epidemic was spreading from one person to another at the great seat of the glorious Sakya monastery. So it doesn't say exactly when this was, but it must have been several centuries ago. Whatever the mantric masters tried, thread crosses, tormas, medicines, mantras, protection, amulets, and so forth, had no effect, and the monastery was in danger of annihilation. At the time, the great Lord Mahasiddha, Thangtong Gyalpo, performed the space refuge, recited a number of Mani mantras, and proclaimed this prayer, after which the entire epidemic immediately ceased in dependence upon its performance. Thereby, it became renowned as the Vajra speech, radiating masses of clouds of blessings, entitled The Prayer Liberating Sakya from Disease. So that is the history of this particular practice. So what I'm going to do in this next half hour is do a mixture of reciting the practice, visualization of Chenrezig, and some Chenrezig mantras, and a little bit of equanimity meditation. So we will start just by settling ourselves into our meditation posture. If you are sitting with your feet on the ground, make sure they're in a parallel position. Other than that, you can have a cushion underneath your sit bones. This helps to make sure you don't sink back into your seat, and it helps to align the spine. So make sure you're sitting on a fairly solid surface, not a surface that will sink. Your shoulders are over your hips, earlobes aligned with the shoulders, head is slightly tipped forward, eyes are down, looking along the length of the nose. Tip the tongue on the roof of the mouth, relax the jaw. And just bring the mind to where your body is. Just notice the sensation of the cool air as you're breathing in through your nostrils, slightly warmer air as you're breathing out. Bring the mind to the breath before we start. If there's any sounds in your environment, you can allow those sounds to be there. Try not to follow them with your mind. And if there's any thoughts arising, allow them to arise, to abide, and to fall. Our mind is a river of mental moments. It's never ceasing. So try not to judge your thoughts, to follow them or make up a story. Just allow them. Just bring the mind to the breath. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. So just bring the mind back to the breath as we visualize Guru Chenrezig. So just imagine we're doing this practice this evening, or this afternoon, or this morning, wherever you are in the world, specifically to help reduce this virus that is traveling all around the world. It's harmed so many people, is still harming people, and is now taken another leap, another variant, which looks like it's disrupting travel already. There's flights stuck on the ground in the Netherlands. So it's causing mental and physical stress and a good deal of illness, economic disruption. So we're doing this practice strongly from our heart with compassion and kindness in order to help eradicate this disease. So imagine all of space is filled with beings sitting around you and extending beyond the horizon. If it's hard for you to think of there being many beings, think of as many as you can comfortably. So your parents, your mother, your father, and your relatives are behind you, are beside you, sitting next to you, and your friends behind you as a support. The people that you don't necessarily get along with in front of you, and the others all around, all the strangers, the ones we don't necessarily think about. So contemplate the suffering of all these people and their beings. And first think of the suffering of your parents and those people who you're close to. maybe your siblings or your spouses, your children. And open your heart to the physical and psychological problems they are experiencing, and think that just like you, they want to be free from all suffering. And feel how wonderful it would be if they were free of all suffering and could enjoy peace and bliss. And now think of all the people that you don't like. Perhaps you label them as your enemy. Maybe they've hurt you, and imagine their suffering, physical pain and discomfort, feelings of loneliness, insecurity, their fear, their dissatisfaction, their unhappiness. But they have no choice. As long as the mind is confused and ignorant of reality, it cannot find peace. So open your heart to these people from whom normally you feel kind of irritated, anger or aversion. And expand your awareness to take in the troubles and pain of other human beings, of animals. Whoever has an uncontrolled mind necessarily has suffering. But before we become completely overwhelmed, just remember all these feelings are impermanent. Suffering, unhappiness, and pain is impermanent. It's changeable. And it arises because of misunderstanding and confused emotions. Once the causes have been eliminated, they disappear. It's a matter of each one of us working on our own mind, dealing with our misconceptions and our negative energy, and gradually developing the correct way and the correct understanding of the way things exist. So really feel a strong aspiration to do this for yourself so you can help others to be free of their suffering. So now visualize just above your head, maybe facing the same way as you, is Chenrezig. And he's above me there in that little picture you may be able to see, forearm Chenrezig. He's the manifestation of pure, unobstructed compassion, love, and wisdom. His body is made of this brilliant white light, transparent and radiant. And if visualization is not something that comes easily to you, just imagine blissful, radiant, white, enlightened energy above the crown of your head. And you can imagine this is the mind of your teacher, your guru, your lama, whoever inspires your mind in the Dharma or spiritually, whoever touches your heart. This is their mind manifesting in this form for your benefit. So Guru Chenrezig has this peaceful, smiling face, radiates love to you and to all the beings surrounding you. He has four arms. The first two hands are together at the heart, holding a jewel that fulfills all the wishes. The second two are raised, same level of the shoulders. The right hand is holding a crystal rosary. In the left, a white lotus. He's sitting on a white moon disc upon an open white lotus. His legs are in the full Vajra posture, so each foot over the opposite thigh. He's wearing these exquisite robes, precious jewels in the royal style. So just hold your awareness of this visualization for a moment till it becomes stable in your mind. It doesn't matter if it's not stable, just try and get a sense of this amazing, beautiful, compassionate, holy being above the crown of your head. So make a prayer from your heart to overcome all your misconceptions and negative energy, and to develop pure love and compassion for all beings. And really try and feel that you're connecting with your own true nature, your highest potential. And imagine, in response to your request, Buddha Chenrezig lovingly sends streams of white light pouring into you through the crown of your head and filling every cell and atom of your body, and it purifies all your negativities and your problems, all your past harmful actions, the potential you have to give harm in the future, and then completely fills you with limitless love and compassion. And your body feels light and blissful, and your mind pure and clear. As we recite the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Mani Padme. Mani Padme. Mani Padme. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. We'll do it 2 more times and then we'll do some more mantra. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, and the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sentient beings there are from whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrifying beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with a long life, good health, and well-being by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So just bring to mind Lama Chenrezig. This is your Lama, your teacher, and the aspect of Chenrezig for your benefit, pouring blissful, radiant light from his heart into you through your crown, filling you completely. And just imagine as this light is pouring into you, you can imagine the light from you, from Lama Chenrezig, radiates out to every living being, purifying their negative energy, their sicknesses, and filling them with bliss. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Oh, money, baby, money, baby, money, baby, money, baby. No money, baby, money, baby, money. Oh, money, baby, oh, money, baby, oh, money, baby, oh, money, baby. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dhamma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that are harmed suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dhamma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dhamma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And so just for a moment, Visualize Buddha Chenrezig above the crown of your head. You're still there, dissolving into white light. And this just kind of absorbs into you through the crown of your head and reaches your heart chakra, your heart center, and your mind, and your Lama's mind, your teacher's mind, your trusted mentor's mind merge with Chenrezig's mind. And you experience bliss and tranquility. So dedicate the positive energy we've created this afternoon by doing this recitation and this meditation to the happiness and the health and the healing of all sentient beings. The land is circled by snow mountains, you're the source of all happiness and good. O powerful Chenrezig, Tenzin Gyatso, please remain until samsara ends. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent words honoring the three jewels, savoring myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Thank you, everyone. Hello, Venerable. Nice to see you.
Hello, Venerable Katie.
Who is that?
It's Damcha here. Hello.
Hi, nice to see you. How are you?
Not too bad. You know, I'm scratching my head. I don't think we crossed paths yet on prayerathon, have we, you and I?
No,
or did we?
No, we didn't, because when I was at Rinpoche's house, I was always felt too tired to do anything extra, except for our dear Angie, who seems to have limitless energy. Well, she's about 12 years younger than me, but anyway,
how dare she?
Yes. Anyway, she'll be on at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, she's taken over from me, so it's
she is nice.
It's always lovely to you know, although what's it now, 16 months we've been going with prayerathon, and I still find it so amazing that we always get, you know, fresh volunteers putting themselves forward, you know.
Well, I've got more time now, so I wasn't in physically, I wasn't feeling terribly well when I first got here, and up here I'm now in Marin a little bit, so I decided to. This isn't being recorded, is it? Oh, it's live on YouTube.
It's still live. Don't you get too personal about affairs.
Anyway, all I'm saying is I have more energy now and I have more time. So here I am.
And it's also great, you know, because it sometimes, you know, I think we find our slots when we need them to be there, and it also brings the fresh energy in. You know, I find that always great. And I thought, I'm sure I haven't met Katie yet.
No, you haven't. I've been hiding in the shadows.
Know, but it's great. And always, you know, I find that really, really lovely. You know that you know, and hopefully we see a bit more of you now.
Yes, you will. Thank you so much.
As time and you know, schedule and everything's permits. So, but lovely to meet you.
Thank you so much, Venerable Dancho, and thanks for welcoming me. And this half hour, we're running into it now, so I better go.
That's quite all right. I've got an hour, you know, I can catch up. That's
you have a whole hour. Oh,
I have an whole hour. Yeah, you know, it's early morning here. What else do you do? One of our regulars, she said, what else do you do on a Saturday? You know, prayerathon. And it's like, I think it's so great, you know, when we get that support from everyone who's joining in as well, from, you know, on YouTube as well.
No, and, it's nice. It's a shame we can't see them.
We're still going.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Right. Thank you so much.
Then Katie, have a lovely day.
So I'll see you next week. Okay, bye-bye.
Take care of yourself. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Alison. Thanks everyone on YouTube. Okay, bye.
Hello, Alison. Nice to have you here as well. Thank you very much, Chenrezig. I think we had, did I see Tim and Margot earlier in the background? So hello, there you go, Master Tim.
Hello.
Tim the Enchanter. No, it's always great. It's lovely to see you know, the all the wonderful people who make sure that we are live on air. You know,
hello.
Good to have them.
We have Malgo with us as well.
Hello, Malgo.
Hello.
You all right? Keeping busy?
Good, thank you.
Excellent. No, you're doing a great job. Thank you very much for keeping us steady out on air. And I think we had some changes here to the Wi-Fi as well. Or to the lines that come into the building. So because we had a few hiccups in recent weeks here at Nalanda. So thank you very much. You know, these are the wonderful people who make sure that we're with you all 24/7 every Saturday. So big shout out, big thank you. And then also everyone else. We don't get to see the people in the office, and it is really great. And I think who do we have online? I'm trying to keep an eye a little bit who's following us on YouTube. We had Zara, Jeannie, and Olivia. I know those names I've seen. So thank you very much. If you're still out there, lovely to have you on board. And if you're just sort of having a well-deserved rest because you've been supporting other leads, thank you very much for the support that you're giving to the wonderful leads. And it's we're just at the early stages of this week's prayerathon, and we just got a bit under an hour left here. So if you're regular, you know what's going on. If you're joining us for the very, very first time, we're reciting the prayers of Thangtong Gyalpo as instructed by Lama Zopa Rinpoche in order to help combat the effects of the pandemic and hopefully have it all neutralized and kicked out. But yes, it looks like the world is having a slightly different idea with new variants coming up. So we still carrying on, and we carry on with these prayers for as long as necessary. So Rinpoche was very open about this, until the pandemic subsides, has sufficiently subsided. So it looks like we might be in for a little bit longer. So we've now been going 16 months. I think Christmas we have about 75 weeks. So it's been a good running on the wonderful support that we've been receiving from everyone online, and also from the wonderful leads and all the technical supports. A big thank you to everyone for bearing with us and for joining us in doing these prayers, for everyone who has been affected by the pandemic and other forms of sickness or hardships that may affect their lives. Okay, so if we take a moment just to oh, Christine, hello. So if we take a moment just to take a few deep breaths, clear the mind, especially after all my yapping. We all have our own reasons for being here today, either because we're following Rinpoche's advice. You may be joining us to be part of the community. As bizarre as it may sound, but the wonderful thing is that we have with prayerathon that since we started, we seem to have really generated this feeling of community, although we're not all in the same room. And we may be sitting in different time zones right now, but it's always wonderful to have you all here. And you may just want to have a break from the hustle and bustle that's going on in your daily lives. You may be here for prayers for yourselves, for friends and family, for those who are sick. Maybe somebody has passed away or was about to pass away. So we want to include each and every one in our prayers today. And you may have just come across us by accident and wondering what this is all about. You're more than welcome. You don't have to be Buddhist to join us. His Holiness says, don't abandon what you know. If there's something in Buddhism that helps you in your daily life, then feel free to use it. So this is not about converting people. This is purely about being of benefit to sentient beings, particularly those who are affected by or through the pandemic. So if we recite the 4 verses from King of Prayer that I like to recite, some of you know. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wanderers in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor and never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless is the end of space, likewise, limitless are living beings, thus limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. And how can we be of benefit to Mother Sentient beings? Well, we can use the 3 levels of motivation, and they're coming quite handy to, because 3 is easy to remember, and we can use them in the morning just as we wake up to set the tone for the day. And then depending, if you're checking at lunchtime, you can look back and say, okay, what worked well? What do I have to tweak? And then in the evening, you check back how the afternoon went compared to the morning. What has changed? What can we improve on? What have we improved on? So it's just sort of there to keep us going and keep us on the straight and narrow. So the 3 levels of motivation. Today, as much as possible, I will harm no living beings with the actions of my body, speech, and mind. Just think about that first bit. Today, right now, while I'm alive, in the here and now, as much as possible, to the best of my ability, my training, and my resources, I do what I can. Obviously, the more we do things, the better we get at it. So in order to benefit beings and not harm them, if we practice more and more, we will get better at these. So again, if we trip up, as much as possible. It acknowledges that we're not perfect, or we want to be perfect, but it will take time. We're used to a certain behavior pattern and we wish to change that. Today, as much as possible, I will seek to benefit others in whatever way I can. How can we be of benefit to others? I don't have the money in the bank account to feed everyone in the world. That might be true, but there are other things we can do. We can smile at people, we can acknowledge them, we can acknowledge their suffering, we can check up on our neighbors, we can hold open a door. Maybe even do some shopping for somebody who's sick. Whatever we can, simple things make such a difference. Start small, build it up. What can you do and how can you do it? You may be motivated to set up a charity. Never be afraid of being too small. As His Holiness says, if you think you're too small to make a difference, try sleeping with a mosquito. And we all know what that's like. Steady, steady little things. Drops fill a bucket. Today, as much as possible, I will generate bodhicitta, and may the actions of my body, speech, and mind be imbued with this profound motivation. And again, you might say, yes, okay, today I will love everyone, every being. And then we go like, oh, not this one. It's going to take time. but we still have the intention to love everyone. We will do whatever we can to love every being. And if these beings shout at us or bark at us or snarl at us, ask yourself, what is it that triggers that reaction or that response? Are they suffering? Are we acknowledging their suffering? Are we not checking our own actions of body, speech, and mind? Are they just reacting to what we are bringing to the equation? Do we always talk kindly when we're sick? Or do we expect others to understand that we are suffering? Hence, they should give us some leeway. If that's our expectations, are we prepared to give that one to others as well? Like us all sentient beings want to be free from suffering. We all just want to have long, happy and healthy lives, not having to worry about being offended or offending, just getting along. And why should it be, that we can't have it? Who says we can't have a world where everyone gets along? It's going to take effort, it's going to take time. But what we can do is we can start with ourselves. And by doing so, hopefully, positively affect those around us, being of benefit to them, and releasing their potential of positive actions and happiness. Bearing that in mind, we call upon Mother Sentient Beings to forgive us for the actions of body, speech, and mind that have created suffering since beginningless time. Make the pledge to, from now on, engage in activities which are wholesome, which are beneficial. Not beneficial purely to ourselves, but beneficial to all Mother Sentient Beings. If we visualize our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig in the space in front of us, if you have the right initiations, please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize the Guru in the space in front, above the crown of your head. And if you're joining us from a different faith, just visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion. And anyone joining us who's not comfortable with visualizing deities, just visualize a clear light that's filled with love and compassion for all beings, no matter what, no matter where they are, what form they take. All beings. And visualize how light emanates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions across the 6 realms. And each light beam finding one of the infinite number of Mother Sentient Beings wherever they are. They may be sitting right next to you or at the furthest corners of the universe. But each light beam finds one of those beings and enters the bodies through the crown of their heads, filling them with love, compassion, and purifying light nectar, cleansing away all negative karma and delusions, deep cleaning our bodies, atom by atom, and the spaces between those atoms, filling them with love and compassion. And again, as we experience that great bliss of being purified, having all the karmic grime and stains and smells and tastes removed from our system. And we're looking around, we can see that all Mother Sentient beings are experiencing the same bliss. We want them to experience more of that. We call upon them to join us in taking refuge. All sentient beings, my mother, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Nakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mother, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Nakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Nakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having called upon our mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge, the Guru is pleased that so many have answered the call. And the Guru smiles, and we can feel the purifying light nectar intensifying more and more, being filled with that pure light of love and compassion. Being filled with that light atom by atom, we begin to radiate light back to the Guru and all mother sentient beings who themselves exchange themselves with the Guru and mother sentient beings. We become one with the Guru. We become one with one another. We become one source of love and compassion, shining brightly, dispelling the darkness of samsara, shining like a bright beacon for those who are still lost in the darkness, so that they may find their way out. We also act like a searchlight for those who are wandering aimlessly and in confusion in the darkness, so that we may step in and lead them to salvation and liberation from suffering. As we recite the Mani mantra, remember that Om represents body, speech, and mind, both in the aspect of our current existence, flawed and in need of improvement, so that we may benefit mother sentient beings. But Om also represents the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Guru. And in order to transform, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma, and combine those in Om. And when we have made the combination, that transition to the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind, this is when we can be of maximum benefit to all mother sentient beings. But that doesn't mean we don't try to be of benefit between now and then. And we engage in every opportunity to improve our skills, to improve our perfections, to improve being of benefit to mother sentient beings. As we recite the Mani mantra, keep on visualizing how you're being filled with the light, how you exchange yourself with the Guru and all mother sentient beings. And like a glorious sunrise, we fill the sky, just coming across in the morning, the horizon, and then setting at the highest point, shining brightly for those who need the warmth, the safety, the hope, the joy. Having acknowledged our faults, having asked Mother Sentient Beings for forgiveness, and having made the pledge to from now on engage in wholesome action to be of benefit for all Mother Sentient Beings, and having taken refuge in the Guru and reciting mighty mantras while exchanging ourselves with the Guru and Mother Sentient Beings, may we visualize now ourselves now as pure, and holding on to that pure state for at least the duration of these prayers. May we now call upon the great Mother Tara to join us and remove any obstacles that may arise during this practice. May the great Mother Tara remove any obstacles for those who are sick to be reinstated to good health. May the great Mother Tara remove all obstacles that may arise for those who have entered the bardo or about to enter the bardo to have a fortunate rebirth. May the great Mother Tara remove all obstacles for those who experience suffering in various forms. May all those beings be given whatever resources are necessary to overcome those hardships and be reinstated to a place of happiness that is free from suffering and its causes. And we also recite the Tara mantra for the benefit of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. May he live a long and healthy life. May we continue to benefit from his wisdom and guidance for many, many years to come, and many lifetimes may be guided by his wisdom, and may be reunited with his people in Tibet in this lifetime. As we write the Tara mantra, let's remember that Om represents the holy aspect of Tara's body, speech, and mind. Tara liberates from samsara. Tara liberates from the 8 fears of ignorance, hatred, attachment, pride, jealousy, wrong view, doubt, miserliness, and to liberate from all diseases and illnesses, both physical and mental. Do one full mala. Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha. 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 Om Tare Tu Tare. Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha. Om Tare Tu Tare. Om Tare. Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha. Om 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 Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha. Okay. Maybe now recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. And we do the overlay again with another of Thangtong Gyalpo's prayer, one that the Mahasiddhi recalled from a previous lifetime when he was the monk Pema Karpo. And he recited the praises to the sublime Chenrezig for 60 years, between the ages of 20 and 80, whilst doing nunnes, or practicing nunnes. So, so 16. Yeah, we can do this. We can do 3 recitations per round. That works. Okay, I'm just trying to work with the time, so sorry. Okay. I pray to you, Lama Chenrezig. I pray to you, Yidam Chenrezig. I pray to you, most sublime Chenrezig. I pray to you, great refuge and protector Chenrezig. To you I pray, loving protector Chenrezig. Please hold us with your compassion, compassionate Buddha. For all beings who have been wandering countless numbers of times and enter samsara, and who endure unbearable torments, there is no other refuge than you, great protector. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of hatred, one is born in the hells. May all beings who endure the tortures of heat and cold be reborn in your presence, great symbol of perfection. May all diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of class, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May son of whose name suffer beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits at Amsani, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, deprived from the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of class, spirits, sinners, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere son of whose name is terrified beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jewels, by the power of the Akinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of grass, spirits, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of his name stay for beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits, and suddenly the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of rage and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of avarice, one is born in the realm of craving spirits or hungry ghosts. May all beings who endure the tortures of starvation and thirst be reborn in your presence in the perfect pure land of the Bodhala. May all the diseases that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as arms of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May such names. So we just did that, didn't we? May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May the sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Excuse me for a second. Sorry about that. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of ignorance, one is born as an animal. May all beings afflicted by the sufferings of the stupidity and dullness of the mind be reborn in your presence, O protector. May all the diseases that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May signs of whose names, therefore, beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the kings, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of glass spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, and may instantly occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names, therefore, beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as antarshka, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the sound of whose names, therefore, beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of desire, one is born in the realm of men. May all beings who endure the pains due to excessive activity and constant frustration be reborn in the perfect pure land of devotion. May all the diseases that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as sounds of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names, therefore, beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings now due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, and may sound of whose names, therefore, beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, and may sound of whose names, therefore, beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings now due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the King's Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of jealousy, one is born in the realm of the jealous demigods. May all beings who endure the pains of fighting and quarreling be reborn in the perfect pure land of the Potala. May all the diseases that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as psalms of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May son of his names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings now due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the King's Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of ground spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May son of his names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the King's Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. I think that was two. One more. May all the diseases that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as psalms of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of whose name is therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the King's Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, final realm. So the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of pride. One is born in the realm of the gods. May all beings who undergo the sufferings of transmigration and fall be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. May all the diseases that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as psalms of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the King's Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of ground, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, in the sound of whose names, therefore, beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits at suddenly the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jews, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled one last time. May all the diseases that say in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as sounds of ground spirits, humans, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names, therefore, beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the firmaments, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jews, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. The concluding part of the praises. Throughout all my existence, may I, by deeds like those of Chenrezig, also liberate beings in impure places and spread the supreme sound of the six-syllable mantra, or Mani Padme Hum, throughout the 10 directions. By the power of thus praying to you, most sublime one, may all beings I will have to train pay the greatest of attention to karma, strive to act virtuously, and practice Dharma for the sake of all beings. So that concludes the main prayers. We do the dedications. So that's fine. So if we dedicate all our merits of this session, previous sessions, and sessions still to come, to the benefit of all mother sentient beings, may all mother sentient beings be free from suffering and its causes. May they live long and healthy lives, meet the Buddha Dharma, and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we be the cause for them to achieve all this. May we dedicate to the precious community of Sangha, just not our own tradition, but all traditions, for keeping the flame of the Dharma alive and by preserving the teachings, by engaging in studies, giving teachings, and carrying out translations. May all our brothers and sisters around the world live long and healthy lives, never be separated from the Dharma and virtuous friends, and may they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible, and may we enjoy their company in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our wonderful lay community, who through their kindness of giving their time, expertise, and financial support to ensure that Dharma centers and charitable projects can be realized. May they live long and healthy lives, achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible, and never be separated from the Buddha Dharma, the Sangha community, and virtuous friends. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our Gurus who, if they haven't done so already, may achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May all their holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may we be guided by them and their wisdom in this and all future lifetimes. May we particularly dedicate to the long life and well-being of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, a great beacon of love and compassion in these turbulent times. How fortunate we are to be alive and in human form, so that we can absorb and access His teachings in this lifetime, and maybe continue to be guided by His wisdom and compassion in future lifetimes. May all His holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May we also dedicate to the long life and well-being of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who has tasked us with this prayer-a-thon, and by doing so, not only engaged us as a Sangha community in deeper practice to benefit all other sentient beings, but also has brought together the global community of the IMI Sangha much closer together as a family and as a community to serve the teachings and mother sentient beings. And also has enabled us to connect with all of you who've taken the time out to support us by following us online, either live or later on as a recording in your own time. May Rinpoche live a long life. May we continue to be guided by His wisdom in all future lifetimes. Due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha, and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of these 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, wind be pacified immediately. May perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. So the long life prayers for His Holiness and Lama Zopa. Gangri rawe kewe jingandi pendang dewa malu jungwe ne Chenrezig Tenzing Gyalpo yi shape site bodu tingyu chi. Chu chang jing yang gen gewe tenzing gen pewe kunzo do po te chuk chung kewe lek mundu du pa dak sok de je gen du sha ten jo. Thank you very much for all your wonderful support throughout the session, and for continuing to support the leads throughout the day. Thank you very much for the support over the past 16 months. And with the pandemic going as it is, we definitely hope to continue seeing you here as part of the community. To benefit Mother Sentient beings. Thank you very much to all the wonderful leads who've given their time, the wonderful people in the background, be it the tech team from Chenrezig Institute for keeping us on air, and also all the wonderful people in the offices, and the cleaners who make sure that we all have an environment that we can do these prayer sessions in. So thank you very much indeed. We're waiting for our dear Dharma sister Venerable Angie. I'm sure she's on her way. And yes, what can I say? It's been a wonderful privilege to see so many wonderful people over the last 16 months. Chipping in, making sure that everything is just done to benefit all the wonderful people out there. And if we haven't named you particularly, as part of the prayers, rest assured that we include you in all our prayers. And if you struggle with life, and we can give you a little bit of a safe haven, that's great. But don't struggle, with things that are in need of professional assistance. So if don't make any permanent decisions to temporary problems. So always make sure, if you find the world is too much to carry, that you seek the necessary help. Turbulent times, we're not alone with it. It is a strain on all beings out here. So take care of yourselves. And I see Venerable Angie is in the wings. So it's a great pleasure for me to hand over. How are you? Look at that big smile. Beautiful.
I thought you were busy this week. I thought you
were.
Well,
yes. I'm technically packing.
Yeah, you're in the Lander.
Yes, I'm heading to Leeds. I joined Kerry and the team at SSPC. Yeah. So I didn't want to wear myself out and then not being able to pack tomorrow, and then with an early flight on Sunday. I thought I better. But you know me, you can't keep me down. If there's a gap, I mean, there are a couple of gaps that I really had to go, no, but I'm sure we manage to, full on next week. But no, it's good to have you here. And I met, it was also Venerable Katie.
Yes,
because I hadn't met Katie yet,
Yeah, no, she hasn't done before, but I think
that was
we had an
wonderful to
IMI
see. It
meeting.
was so wonderful.
Yeah,
And
we had a meeting and she felt she should join in now. So that was
wonderful.
Yeah.
Angie, I hand over to you.
Yeah,
And
okay.
I see you.
Safe travels across the channel. I mean,
Yes, I
it's
would
not
have
too
got.
far.
I think there's storms coming.
Oh,
Venerable
really?
Barbara wanted to go to Land of Joy. She said there's snow on the way, so she's thinking how to travel there. It's just all bananas. But hey, it's great. Life would be boring without it. Who said it? If it's too easy, where's the merit?
Yeah.
Angie,
Anyway, thank you,
look
Dan,
after
for-
yourself. Take
Yeah,
care. Bye-bye, everyone.
Okay, let's take a moment to cultivate our motivation. Just renew it again if you're joining for the last session. Or if not, we just take a moment to connect in with what the purpose of our life is. Understanding that we're under the control of karma delusion, that we're in samsara. The purpose of our life is to free yourself from all the different sufferings that come from being under under the control of karma delusion, causes of suffering. So to free ourselves, and then by freeing ourselves, achieving liberation, then we try to practice the 6 perfections, and to achieve enlightenment through that for all sentient beings. So now we're doing the generosity of prayer, reciting prayer for all sentient beings. So creating the causes of enlightenment for ourselves, and then dedicating that for all sentient beings on all different realms, the hell realms, the animal realm, predator realm, the god and demigod realm, of course this human realm, particularly right now, of being under the main cause of suffering, karma and delusion, but also particularly suffering from this pandemic and the different variations of that are popping up again in this world. So to pray that these are completely pacified through the power of this prayer from Thangtong Gyalpo, along with all the harms of the elements, fire, water, earth, wind, that are caught in the outer elements and also in our inner elements, for those to be completely pacified by the power of this prayer and the mantra compassion and home. So we're going to recite all this together, dedicating for all sentient beings in this way. And I like to do it by reciting the motivation, the refuge, and then chanting Om Mani Padme Hum 500 times, and then finishing the actual prayer, and doing that for 4 times. And then at the end, reciting the prayer to pacify famine, the prayer to pacify danger of weapons, and then doing dedications, and if there's time, long life prayer, and particularly a longer one by Trijang Rinpoche for Lama Zopa Rinpoche. So to try, we do all that hopefully in the next half hour. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha, we go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and dakinis. We go for refuge to them to clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha, we go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and dakinis. We go for refuge to them to clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha, we go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and dakinis. We go for refuge to them to clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. All the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms, spirits, illnesses, and ailments not occur in the realms of the world. Now, whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like habitual leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Now, all embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrified beings, as though they be placed beside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. And all embodied beings being harmed by the 8,000 class of harmful interferers, 360 evil spirits armed suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to stubbornness of lower elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of Gurus and Triple Gem, the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, with the strength and commandability of karma and its results, may these many dedication and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities, Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own mind to Dharma. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own mind to Dharma. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own mind to Dharma. Oh, money, baby, 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 oh, money, baby. Oh, money, baby, 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 oh, money, baby. Oh, money, baby, oh, money, baby, oh, money, baby. Oh, money, baby, oh, money, baby, oh, money, baby. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. May all the disease that sadden minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of spirits, illnesses, and ailments, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases like habitual leading the to be slaughtered, separated body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and infectious diseases, and the shrine of whose names terrifies beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yam, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings being harmed by the 8,000 class of Thangtong Prayers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of gurus and the triple gem, with the power of dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, by the strength and infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedication and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. All sentient beings, equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and peonies. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds at Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and peonies. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds at Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and peonies. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds at Dharmakaya. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. All the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harmless spirits, illnesses, and ailments, not occur in the realms of the world. Whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases like which are leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Non-embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings who have been placed inside the mouth of the animal Lord of death. Null-embodied beings being harmed by the 8,000 class of harmful interferers, 360 of the spirits harmed suddenly, 424 diseases still 4. Whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure be totally pacified, and the body and mind of radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and Triple Gen, with the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and with the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedication and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. So one more time, do this prayer. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha, we go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha, we go for refuge to assembly gurus, meditational deities and takinis, we go for refuge to them to clarity of our own minds at Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha, we go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha, we go for refuge to assembly of gurus, meditational deities and takinis, we go for refuge to them to clarity of our own minds at Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha, we go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha, we go for refuge to assembly of gurus, meditational deities, takinis, we go for refuge to them to clarity of our own minds at Dharmakaya. Oh, mani beni, oh mani beni, oh mani beni, oh mani beni. Oh mani beni, oh mani beni, oh mani beni. Oh mani beni, oh mani beni, oh mani beni. Oh mani beni, oh mani beni, oh mani beni, oh mani beni. Oh mani beni, oh mani beni, oh mani beni, oh mani beni, oh mani beni. Oh mani beni, 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 oh mani beni. Oh mani beni, 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 oh mani beni. Oh mani beni, oh. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harmless spirits, illnesses, and ailments not occur in the realms of the world, and whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases like a breach leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. All embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though being placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. All embodied beings being harmed with 8,000 class of harmful interferers, 306 evil spirits harmed suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of 4 elements depriving the body and mind of every pleasure be totally pacified, and may the body and mind of radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of gurus and the triple gem, by the power of tikinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedication and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. So now we'll do the prayer for words of truth, pacifying the danger of weapons, again by Thangtong Gyalpo. O Mani Padme Hum, great loving, victorious one, I, sublime compassion, I looking one, wrathful, victorious, high griever, perfect pure Tara, and so forth, objects of refuge, whose holy names illuminates all dangers upon hearing. For your compassionate nature, please pay attention to me. When the senti means the time of quarrelling and of flourishing, and 5 generations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering, from the explosion of the great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall a great rain of nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrated beings whose hatred is a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspicious increase by the recognize each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who by entering someone's mental continuum change it instantly into the mind of an asura, from now on may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all beings who have died in war from now on to abandon evil karma, cause an result and be miraculously reborn in a blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and died have long lives and not have sicknesses, stop all their quarrelling and fighting, enjoy a life in 10 virtues. Please make rainfall at the right time, harvest always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all inhabitants and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure nature, and betraying cause and result, which is that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mind sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. And then also a request to pacify the fear of famine. Having generated the mind aspiring to the high supreme enlightenment, in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, you, and compassionate victorious one, completed the 2 accumulations. The assemblies of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Pratriga Buddhas, Gurus, Yidams, Sukinis, and Dharma guardians of 10 directions. The actual wealth gods, lords of treasure, along with your retinues. Think of the protectors, living beings, the degenerate times with love, and in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed, jewels, food, wealth, grains, bedding, and so forth on the soil's land of snows. Please pacify the harms of 4 elements, untimely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth, and may nourishing grains from crops, harvests, and so forth brighten and increase like they do during the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive requests for strong entreaties through the force of love and compassion, may the aim of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life free from illness. Through the great compassion of victorious ones and their children, the force of infallible truth of cause and effect, the teachings of the victorious ones spread and increase, and we all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. Okay, so let's do the dedication prayer. So it'll be the standard dedication prayers in the prayer book. Moi Janju Senju Rinpoche Mage Panam Negyurshi Yeva Nyamba Me Paya Gonne Gondu Pelvarsho. And for the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Tengam dir bende malupa Ganle jumbe sambel yishin Kadrin sune tenzing yatsocho Yuse tenshin Yushe wundrusho. Saviour of the Snowland teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies capacity, unifies emptiness and compassion. So the lotus holder, Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. We'll do a couple more dedications and then a longer long life prayer for Rinpoche, Lama Zopa Rinpoche. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like Samantha Bhattacharya as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by all the ones gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good ones. And also for the Dharma kings and kappas, we have Dharma to flourish, may all signs and all schools be pacified and all conducive conditions be complete. Due to the 2 types of merit of the 3 times of himself and our new teachings, victorious one Lhasa and Drapa shines splendid forever. We just want to do the whole life prayer for Lama Zopa Rinpoche, composed by Kyabje Lama. And in the prayer book. Okay. Through eliminating all your appearance dispels the darkness, your clear mind knows 84,000 weeks of Dharma. The power of the remedy to the 84,000 delusions, you proclaim independent arising itself as victorious in battle, with the Maras I worship with supreme kindly great Vajradhara on the crown. Clarifying the scriptures and realizations and teachings of Vinay, you spread those teachings wherever they are not yet spread in the world. Having become an actual son of the conqueror, your Big Heart Sutrathon, and you continue in the realization of perfection of wisdom, subtle, dependent arising. Precious jewel, Lord, possessing loving compassion, liberates upon seeing, treasure of mastery of all arising interpretive and definitive scriptures. Supremely great among the great, fully comprehending and clarifying the meaning of emptiness and compassion, you guide all beings in the path to liberation, perfectly qualified spiritual prime, my Guru, please remain forever. She protects from the fears of 3 times Ayatara. Please increase the lifespan and activities of the beings who preserve the holy Dharma, and always without separation develop their spontaneous actions. By the infallible deities, the 3 roots may all be auspicious. And then taking a moment to dedicate all merits and emptiness. Due to these merits, the merits of all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, and all sentient beings in 3 times, which are empty from inside. May the eye, which is empty from its own side, achieve enlightenment, which is empty from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are empty from their own side to that enlightenment by myself alone, which is empty from its own side. Okay. Might be a couple of minutes early. Let's see if the next person's coming in.
Hi, Angie.
Oh, Tenzin, wow, great. Good.
Nice to see you.
You too. How are you?
Yeah, very well, thank you. Yeah, how are you?
Where are you? I'm trying to recognize. Is that your room? You're in your room.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah. I'm in the apartment above the garage. Yeah.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good,
Yeah.
thanks. And how are you? Cold up there?
It's cooling down. Not too bad yet.
Not too bad, yeah.
Yeah, not like it can be.
Well, it was so hot in the summer, unbelievable. My gosh.
Mm.
I don't know how you could work
Yeah.
outside in that. Somebody,
Yeah, slowly.
yeah, very slowly, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah.
you didn't say much at the meeting, but at least you
Yeah.
were there.
Yeah. I also, a little bit like you, I had to put it on audio and I had to kind of get on and do a few things.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I just stayed for half an hour, and then you have the bowls and all these things to do. So, and also there's nothing. I think we all pretty much know each other apart from a couple of people.
Yeah. It
So
was
there
nice to
wasn't
see
much.
everyone.
Yeah, it's still good to sort of check.
Yeah.
Anyway.
All right.
Yeah, enjoy.
Thanks very much.
Okay.
Okay, nice to see you.
You too. Bye.
So maybe we can just take a moment or so, take a few moments to, if we're continuing on from Venerable Angie's delightful session, then we can just let the blessings of the prayers and the dedications settle. Feel the energy of the practice. And if we're joining for this session, just taking a moment to bring our mind inside, settling the body, anchoring our attention in the sensations of the body. And letting go of anything that we were doing in the past, or of any need to think about, plan for things in the future. Just making a strong intention to give ourselves permission to settle into this present moment as fully as possible. Recalling the advice from the masters, the lineage masters, that any prayers, meditation practice that we do, the more focused our mind can be, the more effect, the more benefit that we can offer, that we can enjoy ourselves and offer to others from any practice that we do. And then to help us set the motivation, we can consider the words from a morning practice that Lama Zopa Rinpoche enthusiastically recommends, advises that we can do. And these are the first few verses, the direct meditation on the graduated path, containing all the important meanings. Some very beautiful verses to help shape our attention and guide our heart towards the practice that we're doing. Essence encompassing all the Buddhas, originator of all the holy Dharma of scripture and realization, principle of all the areas intending virtue. In the glorious holy gurus, I take refuge. Please, gurus, bless my mind to become Dharma, Dharma to become the path, and the path to be without obstacles. Until I achieve Buddhahood, please bless me to be like youthful Norsang and Bodhisattva, always crying, incorrectly following the virtuous friend with pure thought and action, seeing whatever is done as pure, and accomplishing whatever is said and advised. So just taking a moment to let these verses on how to correctly and skillfully follow the virtuous friend. Letting these verses permeate into our mind. The inspiration of that we have very accomplished and kind and skillful teachers guiding us, helping to explain the texts, bringing the books to life by their ability to teach from their heart's experience, according to the needs of the listener. So we're so fortunate that we have these most qualified teachers amongst us still. Please bless me to see that this greatly meaningful body with freedoms and richnesses is difficult to find. and easily perishes, that action and result are so profound, and that the suffering of the evil gone transmigratory beings are so difficult to bear. Therefore, please bless me to take refuge from the depths of my heart in the three rare sublime ones, to abandon negative karma, and to accomplish virtue according to Dharma. So, infusing the words from this verse, integrating into our mind, into our hearts, understanding, bringing to mind how incredibly fortunate it is that the freedom that we have in this life, the time, interest, support, the resources that we have to open our hearts and direct ourselves, our minds, our lives towards developing our minds and purifying unskillful and ineffective habitual tendencies, harming ourselves, harming others. And these conditions could end even before the end of the session. We've no guarantee. But we try to use these two, understanding the preciousness of this life, and also the uncertainty of when this life comes to an end, to help inspire our minds, to enthuse our actions, to let go of unnecessary, ineffective, unskillful habits, and instead to continue to grow, to focus more and more on bringing most benefit into our own lives and into the lives of those around us. By understanding cause and effect, we can increasingly create the causes for the effects that we want, both short term and long term. In dependence upon that, even if I achieve the mere high rebirth of a deva or human, I will still have to experience suffering endlessly in samsara because of not having abandoned and being under the control of disturbing thought obscurations. Therefore, please bless me to reflect well upon the way of circling in samsara, and to continuously follow day and night the path of the three types of precious trainings, the principal method for becoming free from samsara. So the long-term goals that we can identify and direct ourselves towards are liberation and enlightenment, where we can become completely free from suffering through cleaning up our act in this life, by engaging in positive actions, developing concentration, and developing our wisdom. We can cut through our misconceptions that drive the afflictions, completely freeing ourselves from the afflicted state of minds forever. In dependence upon that, even if I achieve mere liberation, since there is no sentient being of the six types who has not been my father and mother, please bless me to think I must fulfill their purpose and to turn away from the lower happiness of nirvana. Then, please bless me to generate precious bodhicitta by equalizing and exchanging myself with others, and to follow the conduct of the conqueror's sons, the six paramitas, and so forth. So the lineage masters have skillfully, kindly revealed that the supreme method for developing compassion is to feel a closeness to others and to recognize the suffering that they're in, unnecessary suffering due to misconceptions, confusion, deep ignorance. All of our happiness is only achieved, only received on the basis of the kindness of others. We're so intimately connected with all beings that to work for our own liberation doesn't make sense. But rather opening our heart to the reality of the interconnectedness, the interdependence of ourselves and all living beings, we can develop this love, compassion, bodhicitta, the wisdom of non-duality, to attain enlightenment for the benefit of all mother beings. And having trained my mind in the common path in that way, I will not be upset, even if I have to experience the sufferings of samsara for a long time. However, please bless me to look at sentient beings with extraordinary, unbearable compassion, and to enter the quick path of the Vajrayana teachings. And then please bless me to protect my vows and samayas more than my life, and to quickly accomplish the unified Vajradhara state in one brief lifetime of this degenerate time. So with this determined mind of bodhicitta, a mind striving to achieve enlightenment for the benefit of all beings, we can bring to mind in the space in front of us the vast expanse of compassionate wisdom energy of the fully enlightened mind manifesting as the Buddha of compassion, Chenrezig, manifesting in a light body, white, radiant, youthful, gently smiling down towards us and all living beings around us, manifesting so that we can inspire our minds, and through prayers and meditations, visualizations, we can include all living beings in our prayers and offer the benefit of this practice to those that are suffering, particularly because of the pandemic due to COVID, particularly at this time with the signs of another variant of concern appearing in the world, and the fear and anxiety, the unknowing, already the restrictions that are being put into place, perhaps separating loved ones, limiting travel, limiting freedom. Those that have already passed away from COVID, those that are sick, suffering, those that have lost their loved ones, those that are suffering from loss of livelihood, the unknown of how we are going to move through and out of the pandemic. So for all these beings and any others that need our prayers, any friends, family, those that we know, those that need our prayers, anyone we've promised to pray for, and anyone that's requested prayers or help in any form from us, can visualize in the space around us, so we can lead all these beings in the prayers together, thinking that may they immediately be freed from all their suffering, diseases, and negative states of mind, suffering, emotional states. Any suffering that they're experiencing, may they immediately be freed from these, and may they have all the supportive conditions to develop their minds and their hearts to be kind, compassionate, loving, generous, confident. May we see each other as brothers and sisters on this planet that we call home. So leading in the prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo, we can do the refuge prayer 3 times together. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All mother sentient beings, my mothers, all sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So just taking a moment to consider, reflect on this verse. Taking refuge in an outer way, an outer refuge in the gurus, in the space in front, Chenrezig, Buddha of compassion, representing all the Buddhas, all the Dharma, and all the Sangha. Spiritual community, the texts, and all the enlightened beings. So when we take refuge in an outer way, we benefit from listening to, thinking about, reading, understanding the teachings, love, compassion, the altruistic mind of bodhicitta, and the wisdom realizing emptiness. That cuts through all of our misconceptions and suffering. The verse also talks about taking refuge in the empty clarity of our own minds. So an inner refuge. The potential within one's own mind, the empty clarity of the Dharmakaya. That is free from the negative afflictions, all the suffering emotional states that arise in the mind and that we believe in, and they take over and color our perception, influence our actions, and cause seeds for further confusion. But we can take refuge in this empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya, that is free from these adventitious stains. This is what will free us and free all living beings from every single suffering that we've ever experienced forever. By purifying the mind and developing the qualities we can access, we can realize this nature, the true nature of our minds. So in order to help purify from all the suffering and diseases of the current situation in the world, and also even deeper levels of suffering and the causes of suffering, we can say, recite Om Mani Padme Hum, the mantra of the Buddha of compassion, to help open our hearts, purify our minds, and the minds of all the living beings and visualized around us. We can do it a few times slowly together. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 So you recite the mantra, white wisdom nectar comes from Chenrezig in the space in front. Nectar made of light enters the crown of our heads and the heads of all the beings around us. Very pleasant. Enters and washes out any suffering, mental, physical, emotional, and fills the mind with the blessings of love and compassion and the wisdom of non-duality. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Taking a moment to sit with this visualization of our beings, ourselves and our beings fully purified, our bodies now crystal clear, made of light. All our habits that cause suffering, our habitual tendencies, negative emotions, completely purified, washed away. And in their place, in the space, the heart fully opens. Love, compassion, altruism just spontaneously arises, infused with the wisdom of non-duality and an intimate sense of connection with all living beings, no difference between ourselves and others. And then together we can read the prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. Whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now we can, the prayer itself is a very beautiful dedication to direct the energy of this practice. We can also once again strengthen the bodhicitta motivation that we had at the beginning, that we've had throughout, so that may the bodhicitta, altruistic wish dedicated to enlightenment for the benefit of all beings, may that bodhicitta that has not yet born, may it arise and grow, and may that which has been born not diminish, but increase more and more. And may the wisdom of emptiness, not yet born, arise and grow. And may that wisdom that has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. And may the lives of all of our teachers, qualified gurus in this world, may they be long and stable. May they remain with us until samsara is completely empty. May all their projects come about without a second's delay. And for as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then may I remain to dispel the sufferings in the world. Okay, thanks very much. Oh, good morning, Damchala.
Good morning, Tenzin. How are you? Venerable Tenzin to the rescue.
Is this late night or early morning for you?
Well, it depends. It's
which label are you applying?
What are we? Well, sort of halfway through either. You know.
Yeah.
Yes. Was it 3:30? It's okay. You know, it's a nice time of the day. Not too much noise, not too much fuss. But yeah, no, thank you very much for filling the empty slot. And I notice you also booked in the one after this one, so you're standing into 3. Much appreciated.
I'll see you on the other side of your session.
Yes, gives you a chance to have a nice cup of tea.
Have a cup of tea. That's it.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Take care.
That is Brother Tenzin. It's really lovely to to listen to that really nice, calm and easy voice. I notice that I'm slightly more buzzed up. So, but it's that I think that's what makes it interesting, and for us to reach different audiences. It's also nice when you to see that it's not just a robotic line, and I'm really grateful for all the Sangha members. Giving their time so freely, for you, of course, joining us in these prayers. So this is going to be a short session. We've got just about half an hour. So we do yeah, we just reset our, sorry, got it wrapped up. So if we just take a moment to reset the focus. So if you're following on from Venerable Tenzin, I just really, whip that up a little bit. So we just bring the energy down a bit. Think about the motivation why we are here. You might have different reasons for being here, either as part of the practice as advised by Rinpoche, Lama Zopa Rinpoche. You may be here to support individual leads. You may be here part of your own practice. You may be here because you just stumbled across or heard about these prayers and just want to find out what they're about. Or you might be here to just take some time out of your busy day and just have that little peace and quiet, or would like some prayers to be said for yourself or friends and family you that are sick, or have entered the bardo or about to enter the bardo. So whatever your needs are on that level for being here, just see yourself included in our prayers. And may these practices give you peace of mind, and may you receive whatever is necessary to live a long and healthy and happy life. So we visualize in the space in front of us our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig. If you get initiations, just feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize the deity in the space in front above the crown of your head. Anyone joining us from a different faith, just visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion for all beings. And if you're not comfortable with visualizing deities for whatever reason, just visualize a clear light. And let that light be filled with love and compassion for all beings. Visualize that light radiates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions, and each light being finding one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings, entering their bodies to the crown of their heads and filling them with love and compassionate, purifying light nectar, cleansing away all negative karma and delusions of past lifetimes. Feeling the cleansing action within ourselves and the joy and comfort and bliss it brings. Looking around, we can see our mother sentient beings enjoying the same benefits. And we can see that deep down, we are not different. We might have different appearances, but all of us want to be free from suffering and its causes and enjoy happiness that is filled with love and compassion and good health. Taking that into account, we acknowledge that we have contributed to the suffering through the actions of our body, speech, and mind, and we make the pledge that from now on we shall engage in actions that are beneficial to all mother sentient beings, that help reduce and eliminate the suffering. We invite all mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and the Keys. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and the Keys. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sending beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Nakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having acknowledged our faults and made the promise to engage in wholesome actions from now on that benefit mother sending beings, and having taken refuge in the Guru is pleased that so many have answered the call, and the Guru smiles, and as the Guru smiles, we can feel the purifying light intensifying more and more, filling us with that pure light, so much so that we begin to glow and atom by atom and exchange ourselves with the Guru and all other sentient beings who themselves exchange light with the Guru and other sentient beings, becoming all one with one another and the Guru, and holding on to that vision. We now recite the Mani mantra, remembering that Om represents body, speech, and mind in defied form, but also the holy form of the Guru. In order to achieve the enlightened, pure form, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion and combine them in Om. So as we recite this mantra, keep on visualizing how we exchange ourselves with the Guru and all Mother Sentient beings. And given the short session that we have, we're reciting a few more Mani mantras. And we do this in combination with the praises to the Supreme Chenrezig, to the opening, and then for each round we do one mala of Mani prayers. I pray to you, Lama Chenrezig, I pray to you. Idam Chenrezig, I pray to you. Most Sublime Chenrezig, I pray to you, great refuge and protector Chenrezig. To you I pray, loving protector Chenrezig. Please hold us with your compassion, compassionate Buddha, for all beings who have been wandering countless numbers of times in endless samsara and who endure unbearable torments. There is no other refuge than you, great protector. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning of time, many of the influence of hatred one is born in the hells. May all beings who endure the tortures of heat and cold be reborn in your presence, great symbol of perfection. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of avarice, one is born in the realm of craving spirits or hungry ghosts. May all beings who endure the tortures of starvation and thirst be reborn in your presence in the perfect pure land of the Buddha. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of ignorance, one is born as an animal. May all beings who are afflicted by the sufferings of stupidity and dullness of the mind be reborn in your presence, O protector. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of desire, one is born in the realm of men. May all beings who endure the pains due to excessive activity and constant frustration be reborn in the perfect pure land of devotion. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, oh, Mani Padme Hum. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of jealousy, one is born in the realm of the jealous demigods. May all beings who endure the pains of fighting and quarreling be reborn in the perfect pure land of the Potala. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, oh, Mani Padme Hum, oh, Mani Padme Hum, oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, oh, Mani Padme Hum. So the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of pride, one is born in the palm of the gods. May all beings who undergo the suffering of transmigration and fall be reborn in the perfect pure land of the Potala. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, oh, Mani Padme Hum, oh, Mani Padme Hum. Throughout all my existence, may I, by deeds like those of Chenrezig, also liberate beings in impure places and spread the supreme sound of the six-syllable mantra, or Mani Padme Hum, throughout the 10 directions. By the power of thus praying to you, most sublime one, by the power of thus praying to you, most sublime one, may all beings I will have to train pay the greatest of attention to karma, strive to act virtuously, and practice the Dharma for the sake of all beings. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. So now reciting the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. We go for 3 recitations, and we visualize now the all sentient beings, rather than just for each individual realm. We now do 3 recitations for the suffering. 1 recitation for the suffering of the body, the suffering of the speech, the suffering of the mind, So we do that for all the 6 realms together. And really from the bottom of our hearts, may all those who suffer health be reinstated to full health and be free from all diseases. May all those who have entered the bardo, about to enter the bardo, have a swift transition and be reborn under favorable conditions. And may all those who experience hardships be given whatever resources are necessary for them to be freed from those hardships and be returned into a state of happiness that is free of all suffering. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as sounds of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and events not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm sadhana, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the hounds of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm sadhana, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the hounds of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm sadhana, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May we dedicate to all mother sentient beings. May all mother sentient beings be free from suffering and its causes. May they live long and healthy lives, lead the Dharma, and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. And may we be the cause for them to achieve all this. May we dedicate to the precious community of Sangha, not just our own tradition, but all traditions around the world, for keeping the flame of the Dharma alive and preserving the traditions by engaging in studies, giving teachings, and carrying out translations. May all our brothers and sisters around the world live long and healthy lives, never be separated from the Dharma and virtue's friend, and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. And may we always enjoy their company in all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of our precious lay community, who through their great kindness and compassion is giving their time, expertise, and financial support freely to ensure that Dharma centers and charitable projects can be realized and function for the benefit of all mother sentient beings. May they live long and healthy lives, never be separated from the Dharma, the community of Sangha and virtuous friends. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May always enjoy the company in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our precious gurus, who, if they haven't done so already, may achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we always be guided by the wisdom and compassion in this and all future lifetimes, and may all the holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, who is a great beacon of love and compassion in these turbulent times. May we always be guided by His wisdom and compassion. May we always have the benefit of human form or other enlightened forms, so that we can benefit from His teachings in this and all future lifetimes. May we see His Holiness one day be reunited with His people in Tibet, and may all His holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who through his great wisdom and compassion has tasked us with doing these recitations of Thangtong Gyalpo Prayers for 24 hours every week. Not just in order for us to engage on a deeper level with our own practices, but to be of benefit to mother sentient beings. And by doing so, has brought together much closer the family of the IMI Sangha around the world, deepening our connections as a community, but also allowing us to expand the community to all those who join us online on Zoom and YouTube, either live in Gompas or later on as recordings. May we continue to be guided by Rinpoche in this and all future lifetimes, and may all His holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exceptions, of transmigrating beings never occur again. Like earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines and woods in the forest, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I hold sentient beings dear as my life. May sentient beings hold me most dear. May all their negative karma ripen upon me, and may all my virtue ripen upon them. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. By merely seeing, hearing, thinking about, or remembering me, as well as by touching me or talking to me, may all suffering instantly be pacified, and may there be happiness forever. Due to these merits of, due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha, and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time. And may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. The long last prayers for His Holiness. Gang rira we ke we shingam di penang de wa ma lu jo we ne Chenrezig Thangtong Gyalpo yi sha pe si te bo du thank you chi. Tu chang jing yam gen ge we tan jing ken pe we kun zu du bo ze chok sun ke we leg mun tu dru pa dak sok tu je gen nu sha ten sho. Thank you very much, everyone who joined me in this session. Thank you very much for your continued support, for supporting all the wonderful Sangha around the clock. And may you have a lovely day. And look, there's Tim. Tim is one of our wonderful tech people. A lovely team that keeps us running shift work to make sure that we're on YouTube, on Zoom, and without fail, they're always there making sure we can reach out to you all. How are you, Tim?
Fine, still
You
there.
look a bit more puzzled.
No, we're setting up another laptop for these prayerathon. We've sort of got to load certain software, do things with it. So I was just testing something while we're at it. So no, that's all. Everything's okay. It's all good.
You see, this was the techie shovel in the face. Oh, okay, is that working? Oh, fair enough.
Yes.
No, because I know you sometimes also have to hand over and then you switch to different. Yeah. So may it all work well. I'm sure it will. And our dear Venerable Tenzin is back. Hello, brother. And I hope you had a nice cup of tea.
It was delicious. Thank you.
Oh, here you go. See, that's what we like to hear. It was delicious. It wasn't just a cup of tea. It was a delicious cup of tea.
That's it.
Thank you very much for joining us. And I look forward to
okay.
seeing you at the end of the session because I think we're handing over to one another again.
Okay. All right.
All right. We'll see you later. Bye-bye.
Okay, take care.
Thank you, Alison, for being
Okay. So we have this spot is an hour and a half. So I've had the idea. I think it might be good to perhaps kind of do 2 sessions in this time, so we can have a little break in the middle. But we'll see. We've got more time, so we can add in some other bits and pieces for variety and inspiration. So we'll see how it goes. But the idea is to have a break in the middle somewhere. And I thought it might be interesting to read and reflect a little bit on these. Is an extract from a teaching by Lama Yeshe that was on the FPMT news today, so maybe people have already read it, but I found it particularly inspiring. So I thought maybe we could read and just reflect a little as we have a bit more time in the session. And Lama Yeshe starts with the question of, why do we say that the phenomena of the sense world appear to us as illusory? An illusion is something that does not exist in the way that it appears. It's not real. It's a false vision. It gives us a false impression. It is misleading to believe in and follow it. Similarly, if we don't see the objects of the sense world as illusions, in fact, if we believe the opposite, that these phenomena are real, dualistic, concrete entities, then we are misled. Why are all these relative conceptions, movements, and energies illusory? Because in appearance, they seem to be real, whereas in reality, they are something else. The universal reality of all relative existence is something else. Therefore, it is like an illusion. Saying that relative existence is like an illusion is not just some philosophical fabrication, nor does it mean that you lose your sense of proportion or your ability to discriminate, and that everything gets all mixed up like soup. It means that you see the phenomena of the sense world as an illusory bubble, simultaneously recognizing that these dualistic manifestations are actually non-dual in nature. They are born back from the space of insubstantial non-self-existence and disappear back into it. What is the psychological effect of seeing all of this as an illusion? This wisdom is the antidote or the solution to the extreme mind. For example, in the morning, for some reason, you might be extremely happy. Some bubble of excitement appears. You perceive and believe it and think, oh, fantastic, I'm happy. You feel incredibly overestimated happiness. By receiving the relative bubble, hallucinated vision of perhaps one chocolate from some bubble man or woman, you feel an incredible extreme explosion of happiness. In the terminology of Buddhism, such extreme happiness is negative. It's too uncontrolled. Its nature, its function, its effect is to bring you down. So in the morning, some bubble like that appears and you're interested. In the afternoon, nothing happens, so you're bored. Your mind comes down, further and further down. All our dealings with the relative world, all are up and down, being happy, unhappy, happy, unhappy, happy, unhappy. All these extreme feelings come from mistaken dualistic perception, from holding ecstatic, happy objects and miserable, unhappy objects as concrete, self-existent, dualistic self-entities. Beauty exists. I'm not saying that we have to reject beauty. What should concern us, however, is the way our projection of concreteness, independence, and self-existence onto the relative bubble of transience, dependence, and non-self-existent overpowers, overwhelms, and dominates our entire reality. How do you perceive that object of happiness or that object of misery? If you see it as illusory and non-dual, extreme feelings that pump you up so there's no space for other feelings cannot function. You have no unequal, unbalanced energy. So if we can recognize the unity of the absolute reality of these two extreme objects, if we can see how these objects are in reality equal in nature, and also in nature with ourselves, the subject, then our lives will be balanced. So now just settling into these the blessing of these words, these instructions that Lama Yeshe shared with the world in, I think, 1977 in Northern England. Still spot on for us in our lives today. So settling our attention, settling our attention perhaps on the breath, the movement of the breath, to bring a more focused state of mind. Recalling the instructions of the masters, teachers that have realized the instructions, have realized the nature of their own mind. But the more that we can bring a focused awareness, fully embodied presence to whatever activity we do, and in particular the virtuous activities of prayers, meditation, reflection, visualization, the impact on our own minds and in what we are able to offer others through the practice is far greater with a focused mind. And what these masters also share from their own experience is another ingredient to infuse our practice with an even richer and more effective state of mind, is to think not only for improving the quality of our existence in the short term, not only to have more happiness in this life by having a calmer mind and a kinder heart, but to expand our focus of concern into the long term. The continuity of consciousness that had no beginning and has no end, that we have this incredible opportunity to shape this continuity of consciousness and direct it towards the happiness of future lives. Liberation, completely freeing ourselves from the habitual, cyclical nature of existence, driven by negative actions and afflictive emotions, rooted in ignorance, a confusion, the dualistic confusion that Lama Yeshe was talking about in the teaching extract. We can free ourselves completely from this mistaken ignorance. And this is an even more potent ingredient, this motivation to frame and shape the prayers and practices that we do. But through the kindness of Shakyamuni Buddha and our teachers, somehow we've come into contact with teachings and the lineage of or bodhicitta, of a path that reveals to us the possibility, the potential, and the path to full enlightenment. This enlightenment is only possible when we open our hearts and transform our focus of attention, our preoccupation. Instead of thinking of just oneself, even future lives, even liberation, by bringing to mind the skillful clarity of explanation of the lineage masters, how to develop compassion, by recognizing how intimately connected we are with all living beings, how everything that we enjoy is only thanks to the kindness of others. That just like myself, all living beings are exactly the same in wanting happiness in every moment, the best happiness, the longest lasting happiness. And also exactly the same as myself in not wanting even a moment of suffering, of worry, confusion, insecurity, pain, sickness. So we're exactly the same as all living beings. All living beings are the same in wanting happiness and not wanting suffering. So when we recognize this, the intimacy that we share with all living beings, the 7 billion brothers and sisters on this planet, all the animals, and even beings that most of us can't see, spirits, or in Buddhism, we refer to hungry ghosts, and even other realms that are spoken of in Buddhism that we don't see, but we hear about the incredible suffering. The continuity of our consciousness, we've experienced those suffering states ourselves, and we will do in the future unless we make changes in our actions and create the cause for different results. So this sense of connection, intimacy, fosters a sense of concern about the experience of other living beings, just like we experience a sense of concern about our own well-being. And on this equanimity between self and others, we generate a sense of love, wanting all beings to be happy, deeply happy. And a sense of compassion, wanting to free every single living being from all the suffering forever. And then the question arises, how can we do this? Only by becoming fully enlightened can we perfectly work for all living beings without mistake, perfectly knowing what all beings might need, and having all the skill, all the wisdom, skillful means, spontaneously arising exactly as well-being might need. We must become enlightened for the benefit of all living beings. So we can work perfectly forever. However much we enjoy now, get a sense of purpose and meaning from helping, from volunteering, from being kind, the joy that fosters in our minds. As a fully enlightened being, there's no other way of engaging. Spontaneous, exactly as others need. So whatever sense of commitment we can bring to mind, however contrived, however much we can bring this in the heart, that the purpose of our lives, the purpose of spending time doing prayers, saying mantra, meditating, doing visualization, the whole purpose is to be able to serve sentient beings, all living beings perfectly. And in order to do that, to become enlightened. And so we can create the cause to be able to help living beings by doing what we can now, by reciting prayers that have been written by realized beings to infuse our minds and our hearts, and to say prayers for those that are suffering in the world and for living beings. And then dedicating the merit of this virtuous action so that we can keep directing all the positive energy towards a state of full enlightenment. Directing all the positive energy towards the benefit of all living beings. And in this way our prayers and our practices become most meaningful. So then we can visualize in the space in front of us, at the level of the forehead, about 2 meters in front, is a large golden throne. It's beautifully adorned with jewels and supported at each corner by a pair of snow lions. On the throne is a fully blossomed lotus, and on that a sun and moon discs. Upon the lotus, sun and moon sits Guru Shakyamuni Buddha, who has achieved perfect cessation of all suffering and obscurations and has attained all perfect realizations. He is the manifestation of the omniscient mind of all the Buddhas, the ultimate Guru. He is inseparable from my own root Guru. He shows me the unmistaken path and is bound by infinite compassion to me and all sentient beings. Guru Shakyamuni Buddha's holy body is in the nature of golden light and is very magnificent. He wears the 3 saffron robes of a monk. His face is beautiful and has a loving smile. His compassionate eyes look toward me, but simultaneously encompass all sentient beings. His eyes are long, narrow, and fine. His gaze is very peaceful. His eyes are half closed, half open. His lips are red. His hair is blue-black, and each hair individually curls to the right. On the crown of his head is a pinnacle. The palm of his right hand rests on his right knee, the middle finger touching the moon cushion. His left hand rests in his lap in the mudra of meditation, holding an alms bowl filled with nectar. He is seated in the Vajra posture in the center of an aura of light, like sunbeams. Each feature of his holy body represents an aspect of his omniscient mind, his inner realizations, and also demonstrates the causes, the merits collected in the past. No matter how much one looks at Guru Shakyamuni Buddha, one never feels satiated. The Supreme Refuge, Guru Shakyamuni Buddha, encompasses all the gurus, all the enlightened beings, the Buddhas, all the teachings, the Dharma, and the realizations, and the Sangha, the spiritual community. From his holy body, beams are emitted in all 10 directions. Numberless manifestations of Guru Shakyamuni Buddha are transformed on the tips of these beams to ripen into infinite sentient beings. Looking at me with compassionate eyes, Guru Shakyamuni Buddha says, child of the lineage, if you want to be liberated from the suffering of samsara, I will guide you. He happily promises this, and also promises to free me from the breathless states. And then we can visualize in the space around us. All living beings, our family, our parents on either side, our family sitting behind us, our friends, those loved ones in our life. Here we feel a very close connection, seating behind us and around us. And we can invite perhaps people in our community, our country, and then imagine all living beings seated around us as far as the mind can imagine. And in the seat directly in front of us, we set up in our minds a nice, very comfortable seat for a very special guest. We're going to invite someone that we have a difficult time with at the moment, and invite them to come and join the meditation practice, the prayers. And maybe this is someone that we would rather didn't sit close to us. Someone that we have difficult time being around, someone with whom perhaps we find our minds become agitated. Maybe there's some irritation, fear, anxiety, frustration. So recognizing how this person is just like me, only wants to be happy and doesn't want to suffer. And maybe in the conflict that we experience with this person, we can recognize perhaps an aspect of why we find them difficult to be around is the manner in which their mind is agitated. Maybe we dislike their anger, or the speech that they perhaps direct towards us or others, or their actions of perhaps harmful or a lack of kindness. Whatever it is that we find ourselves identifying as a reason to be in conflict, if we trace those actions back to see what's the real troublemaker, and we find a disturbed, agitated mind that's creating suffering in our own mind, their confusion, and the habitual mind that believes in these dualistic concepts and then acts out of those negative states of mind. So not only are they suffering every time they engage in these negative actions, but they're also creating a cause for suffering in the future, for these habits to strengthen and continue to cause harm to others and to create suffering experiences again and again and again. So by reflecting in this way, we can try to open our hearts, at least to wish them to be free from these agitated states of mind, from this confusion, from the negative actions that result. Isn't that exactly what we wish? That they would be able to transform into positive, kind, healthy states of mind. So rather than want to be separated from them, we can include them in our meditation and prayers. They are also offering us an incredible opportunity to open our hearts even to those that we find difficult. And when we recognize how much of our own happiness comes from positive states of mind like love and compassion and patience, then we see what an incredible opportunity is offered to us by those that we have a difficult time with. So we invite them into this seat in front of us, and together with all living beings, we can read together the foundation of all good qualities to just strengthen our motivation. The foundation of all good qualities is the kind and perfect Guru. Correctly following the Guru is the root of the path. By clearly seeing this and applying great effort, please bless me to rely upon the Guru with great respect. When I have discovered that the precious freedom of this rebirth is found only once, it is extremely difficult to find again and is greatly meaningful, please bless me to unceasingly generate the mind, taking its essence day and night. This body and life are unchanging like a water bubble. Remember how quickly they perish and death comes. After death, just like a shadow follows the body, the results of black and white karma follow. When I have found definite conviction in this, please bless me always to be conscientious in abandoning even the slightest collection of shortcomings and in accomplishing all virtuous deeds. When I have recognized the shortcomings of samsaric perfections, there is no satisfaction in enjoying them. They are the door to all suffering, and they cannot be trusted. Please bless me to generate a strong wish for the bliss of liberation. Through my being led by this pure thought, with great remembrance, alertness, and conscientiousness, please bless me to make keeping the individual liberation vows, the root of the teachings, my essential practice. Just as I have fallen into the sea of samsara, so have all mother migratory beings. By my seeing this, please bless me to train in supreme bodhicitta, which bears the responsibility of freeing transmigratory beings. If I develop only bodhicitta without familiarizing myself with the three types of morality, I cannot achieve enlightenment. By my seeing this well, please bless me to keep the vow of the sons of the victorious ones with fervent effort. By my having pacified distractions to wrong objects and correctly analyzed the meaning of reality, please bless me to quickly generate within my mind stream the unified path of calm abiding and special insight. When I have become a suitable vessel by training in the common path, please bless me to immediately enter the holy gateway of the fortunate beings, the supreme of all vehicles, the Vajrayana. At that time, the basis of accomplishing the two attainments is keeping my vows and samayas purely. When I have gained effortless conviction in this, please bless me to protect them, even at the cost of my life. Then, when I have realized exactly the vital points of the two stages, the essence of the tantric sets, and I am enjoying the yoga of 4 sessions with effort, without being distracted by non-meditation objects, please bless me to accomplish these according to the teachings of the holy beings. Thus may the virtuous friends who reveal the noble path and the spiritual practitioners who accomplish it have long lives. Please bless me to pacify completely the collections of outer and inner obstacles. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. And so, in the space in front of us, we have Guru Shakyamuni Buddha, with his beautiful, inspiring golden body of light radiates out over us and all living beings. And from Guru Shakyamuni Buddha, white light now comes into the crown of our heads and the crown of the heads of all living beings around us, and purifies, washes away all our confusion and misunderstanding about the points of the path that we've just described, just read in this prayer. So all our doubts, our confusion, anything that is unclear about the path, to generate renunciation, to turn away from just the happiness, the short-term happiness of just this life, to purify and cleanse and clear away all the confusion relating to directing our attention to future lives, to liberation completely from samsara, and even from any confusion, misunderstanding, doubt, hesitation about the path to complete enlightenment. For ourselves, all living beings, our family, friends, and the person that we have difficult time seated in front of us, we'll see all these obscurations and blockages in our minds washed away by this white light coming from Guru Shakyamuni Buddha. And then now from Guru Shakyamuni Buddha, golden light comes and enters the crowns of our heads and the crown of the heads of all living beings around us. And this golden light brings all the realizations, all the understandings of the points of the path to develop renunciation, safe direction towards creating the cause for good future rebirths, to develop renunciation from the experience of psychic existence, liberation. And this golden light also brings the unbelievable blessing and clarity and realizations of a mind infused with spontaneous, great love, great compassion, bodhicitta, a supreme altruistic wish to benefit beings as deeply as possible. And in order to do that, the resolve and confidence to strive for full enlightenment, to realize the true nature of our own minds, the potential for enlightenment that exists already right now in our most subtle mind. So this golden light ripens all these positive potentials in our own minds and the minds of all living beings around us. We now experience a deep happiness. And then we invite Guru Shakyamuni Buddha to come into our hearts and stay with us, to provide inspiration, commitment, confidence. And Guru Shakyamuni Buddha dissolves into light and comes into, this light comes to the crown of all living beings and dissolves down into, becomes one with our body and mind. We can feel this sense of becoming one with Guru Shakyamuni Buddha. And then we can bring to mind, we can reflecting that this has been a short, brief kind of meditation and motivation on the graduated path to enlightenment. And in order to continue to develop our minds on this path, to bring about the result that we've just visualized, we need to keep purifying the mind, and that others around us in this world are right now suffering in very heavy ways, and their focus of attention is perhaps, particularly at this time, on the suffering that they're experiencing due to the pandemic, due to COVID and other sicknesses that they're experiencing. Many people have already died. Many people are in the process of dying. Many people are sick. Many people have lost loved ones. So much suffering that eclipses other experiences, any deeper wisdom to strive for spiritual development can become eclipsed by such intense suffering. And then in the last few days, with this discovery of another variant of concern, so the fear, you can bring to mind the fear and anxiety that people are experiencing all over the world with what this means, the restrictions that are already coming into place because of the new variant, and also restrictions that are coming in a more intense manner in Europe and other parts of the world. And the confusion, agitation, the difficulty that this is bringing in a practical manner, loss of income, lack of resources, uncertainty about the future. So what can we do to offer some help to the situation? Well, we have an intimate connection with all these beings, whether we know them or not. It's even stronger with those that we know, that we're close to, people that we know in our lives that are suffering. But we have a very intimate connection with all living beings. So by saying prayers, by generating sincere motivation and visualizing and reciting mantra is a very powerful and effective way to offer positive energy to help shift the experience of these people, of anyone that is suffering, anyone that needs these prayers. That all beings that we can bring to mind may immediately be freed from their suffering, of diseases, perhaps any spirit harm that they're experiencing, suffering from their negative actions, and also any suffering that's arising through confused, destructive emotional states, the intensity of unruly emotions. So we recite the prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo and recite some mantras of Chenrezig. And to help inspire us in this practice, we bring to mind in the space in front, the space in front of us is completely filled with the compassionate wisdom energy of the enlightened form of compassion in the form of Chenrezig. There's a beautiful, youthful, white, light body, radiant. So shaping this wisdom, compassion energy into this form of Chenrezig, who is also one with our Guru, with our teacher, who is manifesting in this form to help us purify our minds and to help us purify the minds and the bodies of beings around us in this world. And so together with all the living beings visualized around us, we can recite the prayer together, starting with the motivation. We can recite 3 times. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the Guru to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So taking a moment to reflect on this verb, these lines of taking refuge, is such a powerful practice to, in a heartfelt way, take safe direction in a reliable source of help. So we can take refuge in an outer way the outer form of Buddha, Chenrezig, the enlightened beings, the Dharma, the texts explained by these enlightened beings, and the realizations that they've developed in their own minds. And we can also take refuge in an outer way to the spiritual community, those that have realized the nature of their own minds, and the spiritual community that is around us, our brothers and sisters in the path that help support and encourage us. So we can take safe direction, refuge in this outer way. Helping to encourage us, inspire us, keep us going, strengthen our motivation. We can also go deeper than this. We can go for refuge in an inner refuge, to the potential to become Guru Buddha ourselves, for the potential to realize the meaning of the text, true cessation from all suffering. That potential is within our minds, and we can take refuge in that potential. We can take refuge in becoming the Sangha for all living beings, spiritual community. And so when we talk about in the last line of the verse, that we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. This is the ultimate inner refuge. Everything Buddha taught was to help direct us to realize the nature of our minds. And so if we can connect with whatever understanding we have about the Dharmakaya, the nature of our mind, this empty clarity, and that we take refuge in this incredible potential in our minds in order to be able to most benefit living beings. And with this strong sense of, this sincere and enthusiastic sense of refuge, direction, motivation, then we can recite the very blessed mantra, prayer, mantra of Chenrezig, Om Mani Padme Hum. And as we recite it, we can visualize that from the beautiful, blissful, youthful body of Chenrezig, made of light in the space in front of us, wisdom, compassion, energy in the form of light rays and nectar radiates out and comes into the crown of our own heads and the crown of our family and friends, all living beings, anyone suffering, particularly those suffering from the pandemic, including those that have passed away. We can include them in our prayers. Those that are on the close to passing away, those that are very sick, those that are worried about their families, those that are suffering in any way right now. And this these white nectar light rays washes out any suffering, pain, worry, anxiety. It washes away, purifies any suffering of change, and it even washes away, purifies even the most subtle obscurations of the mind that cause confusion and are seeds for all the suffering that we experience. So we can keep this visualization going, offering this nectar to all living beings from Chenrezig in the space in front. we can say the mantra a few times, slowly together, and yeah, and then for a few minutes silently. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om. Om Mani Padme Hum. So clarifying the visualization of all beings around us, completely purified of all forms of suffering, the most gross forms of suffering, even the most subtle obscurations, causes of suffering. Completely cleanse, purify, never to return. So we can visualize all beings in this form, and then Guru Chenrezig in the space in front, we invite to come and stay in our hearts, and Guru Chenrezig melts into light and comes to the crowns of ourselves and all living beings around us, and this light melts into ourselves and all living beings, blessing our minds with the loving, compassionate thought of bodhicitta, this spontaneously altruistic wish to benefit beings by becoming enlightened. By realizing the nature of the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya, as we set out with the refuge, we now achieve this state. And then we can rejoice that this is something that we've been able to offer, at least in visualized form, to all living beings. And we can dedicate with the actual prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And may the supreme thought of bodhicitta that has not yet been born, may it arise. And may that which has been born not diminish, never diminish, but always increase more and more. And may the wisdom realizing emptiness, not yet been born, may that arise and grow. And may that which has been born not diminish, but increase more and more. May the lives of our perfectly qualified, kind gurus, teachers, may they always be long and stable. May they remain and teach us until samsara ends. And may all their holy wishes and projects come about without even a second's delay. And we can think that as long as space remains, as long as sentient beings remain, may we too remain to dispel the suffering of living beings. Okay, so we still have, so yeah, take a break for just take a break for a moment or two, and then we have another half an hour together. Let's see. Okay. So so after all the prayers and words and visualizing and mantras, just we can take a few moments to just be still, to settle our body and mind. And for those that are joining for this session, just really creating the intention to let go of whatever it was that we were doing before. And to also let go, to give, as it were, give ourselves permission to let go of anything that, even no matter how important it might seem to be in the future. But at least during this half an hour, we can give ourselves a little holiday from the to-do list and didn't get done list. To place our awareness as fully as possible into this present moment. To use this incredible opportunity we have to be with our own minds, to develop qualities of the mind, to transform our hearts, and to offer what we can to the world through our prayers, reflections, visualizations, and dedication. Recalling what the masters of the lineage that carry the blessing of all the realizations of how to achieve enlightenment, what they remind us that the more we can focus our attention, the more we can bring a loving presence, and the more that we can infuse this presence, this attention, in the wisdom, the spacious wisdom of non-duality, then the more powerful, more effective, more helpful our prayers and our practices and our meditations can be to transform our own hearts, our own minds, and to help influence in a positive way the world around us. So that means bringing our minds back into whatever it is we're focused on, and we notice that our minds have moved away, and keeping one part of our mind vigilantly watching to see whether we're paying attention to what we want to, or whether our mind has moved away. Strengthening this kind of muscle of attention. And then combined with this focus, we transform our mind into as vast a motivation as we can create. That we do this practice not only for our own benefit, not only for the benefit of just short term, a bit more peace and happiness. That's already good, but we can expand our intention vaster to think long term. That this continuity of consciousness had no beginning and it has no end. So rather than just taking out life insurance, we can take out future life insurance by creating the causes for positive experiences, good future rebirths, and to create conditions to meet with the teachings and continue to be able to develop our minds. But we can expand our intention even further than this, even vaster, to think how amazing it would be, how wonderful to be no longer bound by the cycle of habitual tendencies of negative emotion, confused thoughts, all rooted in a misconception about how I exist and all phenomena exist. So striving to see the nature of reality, to cut this and uproot this ignorance. But we can expand our intention even further, even vaster. That just to strive for my own liberation, my own freedom from suffering forever, well, it's an incredible goal. But it's not the final goal for myself. And it does very little to benefit others. And when we reflect on how intimately connected we are with all living beings, we think of, even in this life, everything that we enjoy, every happiness that we have is thanks to the kindness of others. Whatever sense of independence that we bring to mind is confusion. And when we reflect on the interdependence with every living being, the 7 billion brothers and sisters and human brothers and sisters on this planet, and how, despite the superficial differences that we might pay attention to, actually when we go slightly deeper and we recognize that ourselves and all living beings are exactly the same in wanting happiness and not wanting suffering, even the slightest suffering, for even a moment. We're all the same in that. So how can we work for just our own happiness, even long-term happiness or liberation? But rather we can expand and turn our hearts, open our hearts fully. And based on the two thoughts, one, the sense of intimacy and care for other living beings. And then based on that care, we develop a wish to help reduce and free all living beings from their suffering. And this great compassion develop into bodhicitta when we take on this responsibility to do this ourselves. And when we recognize that the way to be able to do this is to attain, is to fully develop one's own mind and to realize the nature of one's own mind. So if we can bring to mind this kind of motivation, even in a contrived form, then the power of any meditation, reflection, reading, visualization, any prayers that we say for ourselves and for others is even more effective. So with this in mind, we can bring to mind once again in the space in front of us. We can just have this sense of, in the space in front, filled with the wisdom, compassion, energy of a fully enlightened mind. Unbelievable love and compassion radiating throughout all of space, towards ourselves, towards all living beings around us, our family and friends on either side, all living beings around us, and then in the space in front, in the seat in front of us, we invite a very special guest of whoever we might be having a difficult time with right now, so that they can also benefit from this meditation and prayers. And we can shape this enlightened energy into the form of Guru Chenrezig, a youthful, beautiful white body, smiling, radiating, so happy that we're taking the time to put effort into transforming our minds, our hearts, and to do what we can to try to bring benefit, to offer benefit into the world around us as much as possible. And so then together with all living beings around us, we can lead the prayers, starting with the motivation, the refuge, which we can recite 3 times. All sentient beings, my mothers, your infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, we go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So then once again reflecting on these verses and strengthening our sense of refuge. Our sense of wanting to take a safe direction, to find a way to be free from every suffering that we experience, by purifying our minds, by changing our behavior, so that we create the causes for the happiness that we seek, and we stop creating the cause for the suffering that we would like to be free from. And then we also turn our minds and take refuge, take an inner refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. The nature of one's own mind that's free from the stains of the confused grasping that things as a existing in a real form, rather being able to recognize the difference between appearance and reality. And so not being pulled into negative emotional states by these misconceptions, by these concepts. And then we can bring to mind once again the suffering that is experienced right now in the world due to the pandemic, due to the suffering from COVID and other diseases. And with a focused, heartfelt, loving presence and motivation to pacify, to soothe and help pacify the suffering that many beings are experiencing right now in the world. We can say the mantra of Chenrezig, Buddha of Compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum. And as we recite this mantra, we can visualize that white wisdom, compassionate nectar and light rays comes down from Guru Shakyamuni Buddha and enters into the crown of ourselves and all living beings, and our entire nervous system, body, mind, emotions are soothed and calmed and pacified and cleansed by this white wisdom, compassion, nectar and light, so that all confusion and suffering states of body and mind are completely soothed, completely cleansed, washed out. And so that beings are gradually brought to a very peaceful, joyful, confident, clear, warm heart and clear mind. So visualizing this as you recite the mantra, we'll do a few times slowly together, and then we'll do for a few minutes silently. So just clarifying the visualization that ourselves and all living beings are now completely purified of any suffering that we're experiencing, any anxiety, fear, worry, pain, disease, sickness, any confusion, completely disappearing. Not even the root of this confusion remains. The mind completely purified. So that we have, like we set out in the refuge prayer, realize the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. And then Guru Chenrezig, we invite to inspire us and stay with us, become one with our hearts. And Guru Chenrezig dissolves into this full white light and comes to the crown of the heads of ourselves and all living beings, and dissolves into and becomes one with ourselves. And we become totally inspired to live the life of bodhicitta, dedicating our lives in every moment towards the welfare of all living beings. And may this mind of bodhicitta that has not yet been born, may it arise and grow. And may that which has been born not diminish, but increase more and more. And may the wisdom of non-duality that has not been born arise and grow. And may that which has been born not diminish, but increase more and more. And may the lives of our gurus, of our teachers, be long and stable. May they remain and teach us until samsara ends. And may all their projects and wishes, their plans, ways to help the world, may they come about immediately without delay. As long as space remains, and as long as sentient beings remain, may I too remain to dispel the suffering of the world. And yeah, thank you very much for anyone that was joining, and thank you very much for the Chenrezig incredible activity to support all of this to happen. So thank you all very much. And Venerable Damcho, inspiring and encouraging us every week to sign up and be a part of this amazing project. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Venerable Tensi. It's always lovely to have you on the schedule, and it's yeah, I find it always, I have to say, inspiring that so many of you so freely give the time, and you know, it makes that organizing from my side so much easier. And I know that there's a lot of you know, with the centers being open now, there are more teachings going on again, you know, where people can attend, and we're having to give teachings and studies back on. So it's, you know, I very much appreciate all the wonderful support and motivation you give to Prayerathon, but also to all the wonderful people out there who tune in and listen to the session. So thank you very much indeed. And I hope I see you next week.
That'll be that's
permitting, of course.
Yeah, let's hope so.
All right.
Okay.
Always a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Oh, pleasure. It's yeah, it's really great joy. And message, anything? Oh, that was Venerable Tensi. That was for you. I hope you saw that. That was a little message from the Chenrezig Institute. And so thank you. In case you missed this one, so I'm sure you hopefully saw that. So we got Alison with us here on Zoom. Hello, Alison, and thank you very much, Chenrezig Institute. So we have an hour session on this one here. On this one, what am I talking about? No, we've got an hour for the coming slot, so we take it a bit easy. And yes, we varied a little bit to the sessions earlier today, especially you know, given that some of you are so determined to be here and listening, which is always great. So thank you very much to anyone who joins us on YouTube. Let's have a look. Up there we got hello, Eleanor, Olivia, Christine, Ginny, Sarah, hello, and anyone else who's out there listening and you know, supporting us so kindly for the past 16 months. And you know, if we take a moment just to bring the focus back in, especially after my sort of round. Just take a few deep breaths to calm and settle. Also think about the world as it is right now. Having had a few months of relative COVID calm, with fewer restrictions, but then we see the new variants kicking off, and some parts of Europe already considering more actions to curb the spread, be it by restricting flights to particular parts of the world. Some of the lockdowns coming back in, but then probably also what we need to consider is that we do have the winter season now in Europe, which helps probably spread any viruses anyway with flu season around. But let's hope that we as a society collectively do what we all can to ensure not just our own liberties, and insist on our own liberties and rights, but that we also collectively work together in doing what we can to protect the interests of all the others around us who may be vulnerable, who also have rights to be protected. And it may be tricky to come to terms with further restrictions coming into play. I know that the chief medical officer in the UK is pondering whether they could get society as it is to obey for anything that may be tightened again. And of course, we also have in Europe, we have the sad events of those people drowning in the channel. People who just want to be with their families, out of desperation. Take the risky crossing in inflatables. If you think about, what is the cause of all this suffering? Why are these people leaving their countries, taking all the risks, and along the way, and it's because of all the interference, the unrests, often exaggerated by our societies. Misbehavior in a certain way, or irresponsible behavior. We're interfering with political systems, fighting for resources, exploiting the resources there, engaging in armed conflict. Often in armed conflict, and then say, oh, this is for reasons of democracy and to bring peace and this and that, and then we forget about all the innocent. In war, there is no real winner anyway. But then we forget about all those who say, if I stay, I face risks. So I take the journey, and then we treat them with disrespect and say, well, what do you want here? Go back to your country. If we want to bomb it, we bomb it. but that doesn't give you right to come over to our country. But that is such a sad situation in the world. And then we do the big fundraisers once a year. I don't know what it's like in other parts of the world, but I know that, for example, in the UK, they do the children in need, and then they have, there used to be the big concerts like Live Aid and the stuff, and Band Aid, to raise all the awareness, and then the world still carries on, exploiting people, exploiting resources. And somebody said quite nicely, you worry about, with the winter season, that it's cold outside, maybe we have a weather warning. You say, don't go out. But we have a roof over our heads. We can turn the heating up if we want to. We may complain what's on the TV, but at least we have a TV. And many disenfranchised right now travel the world, hoping for a safe place, a safe haven, here with friends and family, build new lives. May they all find peace. May they all find a place to call home. May they find compassion along the way. May we, as a global community, not become indifferent to their needs and suffering. Which is particularly fitting, given that in a few weeks the Western world will focus on celebrating Christmas. Thinking of it as a season of love and peace. And often forgetting those who are disenfranchised. May we also include those poor souls in our prayers today, and in all our prayers, really. With everything that's going on in the world, they also have to face the difficulties with COVID pandemics, hostility along the way, cold weather, etc., etc. How easy we have it comparatively. Doesn't mean that we don't suffer in other forms. We sometimes need to remember the suffering of others and put things into perspective. If we recognize that none of us wants to suffer, we all want happiness. We all want to live long and healthy lives. But individually, we are one of 7 billion. Why would our happiness be of greater value than the happiness of all the others. May we all find ways to be happy together, be healthy together, live harmoniously together. May we consider the actions of our body, speech, and mind when we engage with other beings. May we always show kindness and compassion. We visualize in the space in front of us our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig. If you have had the right initiations, please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize the deity in the space in front above the crown of your head. Anyone joining us from a different faith, you're very welcome. Just visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion for all beings. Anyone joining who wishes to take part but is not comfortable for whatever reason to visualize deities or engage with deities, just visualize a clear light and let that clear light be filled with love and compassion for all beings. Light radiates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions. Each light being finding one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings wherever they are. Across the space, across the 6 realms. Each light beam enters a being through the crown of their heads, filling them with love and compassion. And purifying light nectar, cleansing away all negative karma and delusion. Feeling the purification taking place, removing all the karmic dirt and stains and taste and smells that we have accumulated since beginning this time. You can feel the rejuvenation taking place. The joy it gives us. The relief it gives us. Being free from all that burden. If we look around, we can see our Mother Sentient beings experience the same bliss. How wonderful it is that we can all rejoice. We recognize that we have contributed to the sufferings through the body, the actions of our body, speech, and mind. By having wrong thought, wrong speech, and wrong action. Expecting respect, understanding, and compassion from other beings, but not being willing to give it ourselves. We regret these actions and we ask Mother Sentient beings for forgiveness. Make the pledge to, from now on, engage in wholesome actions to the best of our ability. We will do what we can according to our level of training, skill, to be of benefit to our mother sentient beings. It may take us a little while, because we're so used to engaging in wrongful actions. But that shouldn't be an excuse not to try. To try to be good and beneficial to others. To try to pick ourselves up if we tripped up. To try and carry on bettering ourselves for the benefit of others. And bearing all this in mind, may we ask our mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. We have been called upon mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge. The Guru is pleased that so many have answered the call. And the purifying light nectar intensifies, and more of our true nature, Buddha nature, is being revealed. Being filled with the light of love and compassion and purification, we can feel how we begin to glow atom by atom and the spaces between those atoms. So much so that we begin to exchange light back to the Guru. And we exchange ourselves with all mother sentient beings who themselves exchange light with the Guru and other beings. Becoming one with the Guru, becoming one with one another, becoming one source of pure love and compassion for all. Shining brightly, dispelling all the negative forces of samsara. Like a bright beacon, offering hope to those who are still lost in the darkness, finding the way out to liberation. We ought to seek out those who are confused and aimlessly wandering still in samsaric existence and guide them out. And as we recite the Mani Mantra, we keep on visualizing how we exchange ourselves with the Guru and others. Remembering Om representing body, speech, and mind. And we wish to transform to the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Guru by acquiring wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma, and combining those in Om. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, oh, Mani Padme Hum, oh, Mani Padme Hum. Having acknowledged our faults of past lifetimes, the actions of our body, speech, and mind, we've made the pledge to engage in wholesome actions of body, speech, and mind, which benefit Mother Sentient beings. We've taken refuge, once reciting the Mani Mantra, exchanging ourselves with all Mother Sentient beings and the Guru. May we visualize ourselves now as pure and holding on to that pure state for at least the duration of these prayers. May we now call upon the Great Mother Tara. The recitation of the Tara Mantra has been recommended by His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama to remove any obstacles. If you want to follow his advice, fully, we should recite the Tara mantra at least 1,000 times a day. May all the obstacles be removed for those who are sick. May they be restored to good health swiftly. May all the obstacles be removed for those who have entered the bardo or are about to enter the bardo in finding a fortunate rebirth. May all obstacles be removed for those who are experiencing hardships. May they be given whatever resources are necessary to overcome those hardships and be restored to a state of happiness that is free from suffering. May all obstacles be removed for the long life and well-being of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. May all his holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Recite the Tara mantra. Let's remember that Om again represents the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of Tara herself. Tara liberates us from samsara. Tara liberates us from the 8 fears of ignorance, hatred, attachment, pride, jealousy, wrong view, doubt, and miserliness. And Tura liberates us from diseases, both physical and mental. Recite one full round of Tara mantras. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. 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 Tare tutare tursoa, tare tutare tursoa, tare tutare tursoa. Having purified ourselves and removed obstacles that may hinder the progress of our practices, may hinder the progress of recovery for those who are sick, and all the obstacles may hinder fortunate rebirth and overcoming suffering in other forms. Having all removed them, may we now call upon the guardians to join us. And we will be reciting Raja Amma Mantra, for which we invite Rajapani, Dr. Rajapani. We also recite the mantra of Black Manjushri. Despite their ferocious and wrathful appearances, may we embrace all those beings with the love and respect they deserve, having taken it upon themselves to make sure that we stay on the straight and narrow, so that we do not engage in action which are harmful to others and ourselves, but also step into the path to make sure that we are being protected from outside influences through the action of body, speech, and mind by other beings. Maybe embrace them as well valued family. And maybe recite these mantras, this great admiration for them. Visualize a dark blue Vajrapani in the space in front of us with his feet stretched out. He holds a Vajra in his right hand and his necklace with the left. His body is ablaze with transcendental wisdom fire, and from his body are admitted fire Garudas, iron scorpions, like pigs, wind, fire, and noxious vapors of poisonous gases which, like violent winds and hailstorms, destroy all disease, epidemics, spirit harms, and interferers. And although it raises the point of interferers, His Holiness the Dalai Lama reminds us that we do not seek to destroy the being, we seek to destroy the root seeds which engage the being in actions which are harmful to itself and others. And as we wish for our beings to be liberated and be enlightened, we need them to engage in wholesome actions. Hence, we seek to destroy only the seed that gives rise to those negative actions, so that the positive actions may grow for the benefit of those beings and others. To recite the Vajrayana mantra, visualize how you put on a protective suit and armor. If you're thinking about doing battle with a pandemic or sources of suffering, likewise, you could think about it as a surgical gown within the pandemic, protecting yourself from outside contamination, but likewise making sure that any impurities that we may still hold may not be passed on to others we're dealing with. We recite 7 times. Vajaped Padmaswari Pe Nipashenagan Taita Savaraita Hana Hana Vajana Raksha Raksha So Vajaped Padmaswari Pe Nipashenagan Taita Savarita Hana Hana Vajana Raksha Raksha So Vajaped Padmaswari Pe Nipashenagan Taita Savarita Hana Hana Vajana Raksha Raksha So Vajaped Padmaswari Pe Nipashenagan Taita Savarita Hana Hana Vajana Raksha So Vajaped Padmaswari Pe Nipashenagan Taita Savarita Hana Hana Vajana Raksha Raksha So Vajaped Padmaswari Pe Nipashenagan Taita Savarita Hana Hana Vajana Raksha Raksha So Vajaped Padmaswari Pe Nipashenagan Taita Savarita Hana Hana Vajana Raksha Raksha So. Invite Black Manjushri. Visualize Black Manjushri in the space in front of us. With a restful face, 3 eyes, 2 hands, and he holds a scripture in his left and a sword in the right. He's adorned with precious bone ornaments and stands in the midst of a massive fire. And flames of clear light emanate from his heart, pervading inside and outside of our own bodies and the bodies of all other sentient beings, purifying all negative karmas, obstruction, sickness, spirits, dangers, and burning away all black magic, curses, and so forth. Again, may we recite this mantra 7 times. Om Ta Chu Chu Su Du Tu Su Du Mi Su Ningu La Chu Kala Jakam Shantam Pepe Su Om Tam Chu Chu Su Du Tu Su Du Mi Su Ningu La Chu Kala Jakam Shantam Pepe Su Chu Chu Su Du Tu Su Du Mi Su Ningu La Chu Kala Jakam Shantam Pepe Su Om Tam Chu Chu Su Du Tu Su Du Mi Su Ningu La Chu Kala Jakam Shantam Pepe Su Chu chu su du tu su du mi su ningu la chu ka la ja kam sham tam pe pe su tam chu chu su du tu su du mi su ningu la chu ka la ja kam sham tam pe pe su tam chu chu su du tu su du mi su ningu la chu ka la ja kam sham tam pe pe su. Having now fully prepared ourselves and having called on Great Mother Tara and the protectors, having taken refuge in the three jewels, having acknowledged the effects of karma, we can really fully engage with this prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. As it says in the last verse, by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, the power of the Dakis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So everything that we've just done comes together within that prayer, addressing various aspects of our lives, the way we interact with our world. And again, we will be reciting for the benefit of all beings. As we said, we do not wish to destroy the beings themselves, the interferers, the spirits. When we come to the verse, it says, may all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers and 360 evil spirits. Or even when you talk about Yama, think about that these have also a function to perform and are deserving of our love and compassion. May they all be liberated. May they all be enlightened. May they all be free from suffering. And we have, let's have a quick look, we got, so we can do 6 recitations of the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. We recite once for each of the realms, the 3 lower realms, the hell realm, the hungry ghosts, the curving spirits, and the animal realm. Those 3 realms are the hardest to escape from because of the nature of suffering. We want to be at least reborn in the higher realms, but even there suffering exists. And in the God realm, there's too much bliss to think about suffering. It would be too comfortable. Demigods are too busy trying to catch up with the gods. So there's the human realm. A sufficient balance of suffering exists so that we can take actions to escape samsara. But ideally, we don't want to be reborn in any of those realms. We just want to be progressive in our actions, productive in our actions of body, speech, and mind, purifying ourselves, achieve enlightenment for the benefit of all mother sentient beings. May all the diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, spirits, humans, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, Separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of whose names death are beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings now due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sad the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, beards, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. What me? May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names death are beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm sadly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings now due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, beards, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names death are beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, beards, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names death are beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, beards, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names death are beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One last time. Really from the bottom of your heart. May all the disease, those who are sick be restored to good health. May those who have passed into the body about to pass into the body be reborn under whatever conditions. And may those who suffer hardships be given whatever resources are necessary to overcome that suffering. May all the disease outside the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May the son of whose name stands for beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. The main part of the prayer concluded. So, dedications. Now dedicate to the long life and well-being of all mother sentient beings. May they be free from suffering and its causes. May they achieve enlightenment in this and our future lifetimes. And may we be the cause for them to achieve all this. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our brothers and sisters of the Sangha, not just our own tradition, but all traditions around the world, keeping the flame of the Dharma alive and preserving the teachings and also the traditions by engaging in studies, giving teachings, and carrying out translation work. May all our brothers and sisters live long and healthy lives, never be separated from the Dharma and virtuous friend, and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we always enjoy the company in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all the wonderful lay community, and through the kind actions of offering their time, expertise, and financial support to ensure that Dharma centers, monasteries, and charitable projects can flourish. May they live long and healthy lives, never be separated from the community of Sangha and virtuous friends, never be separated from the Dharma. May they be enlightened as swiftly as possible. And may we enjoy the company in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our Gurus who, if they haven't done so already, may achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we continue to be guided by their great kindness and compassion in this and all future lifetimes. May all our actions repay them for the wonderful kindness they've shown us. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, a great beacon of love and compassion in these turbulent times. May all his holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May we see him one day be reunited with his people in Tibet. May he always be born in a form that allows us to engage with his teachings and receive his teachings. May his great love and compassion shine for many, many lifetimes and guide us wherever we are and in whatever form we are. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, another great beacon of compassion for all other sentient beings, and who through his wisdom and foresight has tasked us with doing these prayerathons on a weekly basis. Not just that we ourselves engage in practices more deeply to benefit mother sentient beings, but also by doing so has brought us as a community of ordained Sangha closer together around the world, building bridges in this lifetime, which hopefully continue to carry on for many, many lifetimes. And having created a level of harmony and warmth and welcoming, we have been able to engage with so many of you who follow us on Zoom and YouTube, either live in Gompos or later on as a recording in the comfort of your own homes. May we continue to have these connections in this and all future lifetimes. May Rinpoche live a long and healthy life, and may we continue to be guided by his wisdom in this and all future lifetimes. Due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Long life prayers for His Holiness and Lama Zopa. Gangri Rawe Kuwe Jingan, the Pendan Deva Malu Jungwen, Chenrezig Tenzing Gyatso, Yi Shape Site Badu Tengyu Hochi. Tu Shang Jing Yang Gen Yewe Tenzing Kyun Pewe Kun Zu Du Pu tu chok son ke we lek mun tu du pa da chok tu je gen du sha ten sho. Thank you very much, everyone who joined me in the session. Thank you very much for your continued support for the past 16 months. And may you all have a wonderful, safe, and healthy day. May all your families and friends be well and be free from all sorts of suffering. I look forward to seeing you again throughout the day if you're joining us for other sessions. So thank you very much for supporting all the wonderful Sangha. Thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute for hosting us so diligently for the past 16 months, and never afraid to make sure, that technical problems where they exist are overcome. But I have to say, I don't think we had many, at least none that I can recall. There used to be more on the other sides from our end as leads. Thank you very much to all the wonderful people in the background who enable all of us to be here with you on during these sessions. And yes, also the wonderful Sangha for giving their time so freely to ensure that we have adequate cover throughout the 24-hour period to help fulfill Rinpoche's wishes and be of benefit to all Mother Singing beings. And, waiting in the wings is my dear brother, Venerable Tender. Good morning, Venerable Tender. How are you? Dear Tender is on retreat.
Good morning.
Good morning. Now we have to give Venerable a big pat on the back. Morning he's a night owl, but he's not overly keen really on early mornings, are you?
Yeah, but this is for me is morning. You did night shifts. That's even more admirable.
Well, but then I'm a nut.
No, that's fantastic. I saw that you take again many shifts in your night shift. Anyway, in a few minutes, there's some pancakes waiting because there's our director of Nalanda. He has his birthday today. So
it's fattening me up. Here you go.
Anyway, hope also you have some sleep because it's the last day for you at Nalanda. So
that's true. Yeah, I got a few things to do. So
yes,
I mean that's why it actually turned out quite nicely the way the shift runs. So I have quite a bit of the day free now.
Oh, okay, good.
To catch up on all the other things that I need to do before
anyway,
my
very
flight.
Nice. Very nice.
I'm sure I see you.
See you later today.
Pancake.
Yes.
All right. See you later.
See you at the pancakes.
Bye-bye.
See you. Ciao, ciao. Good morning, good afternoon, good night, good evening, wherever you are. Very welcome to this prayerathon. Yeah, we do this prayer, do these prayers, especially at the request of Lama Zopa Rinpoche for the pandemic, because especially also here in Europe and North America, the numbers are increasing again. And yesterday, I read the shocking news that there's even a new variant discovered in South Africa. So it doesn't look like the pandemic is quickly ended. So yeah, all these things, according to Buddhism, come into existence due to causes and conditions. So also the pandemic has its own causes and conditions that it exists. And with these prayers, we try to diminish the suffering which comes as a result of this pandemic. So, and especially do it for those who are at this moment sick in all the hospitals or at home in all the countries around the world. Then for those who have lost their lives the past weeks, might be in the bardo, in a in-between state before they move on to the next rebirth. And for all those who suffer economically from this pandemic, because of course especially in some countries like in Asia, it's disastrous, the consequences economically and also socially. Many people lose their father, their mother, have to take care for their sick family members or friends. And emotionally, like also many people cannot do whatever they like, cannot go out, have to stay at home, cannot do sports. So sometimes it's very difficult for many people around this world, the consequences of this pandemic. So we do the prayers. If you're on YouTube, you can find the text below the screen. There's a text in different languages. And then also later. So the practice continues mainly from setting a motivation and then visualizing. So we also start with the meditation, and there's many Om Mani Padme Hum mantras to do. So I will use this prayer wheel, which also contains many mantras, and turning this prayer wheel spreads many mantras into the universe and prayers. Then there's the actual prayer from Thangtong Gyalpo, which according to the teachers is very powerful. It has been proven very powerful. And then the dedications. So if you start with short meditation on loving kindness. So if we think of all the kindness that people have shown us in this life, and it includes many things we are hardly aware of, like that we have a roof above our head. We don't know who made this, the workers often. Then we have clothes, we don't know who made them. It can be people in complete other countries. That we can buy food in the supermarket. Thousands and thousands of people have been involved. From farmers, animals, transporters, and so forth, cooks. So we try to remember the kindness of all sentient beings, and the kindness of our former teachers, all the people in the past who have contributed to our skills, to our sense of being a worthwhile person. And then even in our formalized, that the fact that we have in this life, human rebirth, at its own causes and conditions. So we formalize, we had fathers, mothers. Of course, we don't recognize them. We're an ordinary being. So think of all the kindness of all sentient beings all over the world. But also at this moment, so many people work for peace in the countries. So many politicians, journalists try to work with the motivation. May I do a good job? Of people working for the police and so on. The fact that we live in relative peaceful countries is so much due to the kindness of others. That we could do prayers. So we try to have this feeling of equanimity toward all sentient beings. And the ones at this moment who are close to us, our parents, our brothers, sisters, partners, children, to those we have not so much attachment at this moment, but also we have a kind of neutral attitude. But we also try to have this feeling for this loving kindness feeling for those who create obstacles in our life. Maybe we see them as enemies, with the sense of the wrong parties, those who kill others, those who have hurt us, maybe stolen from us, caused accidents, done crime. Have hurt our feelings. Those people. So we can visualize all these sentient beings around us. This last category in front of us, the people who have created obstacles, we see quickly as enemy. We think of them, we have immediately a negative feeling. Behind us are friends, those in general who support us in our goals, give us a good feeling. In general, in all the sentient beings from all the universe, in general, the males on our right side, females on our left side. Not only we will try to have this feeling towards them, like, oh, may they be happy, may they be free of COVID, may they be free of all the other types of suffering which we potentially can experience. So many potential problems we can experience. So this way we include all sentient beings in all their, with all their problems. We try to develop this feeling of may they be free of all their problems, all their loneliness, all their feelings of being hurt, their hunger, thirst, lack of protection, danger. We visualize all sentient beings, also all animals in human forms, all realm beings, heaven realm beings, outer state beings. We make a deep wish, may they find what they are looking for. Then we can even add to our love and compassion by thinking, may I contribute to their happiness. Temporary happiness is the future, now and in the future. And also, may I bring them to enlightenment, this state where they will never experience suffering again. May I be able to lead all sentient beings to enlightenment in the future by developing more my love and compassion, patience, generosity, concentration, wisdom. So my love and wisdom increase so that I can bring even more effectively other sentient beings. I can give them temporary and ultimate happiness. Become a Buddha to benefit. So we have this very strong wish. One of my teachers said that if this strong wish would manifest in material form, our planet would not be big enough to carry it, the consequences of such a strong, deep wish. So with all these sentient beings around us, we visualize the Buddha in front of us, the historic Buddha, Shakyamuni. He can manifest in different forms. And usually, but in this practice we do Avalokiteshvara or Chenrezig, Buddha of compassion. Visualize him in with 4 arms or 1,000 arms. We can strongly think that Guru Chenrezig is one with our spiritual teacher. For example, His Holiness the Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, Kandrula, Tripa, or whatever Rinpoche or teacher you have as Guru. It's one you can see as one is Buddha Shakyamuni, one with Chenrezig, who is for you the holy being who brings you to enlightenment. If you have no teacher, you can always safely rely on His Holiness the Dalai Lama, who is broadly seen as Chenrezig himself on this planet. If you analyze all his acts, like supporting all Tibetans, all the traditions, playing always a role by promoting not too much sectarism, where we can have respect for our tradition. He always plays a role between religions. So promotes inter-religious dialogue with friends all over the planet from all spiritual traditions. He plays a role in promoting within Buddhism interest for science, tries to play a role for scientists to meet Buddhism and have this dialogue. So that His Holiness teaches this excellent scholar when he gives public talks in the past here in Europe, for example, or in America, Australia. It's like this top professor on the university who can teach at the same time preschool children, children on the basic school, high school, beginners on the university, students, those who do postdoc studies. We can inspire them all. We can switch the whole time this level of teaching. Such an example of bringing people to enlightenment, not only as scholar, also with his warm heart, making people happy with his giggles, making jokes. It's time to make a joke. Making people happy, showing always the good heart, the results of practicing Dharma. For such a person, this really shows that he is beyond all disturbing emotions himself and has so much knowledge, is so wise, has collected so much wisdom. It's really a safe refuge for us. So we are in the midst of all sentient beings. And in front of us is Guru Chenrezig. We offer him a throne. This way, mentally, we offer him a throne. We create good karma with that. Being generous, honoring our teacher, making remember that this Dharma is so special. Those who teach it are also very special, because these teachings bring ourselves to eternal happiness. So it's the best medicine which is on the planet. Guru Chenrezig has in his heart sun and moon cushion. And that is the mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, the mantra of the Buddha of compassion. This moon disk, this mantra circles clockwise. While it circles, it's Om Mani Padme Hum. Sends out rays of light to the whole universe, reaching all world systems and all sentient beings around us. All sentient beings are touched by it. We can visualize that being touched by these rays of light from the Mani Padme Hum, or this nectar that it touches all sentient beings and purifies them of their negative causes and conditions, which leads to suffering. So we have this big heart to make this prayer on behalf of all these sentient beings around us. Please help us to release the suffering we experience, the manifest suffering, suffering of change, all pervasive suffering, which you potentially still have to experience. So make this wish on behalf of all sentient beings. Guru Chenrezig, help us, bless us, give us instructions in the future when it's our time to be open to it. Give us strength to have ethical behavior, to control our negative emotions. Help us to subdue our own minds. I can strongly visualize that in this Om Mani Padme Hum, the most beautiful, powerful, all-pervasive light reaches the minds of all sentient beings. Sentient beings. This light touches them and purifies the negative karma. So then we can start with doing the prayer. You can find below the screen on YouTube. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and akinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and akinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and akinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. Do it a few times more. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and akinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. So visualize, or try to visualize that all these sentient beings have this prayer, like a very big choir, the most beautiful choir you can imagine. We make this request to the holy beings to help us. All these gurus, idams, and akinis, may they help all our dear brothers, sisters in the whole universe. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and akinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and akinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and akinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds. Start this mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum. So we do a few times together, and then also play Lama Zopa Rinpoche's Om Mani Padme Hum on the background while we do as many Om Mani Padme Hums on behalf of all sentient beings as possible. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So we then go to the third part of the practice. After taking refuge, setting the visualization stage and the mantra Mani Padme Hum, go to the actual prayer. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of ground spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. And whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance of power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. We do this prayer a few times more. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of ground spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases, and do it this time like this. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma temporary conditions, such as the harms of ground spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, and 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. We'll go to the dedications. Great merit. It's important to dedicate it well, like you can earn a lot of money, but it's also about how we invest it, where we use it for. And because karma is also contaminated product, so we seal it with bodhicitta and emptiness. It's will be really more difficult to destroy it in the future by anger or by other disturbing emotions, negative deeds. So in the first place, of course, we want to actualize bodhicitta. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise, and may that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. You can find the prayers below the screen, the link to the prayers. The Lama Zopa Rinpoche elaborates this prayer as follows. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, may bodhicitta be generated in the hearts of all the sentient beings of the 6 realms, and especially in the hearts of everybody in this world, including all the students, benefactors, and volunteers in the FPMT organization. May be generated in the hearts of all those who rely upon me, all those for whom I have promised to pray, and all those whose name have been given to me. May it be generated in my heart and in the hearts of all my family members, those who are living and those who have died. May the bodhicitta that has already been generated increase. For a long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Do first in English and then in Tibetan. Incomparably kind, the Supreme Thangtong Gyalpo, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in the world. May you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Jik tan kam dir ban de ma lu gang le jung lim sa pe yin chi no Kadrin zum me tan sing ya zum cho kun se tan jing do ze lun drum cho. His Holiness wishes to be spontaneously fulfilled. Savior of the land of snows, teachings, and transmigratory beings who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion to the lotus holder, Thangtong Gyalpo, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Ganchen Tendregen Jagna Pevotan Zingatum La Sovadem Sum Teden Drum So. And for a long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche. You uphold the subduals, move away, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, spreading on unites victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples. Please, please live long. Jogsum kurvelek bantudrum dadang so du jigan du shaptan. So and seal the merits with emptiness. Due to this virtue, may quickly become a Guru Buddha and lead all transmigratory beings without exception to that state. Lama Zopa just makes it almost more extensive and more perfect. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero man who knows reality and just like Samantabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication prayers as the best by the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. And may that precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise, may that arisen not decline but increase more and more. And to realize emptiness, may the precious fuel of emptiness not yet born arise, may that arisen not decline but increase more and more. samsara nirvana, like even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect independent arising are unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. To realize the two stages of Tantra, may the precious realization of the two stages not yet born arise, and may that arisen not decline but increase more and more. Comparably kind, the supreme Thangtong Gyalpo, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. May you have a long life, and may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Savior of the land of snow's teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path and unifies emptiness and compassion, to the lotus of all the Thangtong Gyalpo I beseech. May all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. By the force of the victorious one, so Kyabje, acting as my direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all my lives, may I never turn away for even a second from the pure path, highly admired by the victorious ones. May I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of the victorious one, Lord Sandrakpa, who lived an eminent life endowed with pure morality, a brave heart in doing the Bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and the yoga of the two stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom of non-dual bliss and voidness. Lord Guru, whatever your holy body, retinue, lifespan area on, whatever your supreme and beneficial holy name, may I and others become exactly like that. For peace and happiness to prevail in the world. By the force of the praises and requests made to you, may all diseases, evil spirits, poverty, and quarrels be calmed, and may the Dharma good fortune increase in the regions in which I and others dwell. I'm so trying to make this again more perfect due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings. May all wars, famines, diseases, global problems, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be stopped immediately. May perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts by their generating love and kindness, compassion, and bodhicitta. May the Bodhidharma, from where sentient beings receive peace and happiness, last a long time, is spread in all directions. May all sentient beings meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Then to be able to please the virtuous friend, just as the always crying one followed Chopak without being distracted by my body, life, and enjoyments. May I please my holy Guru well, and never to please them for even 1 second. And for all the sick in this world, so for all those also who suffer from COVID, all over this planet, in hospitals, all the countries of the world, but also people who have cancer, who have other diseases, who suffer physically, sometimes also mentally, serious depressions. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again. There's quotes from Nagarjuna's jewel garlands. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines and wood in the forest may always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. To hold sentient beings as precious, may I hold sentient beings as dear as my life. May sentient beings hold me most dear. May all the negative karma ripen on me, and may all my virtue ripen on them. And to abide in samsara for sentient beings. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. To be able to cherish all sentient beings, determined to obtain the greatest possible benefit from all sentient beings who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling jewel, I hold them most dear at all times. To be able to fulfill others' wishes and hopes, may I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. Like a wish-fulfilling jewel and a wish-granting tree, may I fulfill the hopes of sentient beings without need for effort and exertion. May all be auspicious for me to accomplish their wishes. Any sentient beings who see me, hear me, etc., to be free from suffering and experience happiness forever. by merely seeing, hearing, thinking about, or remembering me, as well as by touching me or talking to me, may all suffering instantly be pacified, and may there be happiness forever. Do not give rise heresy towards our gurus. May I not give rise to heresy for even a second in regard to the actions of the glorious Guru. May I see whatever actions are done as disdain as actions of the Buddha. With this devotion, may I receive the Guru's blessings in my heart. Again, Secretary uses variegation on sealing the merit. Due to this virtue, may I quickly become a Guru Buddha and lead all transmigrated beings without exception to that state. Due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side, to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manusri, who knows reality as it is, and just like Samatavatra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. For the Dharma King Tsukkapa's way of Dharma to flourish, may all signs of obstacles be pacified and all conducive conditions be complete. Due to the 2 types of merit of the 3 times of myself and others, may the teachings of the victorious one, those in Drakpa, shine resplendent forever. So we can add also our personal prayers. We do this prayer for all the beings, particularly then for those who suffer from COVID all over the planet, those who have been hit in their environment and face serious consequences, suffer economically, socially, emotionally, or health-wise, and those in the bardo who have lost their lives, may they find pure Buddha field where they can continue developing their mind and maybe have a good rebirth on this planet, continue their spiritual path to enlightenment. So for everyone in the bardo to have quick rebirth. For all Sangha members, especially those who are ordained, but also all other practitioners, may they have success in their Dharma practice. May they be able to develop their mind, subdue their mind, collect all the merit, then diminish all their negative patterns and the causes of negative patterns. May get completely purified as quick as possible, and may they have success in their Dharma practices. All those practitioners all over the world, whatever traditions, may they have success in becoming a Buddha themselves. So, and for everyone who has asked us to do prayers for them, ask the Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, or any other Sangha member to do prayers for them. So for their lost family members or friends, for people who are sick, who suffer. So all those find what they are looking for, and may their suffering diminish. May they find temporary and ultimate happiness. And of course, also everyone can do dedication to their father, mother of this life, particularly. This moment we can do this practice due to their kindness. We have this body from them. So they're one of the important conditions that we can do all these practices. And often we got that education from them. We face so much kindness from them. So for everyone who is supporting Dharma all over the planet, all the directors, SPCs, and also everyone who works for peace in this country and all countries all over the world, everyone who brings love and kindness into practice, all the politicians, people who work for governments, police, everyone who tries to work with a good heart, tries to make prayers to benefit others, maybe have success in serving other sentient beings. So now I see it's 7:30 here in local time. So thank you so much for being with us in this prayer with me. Hello, Sang.
Hello, Venerable.
Hello, good morning. You're in Switzerland?
Yes.
Good.
Yes, near Gendun Drupa, you know, it's like Jean Paul's place.
Yes. They have in the meantime an own center, or is it most private houses where you come together?
No. I am where it was like a private house. I am here now. That's the studio where it was before. And but they have they rent a place in Martigny. Which is very suitable, but the problem is nobody is coming at the moment because everybody is everybody got used to do things on Zoom, and now with the new, with the new variant now coming up again, and numbers are rising. So the area, the government has just decided not to meet more than 10 people, and everybody needs a certificate.
Yes.
Private meetings. So we'll see. We had planned to do, we still do Tara night tonight. So we try to do that every 2 months.
Wow.
So, we'll be, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 people, but we also do it on Zoom. So
it's difficult to stay community or have a sense of community while we cannot see each other so much in groups and just not be spontaneous. So it's very limited, But I rejoice that you as group continue, and that there's still some practice possible. So I wish you personally, I wish you
thank you very much.
As group has got a lot of success. So
thank you, Tendala.
Okay, see you next time. All the best. Ciao,
bye.
ciao.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Okay, so good morning. As you can see, my name is Losang, and what we will do the practice by taking refuge. Then, because we're doing Chenrezig practice, then before we recite the mantra, we do a small Chenrezig prayer, like asking for protection, which I think these days is really, really needed. Because now again more confusion and more insecurity with this new variant coming up, and more violence, maybe people against the vaccine, people for the vaccine, because what people also say is because of all these vaccines we have all the variants. So it's really complicated, it's really difficult. And then generating renunciation to get out of samsara actually at the moment is not so difficult that we can see, even if you are in a Western country with all the facilities, still this small little virus is creating so much havoc. So that's why we're doing this practice, and this is why we continue to do this practice. So thank you very much, Chenrezig Institute, that every Saturday you give us the possibility to do that. And, also thank you all the people who participate in it, because this is about all we can do. Unless you're a doctor or a scientist or something like that, so we can at least pray and dedicate so that this very difficult situation will finally come to an end. Okay, so we start by taking refuge. And again, refuge is really good that you have, that it comes from your heart, what you are saying, especially in situations like this. We do have a method. We do have ways and means not to be so desperate, because many people now, Christmas is coming up, so older people, they're afraid, they can't see the family, they can't see their grandchildren, and they just, it's really, really difficult for them, because then we're not used, we're so spoiled, we are not used to have such problems, and it's already the second year. So when you, but now we think about ourselves to really understand, well, that's what the Buddha is talking about. One of these 6 sufferings in samsara is uncertainty. It's normal, it's almost natural, but we think it is not. It's not normal as long as we have wrong views of believing in inherent existence, then we start to make things I like, I don't like, and then it's like, you know, we act with attachment or with aversion, and that's it. And then we run into situations like this, and it's getting more and more, because more and more there's division for I like, I don't like, and it looks as if at the moment so many beings, instead of being for something that would be really good, they're just against something with a lot of aggression and with a lot of anger. So we're doing the practice for all this, for the world's mental pollution also to calm down, not just not just the physical suffering, but especially the mental suffering. And when you can already visualize Chenrezig, either 1,000-armed or 4-armed in the space in front of you, and you unify this Chenrezig with your guru. So we can see when we just visualize Chenrezig, then maybe not so much happening in the heart, but when we visualize the living guru in his form or her form, then immediately the heart opens, there's gratitude, there's joy, there's respect, there's devotion. And then everything becomes more easy. And then the whole thing of the Buddhist path makes so much sense. That as long as we are under the control of our unhelpful emotions and the wrong views of intrinsic, inherent, autonomous I or me operating here, as long as we stand under the control of this, whether we want or not, there will be unsatisfactory situations again and again and again and again. So, but we have ways and means to get out of it. We have antidotes for these unhelpful emotions. We have the wisdom to see reality as it is. Where does it come from? From the Guru. Of course it comes all the way down from the Buddha. But without a living being, teaching us, guiding us, inspiring us so that we do these things, I don't think we would be sitting here and doing this practice. So we think about your guru in his or her human form, but then you let it absorb into Chenrezig, or if you prefer for the refuge to visualize Shakyamuni is fine. Whatever inspires you, whatever makes you open, spacious, calm down, that's good. And then the connection, and then the trust in these methods, the trust especially in our own ability to reach full awakening, to get out of samsara, to eliminate suffering and the causes of suffering. And then as Tendar was saying in his dedication so nicely, all the beings that make it possible for us to survive, to have a more or less happy life, still samsaric, but still there's a lot of joys and comfort and connection and all this. So we think about all these people, not just in this life, but all in the millions and trillions of previous lives. We've had contact with everybody, and everybody has been a mother, or a father, or a friend, or a brother, or a sister. But then we have this body from this life, and it comes from our parents. So you can think, again, with a lot of gratitude, thanks to my parents who gave me an education, who made it possible for me to practice now because I have this body. I can do this practice. So then you put your mom at your left side, your dad at your right side. If there have been difficulties, if it's too difficult, then just leave it. It's okay, don't push, no point. But we can train the mind to just think about the good things that we have thanks to our parents. And then the whole relationship also changes, even if they don't change. All of them, they try to be good parents, but sometimes they don't succeed. And it also depends on us a lot, if we allow them to be good parents. Sometimes we don't. So then the people you dislike, and this is such a nice method to be able to become much softer towards these people that we have aversion to, that we feel aggression to, or that are aggressive to us. We put in the space in front. So we don't have to avoid them anymore. We don't have to be afraid of them anymore. There's no more, fear to meet them, because now voluntarily we put them in the space in front. You really think of them. Don't just make this kind of an intellectual thing, people you don't like you put in front. Who is it? Think about these people. Open your heart. Understand we have a connection with them. It's not just their fault. I also play a part in this. So we can, ask Chenrezig, the Guru, Chenrezig, please, may I melt that aggression towards that person, or the fear that I have from this person? May it melt in my heart so I can be open, spacious, welcoming, and maybe even trying to help that person to let go from their strange views and strange behavior. Then people we feel comfortable with, people feel comfortable with us, you put behind, and around us all other mother sentient beings. When we think all, this is bodhicitta, so it's very easy, we don't have to choose, everybody is there. Try to make your mind really wide, really open, by thinking it's for all these people I'm doing this. Of course, short term, for all the people who suffer, especially because of the COVID, and by now there's nobody on this planet who has not been affected directly or indirectly because of the situation. I think all mother sentient beings, not one excluded. And because I have Buddha potential, because I have this Tathagata Garbha, the Buddha seed, by doing these practices, by thinking about emptiness, by thinking that, whatever I see is just a projection of my mind, then the Dharmakaya, this wonderful Buddha potential, will come to the surface. I'll be able to live my values spontaneously, uninterruptedly and effortlessly, and then guide all these mother sentient beings to the state of full awakening. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And then we ask Chenrezig for protection, especially protection from our own crazy mind, who totally exaggerates what is really there. It's been translated by Lama Zopa Rinpoche, when he says, if you keep compassion Buddha, who is enriched with supreme power in your mind, you will be protected from all dangers, especially the dangers of creating more negative karma to have more suffering in the future. So first request Chenrezig for the following things to happen to you, but then we think that we cause them to happen to all other sentient beings. This is an extremely effective and easy way to generate bodhicitta and the good heart cherishing others. Namo Guru Lokeshvaraya. Please look at me with compassion, universal being enriched with power. Please be my guide and save me, perfect, pure treasure of compassion. I request you, Supreme Arya Compassionate Eye-Looking One, Please be my captain, liberating me from the great ocean of beginningless samsara, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am obscured by the darkness of ignorance, please be my illuminating light, compassionate eye-looking one. When I have a blazing fire of anger toward my enemies, please be the waterfall that extinguishes it, compassionate eye-looking one. When I have violent waves of attachment towards my friends, please help me realize the ultimate nature, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am bound to my possessions by the knot of miserliness, please be my manager of giving, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am intoxicated by the 5 poisonous delusions, please be my king of medicine, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am disturbed and frightened at the time of death, please show me your face and introduce self-nature, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am surrounded by the karmic messengers of Yama, please be my refuge and guide, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am traveling the unknown, dangerous path of the intermediate state, please be my close relative, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am wandering, seeking an uncertain birthplace, please take me to your pure land, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am experiencing the suffering of karma in the womb, please cover me with a tent of light, compassionate eye-looking one. When I have taken the body of an unknown baby, please be my supreme virtuous friend, compassionate eye-looking one. When I always visualize you on my crown, make offerings and praise you, please be my root guru, compassionate eye-looking one. When I visualize you on my heart lotus, make offerings and praise you, please be my mind seal deity and the host of deities, compassionate eye-looking one. When I experience the obstacles of bad outer and inner conditions, please be my Dharma protector and pacify them, compassionate eye-looking one. When my mind is tormented by hunger, thirst, and poverty, please grant whatever attainments I wish, compassionate eye-looking one. When I make requests with the continual sound of the 6 syllables, please always look at me with compassion, compassionate eye-looking one. So Chenrezig in the space in front of you. If you have initiation, he will now come to your crown, melt into light, absorb into you. If you don't have initiation, then just keep him in the state in front of you, but also always remember it's your guru. So your guru is Chenrezig manifesting in a human form so that we can be inspired, so that we can be guided directly. But, you know, if you have initiation, because that's the purpose of the guru guiding us so that we attain that state. So it melts into light, is on the crown of our head, melts into light through our central channel, kind of absorbs into our heart chakra, and then we can just think about 5 contaminated aggregates, just projection. It is just labeled, but it appears as real, but is not true. So we dissolve them, or you can just think body and this deluded mind dissolves. When we think about the deluded mind, the 80 conceptions dissolve all down to the clear light, this beautiful potential that we have, where love, compassion, wisdom is naturally there, but it's covered. So then you think about just spaciousness, nothing appearing, all projections disappeared. And then we fill that spaciousness with compassion, because we want to manifest in order to guide beings to the state of full awakening, in order to pacify, as it says, outer and inner hindrances, in order to make them understand it's because of our actions, because of our wrong views, that suffering kind of arises. So then out of the clear light, you visualize yourself in the form of Chenrezig, either 1,000-armed or 4-armed, whatever feels more comfortable. And then you have this conviction, now I am Chenrezig, I'm going to send out light rays, pacify outer and inner hindrances in order to attain the state of full awakening of all mother sentient beings. So again, of course, we think about first the people who directly suffer from the COVID, so the people who are sick, but also the people looking after them in the health system. And then the people in the labs who now, I'm sure, work like mad in order to find another vaccine for this other virus now. And for all this insecurity at the moment again. So we send out the light, it touches each and every sentient being, which then immediately turns into the form of Chenrezig, pacifies all outer and inner hindrances in order to have lasting, pure, true bliss and happiness. No mani padme hum, Om 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 mani padme hum. Then you think with the confidence of being Thangtong Gyalpo, who knows that reciting this prayer is making a lot of difference. In this pandemic, we recite this prayer, sorry. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. And then we can recite these two mantras, maybe each one 3 times, which gives us, in addition to maybe the vaccine, if you have the vaccine, the spiritual protection also, so that we are confident that whatever happens is due to our own karma. And instead of being kind of frightened, we think like, yeah, this is why I want to get out of samsara. And then you can, after reciting the mantra, you put your hand under your chin, you blow into it, and then you breathe it in. This has been given out by Lama Zopa Rinpoche at the beginning of this pandemic, almost now, I don't know, 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, long time ago. Om Padma Shavari Pe Nam Par Shig Naganan Tayata Sarvavirita Hana Hana Vajrena Raksha Raksha Soha. Om Padma Shavari Pe Nam Par Shig Naganan Tayata Sarvavirita Hana Hana Vajrena Raksha Raksha Soha. Om Padma Shavari Pe Nam Par Shig Naganan Tayata Sarvavirita Hana Hana Vajrena Raksha Raksha Soha. Then Black Manjushi. Om trase, chuse, turtase, turmise, ningo, lache, kala, cha, kamsham, trampe, peso, ha. Om trase, chuse, turtase, turmise, ningo, lache, kala, cha, kamsham, trampe, peso, ha. Om trase, chuse, turtase, turmise, ningo, lache, kala, cha, kamsham, trampe, peso, ha. And then you feel protected, especially protected from kind of reacting, in a non-beneficial way in the very difficult situation again at the moment. Then the dedications. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Due to this virtue, may I quickly become a Guru Buddha, lead all transmigrator beings without exception to that state. Then for His Holiness Dalai Lama, long life. Chiten kam dir pende malupa gale chue sampeli shinor kajin chume tenzing yatsola soa depso tuche lunjusho. Then for his wishes to be spontaneously fulfilled. Of course, one of these wishes, I'm sure, is also for this pandemic to stop, but also for the Tibetans to be able to go back to China, to Tibet, to go back to Tibet, so that it's not China again anymore. Tonyani cheson to shope lam se tse se tse kan chen ten dragon chana pe moten singato la soa depso jeten lunjo. then for Kyabje Zopa Rinpoche and all masters teaching the true path to full awakening, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Majunat's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, you disciples, please, please live long. Then due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, numberless Buddhas, numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sicknesses, pandemics, famine, torture, poverty, economic problems in the world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately, and especially the aggression that is at the moment is really, really present in the world. Then may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everybody's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. And we can make a strong decision not to contribute to the aggression in the world. Then due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Good morning, Venerable Tek Chokla, not existing from your own side. But still being visible and hearable. Oh man, here it's just starting to snow.
Ah, okay, wonderful.
Yeah.
It's not. Is it the first snow of the year?
Well, down here, yes, I think so.
Ah, okay.
We're not so high. We're only about 800 meters, but just below, just below is the mountains. It just goes up like this. So there it has been snowing, but there's almost no snow actually at the moment. So, yeah.
Anila, did you get the text that I sent you?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I did. I said thank you. The scan text.
Yeah.
You didn't get my thank you?
No?
Oh, then I have to send again, but I did. Yeah, I got it. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. So we'll use that in the future because then everybody has the same text. It's perfect.
Okay.
Thank you very, very much.
Okay.
Very, very kind of you.
Okay, now I have to save the world, so we'll say goodbye.
Thank you for saving the world. Please save me as well. Don't forget me.
Yeah, thank you, Anila.
Bye.
Bye. So, hello, Chenrezig Institute. I want to thank the media team. Thank you so much. It's such a wonderful job that you're doing and enabling us to do this practice. I'd like to thank Venerable Damcho, now at Nalanda, but is moving back to the UK in maybe tomorrow in a few days. Thank you very much for doing that administration of these weekly Zoom practices. Thank you very much. Let's take just a moment to think about motivation, why we're doing this practice, who we're including in our thoughts, and what have we been going through in the past 1.5 years. Now we can visualize all sentient beings in human forms that are sitting around us. We can think that ultimately we are leading them all to enlightenment, but temporarily we are wishing them to be free from any disease and the world is rid of the COVID-19 pandemic. And we'll go for refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, the idams, and the kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. Go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. Go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. So the visualization that we will do is a visualization that I found at the Lama Yeshe Wisdom Archive, and I copied it and adapted it a bit, as you will very well see. So let us visualize the 1,000-armed Chenrezig, standing, 11 heads, 1,000 arms. In each hand there is an eye. The hands closest to the body hold implements. His bracelets, anklets, earrings, tiara, silken garments, standing very serene, very wise, and very compassionate. Now we visualize this Chenrezig and the crown under every hell being, hungry ghost, animal, and especially human beings who are suffering now from the COVID-19 pandemic. And suras, asuras, and intermediate being, and yourself. And nectar beams are radiating out from 1,000-armed Chenrezig. And the beams enter into one's body and mind. And not only yourself, but all sentient beings. And these nectar beams are purifying sicknesses. The cause of particular sickness, spirit harm, is negative karma and defilements collected from beginning of free birth up to now. Then completely purified. And we can think of the COVID-19 pandemic. Now in Europe, there's another wave coming. Some places people are in lockdown, people in hospitals, people on respirators, people are suffering mentally, physically, financially, socially. The same visualization of nectar beams that are radiating out from the 1,000-armed Chenrezig that is above the crown of all suffering mother sentient beings and entering the body and mind of all sentient beings, completely purifying from any sickness and spirit harm. As we recite the Om Mani Padme Hum, completely purifying. And request Chenrezig to guide you, me, us, everybody, families, everybody. As Lama Zopa says, it's good to remember to visualize their sufferings as extensive as possible. And that they are constantly being purified as we chant or recite the Chenrezig mantra. Before we chant the mantra, I'd like to do the request prayer from the new name, sadhana. O our compassionate eyed one, who is a treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me, as well as all mothers and fathers and all sick friends to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound peerless awakening mind may grow. With that tear of great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please lead me and my greaters with your hand of compassion to fields of bliss. O our compassionate eyed one, with a treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me, as well as all mothers and fathers and all sick realms to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound peerless awakening mind may grow. With a tear of great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please lead me and my greaters with your hand of compassion to the field of bliss. and would like us to dedicate each Om Mani Padme Hum that we recite to the fulfillment of the holy wishes of our virtuous friends, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, Jado Rinpoche, and others. Through a generation of loving kindness and compassion, may all the wars and killing and famine and diseases like the COVID-19 pandemic and the imbalance of the element in the world stop right now. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. I'd like to recite 7 times the actual prayer. May all the diseases and sadden the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm that God hath spared to innocence of the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease, that is like a buto leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realm of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings as those who have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits of some suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to the disturbances of the 4 elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the ghouls and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases and sadness of the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of God, spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas that occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of whose name is terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the ghouls and the three jewels, by the power of the kidneys, some protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its result, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases and sadness of minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God, spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the ghouls and the three jewels, the power of the kidneys, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of common net results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Just reminding you to keep the visualization of a thousand-armed Chenrezig that is radiating nectar beams, the purifying body and mind. May all the diseases and sadness of the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God, spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas, not occur in the realm of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realm of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of the Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the ghouls and the three jewels, the power of the kidneys, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its result, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases and sadness of mind and sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God, spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas, that occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, The mere sound of whose name terrified beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. The all-embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interference, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and prayer and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the ghouls and the three jewels, by the power of the Guineas, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of common results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases and sadness of mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, so that the harms of God's spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas not occur in the realm of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease. The mere sounds of his name terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and prayer and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the ghouls and the three jewels, by the power of the Guineas, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of common results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. This will be our last recitation. So keep the visualization of Thousand Arm Chenrezig on top of your head. May all the diseases and sadness of minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm that God's spirit and the illnesses of the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of his names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 evil spirits and some suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and prayer and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the ghouls and the three jewels, the power of the Guineas, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of common results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. So now we can let go of the visualization of Thousand Arm Chenrezig. Dissolve it into a sphere of light, like vapor dissolves from window. And I'd like to add to the session some mantras of Green Tawa as suggested by His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the practice that we can do to stop the pandemic. Venerable our great treasure of compassion, grant your blessings to increase all favorable conditions, and please clear away every obstacle, that all migratory beings may swiftly enter the city of eternal joy. Om Tadi Tadi to the Som 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 Om Tadi Tadi to the Som 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 Tadi Tadi to the Tadi Tadi to the Som 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 Tadi Tadi to Tadi to the Som Tadi 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 to the Som Tadi Tadi to the Som Tadi Tadi to the Som Tadi to Tadi to the Som Tadi 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 Tadi to Tadi to the Som Tadi 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 Tadi to Tadi Tadi to the Som 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 Tadi Tadi to the Om Tadi Tadi to the Som Tadi Tadi to the Som Tadi Tadi to the Som Tadi Tadi to the Tadi Tadi to the Som Tadi Tadi to the Som Tadi Tadi to the Som Tadi to the Som Tadi 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 Tadi to the Tadi Tadi to the Som 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 Om Tadi Tadi to the Som 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 Om Tadi Tadi to the Soha. Okay, I would like to start the dedication. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception of transitory being, never occur again. In all my life, never separated from perfect rules, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma, and by completing the qualities and grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. For the Dharma King Tsongkhapa's way of Dharma to flourish, may all signs of obstacles be pacified and all conducive conditions be complete. May I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of victorious One Lord Sangjapa, who lived an eminent life, endowed with pure morality, a brave heart in doing the Bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and the yoga of 2 stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom, unending bliss, and emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future happy merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, where I am completely empty of existing from my own side. Fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri who knows reality, and just like the Mantabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my root to virtue with dedication praise of the best, by the all gone beyond victorious one of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. Due to the 2 types of merits of the 3 times of myself and others, may the teachings of victorious One Lord Sangjapa shine resplendent forever. May I and others, particularly the I and my Sangha, be able to live a life of pure moral conduct like Lama Tsongkhapa himself, train the mind in Bodhicitta, and live in pure view and conduct. In this way, may we be able to complete our lives without corrupting the pure wisdom of the second Buddha's teaching. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not incline, but increase more and more. Samsara nirvana, like even atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect independent arising and betraying. I seek your blessing to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna soul, that these 2 are mutually complementary and not contradictory. The wish granting, this is that long life of his own, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind Supreme Thangtong Gyalpo. May you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Savior of the Snowland teaching and transmitter being, who extensively clarify the path that unifies emptiness and compassion. To the lotus in hand, Lord Thangtong Gyalpo, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be fulfilled. You who, and this is for Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who oppose the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Majunatika's doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciple, please, please, live long. So,
Hi, Venerable Tek Chokla.
hello.
How are you?
Very well. How are you? Good morning, good afternoon. What time do you have in your place?
Well, I'm actually in Mumbai right now with my parents. So it's 1 o'clock and it's really hot.
Where are you?
Mumbai.
Ah, okay, good.
Yes.
Good.
So I'm here for the holidays. So I'll be seeing you from here for the next month. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
How's everything at Nalanda?
Good. Well,
Good. Yeah.
we're preparing for next wave of COVID. Things are not well in Europe.
Yeah, I'm so sorry to hear that. And we are still waiting for a third wave and we are not sure when that's going to hit. But for now, everything is slowly opening up. So we'll see what happens. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's good to do these prayers together.
Yes.
Take care.
Yeah, okay. Be well.
You too.
Thank you.
So welcome everybody to the next session of the prayerathon. My name is Tenzin Palvin and I'm coming to you actually from one of the cities in India, Mumbai. And right now, as I just mentioned, we are still waiting for our third wave and things are actually slowly opening up here. I feel very fortunate to be part of the International Mahayana Sangha, reciting this prayer together to fulfill the wishes of our most holy, precious Guru, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, to put a complete end to this pandemic and all the social and economic ills associated with that. So let's start by simply focusing on our breath. So just count your in-breath and out-breath as one. And with each exhalation, relax as much as you can and let go of any tensions, to-do lists, anxieties or fears that you may have. And if your mind wanders, which it invariably will, simply bring your mind or your awareness back to your breath. So we can use the two faculties of alertness, the spy that notices when your mind wanders, and the mindfulness, which is the rope that holds your mind to the breath. So let's just take a few minutes to count up to 10 and to completely relax and let go with each breath. And now from this quiet space, we will visualize in front of us our Guru in the form of thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara. I hope you can see that, with 11 heads and 1,000 arms, beautifully bedecked with silks and holding various ornaments indicating his various levels of realization. And he's standing on a lotus and a moon cushion, looking at us with great love and compassion. And if you can, visualize surrounding him all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in the 10 direction. And then surrounding us is the Bodhicitta field, our mother and all female sentient beings from the 6 realms on the left-hand side, and our father and all the male sentient beings from the 6 realms on our right-hand side. So we remind ourselves of our motivation, that we are doing this practice not just for ourselves, but for the benefit of all sentient beings. In fact, as you may recall, this prayer that we are going to recite was composed by Thangtong Gyalpo, who was a great Bodhisattva, and actually was Shakyamuni Buddha in one of his previous lifetimes. And it was he who composed this prayer out of his great bodhicitta, because nothing else that they attempted to do worked to end the pandemic. So it's very fortunate for us to be reciting this prayer together in order to put an end to the pandemic and to the suffering of all sentient beings in all the 6 realms. So let's recite the prayer now, take the refuge prayer together. Okay, so let me share that so that you can see it too. Okay. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinas. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinas. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So again, just take a few minutes to bring up that visualization of Guru Avalokiteshvara standing in front of us, surrounded by all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. And even if you can't visualize all the details, feel his presence, his live presence, looking at us with great love and compassion, and looking at each of the sentient beings around us as far as space can be, with great love and compassion. So because he's the Buddha and has completely overcome all his negativities and realized all his potential, has great compassion and skillful needs, we open ourselves up to Guru Avalokiteshvara, and we are going to do a series of visualization where we will look at the causes of what has caused this pandemic that we have individually and collectively created. And we confess this and ask Guru Avalokiteshvara for purification of our body, mind, and speech. So we start by visualizing this beautiful bright white light flowing out from the crown of Guru Avalokiteshvara in front of us into each one of our crowns, completely purifying all the negativities of our body. So all that we engaged in, any form of killing, including killing mosquitoes, which are plentiful at this time in Mumbai, or any form of stealing, taking things out of aversion or attachment or our ignorance, and any form of sexual misconduct we have engaged in, we confess fully to Guru Avalokiteshvara. And Guru Avalokiteshvara is very pleased with our openness and our confession, and he pours down this white light which completely purifies all the negativities, which comes out as dirty laundry water through our feet, completely filling our body with radiant, blissful white light. So we'll do a round of Om Mani Padme Hum as we visualize this happening. And we'll do it loudly together first and then softly. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum. So just take a few minutes to feel that our bodies have been completely purified of all the negativities. And it is filled with this blissful, radiant white light. And now visualize from the throat of Guru Avalokiteshvara, pours out this beautiful red light into each one of our throats, completely purifying all negativities of our speech, all the harsh words, divisive words that cause pain and hurt to so many people, idle gossip or lying, all of it comes out as dirty laundry water through our feet. Hey, Vicky. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 So just take a few minutes to feel that our speech has been completely purified and transformed into the wise, compassionate speech of Guru Avalokiteshvara. And now visualize from the heart of Guru Avalokiteshvara pours out this brilliant blue-green light into each one of our hearts, completely purifying all the negativities of our mind. So the biggest cause or the root cause of our suffering is this self-grasping ignorance, out of which this sense of I and mine and all the wrong conceptualizations emerge, based on which, of course, the afflictions of attachment and aversion, desire, anger, jealousy, doubt, all of which arise, and then we engage through our body and speech in inappropriate conduct, which creates so much suffering for ourselves and others and contributes to something like a pandemic. So we beseech Guru Avalokiteshvara to eliminate or to help us to eliminate the root cause of our suffering, of each one of our suffering, by pouring out this brilliant green light into each one of our hearts. And we again visualize all the negativities coming out of our feet like dirty laundry water, completely purifying all our negativities and transforming our minds into the wise, compassionate, skillful mind of Avalokiteshvara. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme So just take a few minutes to feel like your mind and the minds of all sentient beings have been completely transformed into the wise, compassionate, skillful mind of that of Guru Avlokiteshvara. And now we visualize from the heart of Guru Avlokiteshvara pours out zillions and billions of Avlokiteshvaras into each one of our crown, completely purifying all the negativities of our body, speech, and mind, and transforming us into Avlokiteshvaras. And this is possible because we all have the Buddha nature within us. And it is possible by cultivating this Buddha seed, by walking along the graded path to enlightenment, step by step, at the heart of which is following the instructions of our most precious Holy Guru and fulfilling all his or her wishes, we can attain the state of Avalokiteshvara ourselves. So visualize that these zillions and billions of Avalokiteshvaras pour into our hearts, and all of us get transformed into Avalokiteshvara, and our beautiful planet Earth gets also completely purified and transformed into a celestial mansion where all beings are living together in peace and harmony. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. So we take a few minutes to rejoice that each and every sentient being in all the 6 realms have been completely transformed into Avalokiteshvara. And our beautiful planet Earth has been transformed into this beautiful celestial mansion where the pandemic has been completely eradicated and all beings from all the nations, from all the cultures are living together in peace and harmony and in equality with one another. So just take a few minutes to feel that this visualization has actually happened. And now we realize, though, this is just a visualization and that there is so much suffering in our world, including the pandemic that is raging yet again now in Europe, and many European countries are facing tremendous difficulties. So we make the pledge or the determination that we will do whatever it takes in order to become fully enlightened for the benefit of all sentient beings and to help remove all the social, economic ills and evils and the pandemic. And so to do that, let's recite the prayer together. So I hope you can see this. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary condition, such as the harms of raw spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. For the second time, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And the last time, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And now we will do a round of para prayers. His Holiness the Dalai Lama has said that doing para prayers is very, very beneficial to bring an end to this pandemic. So again, we take a few minutes to visualize beautiful blue-green Aritara sitting in front of us on a lotus and a moon cushion. One face, two hands, her right leg is extended, ready to step out the moment she needs help. And both her hands are holding the beautiful Utpala flower, which is a very rare and precious flower that is found high up in the mountains. And she's looking at each one of us with great love and compassion. So let's do a round of Tara prayers. And as we do this, we visualize beautiful blue-green light pouring out from Tara's heart into each one of our crowns, completely purifying us of all negativities, and also all the planets, the entire universe, to free us all from the pandemic and all the social and economic ills, to remove all obstacles so that we may each be able to fully realize our fullest potential for the benefit of one another. So let's recite it together and then softly. Om tare tu re so. 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 Om tare tu re so ha. Om tare tu re so ha. Om tare tu re so ha. Om tare tu re so. Om tare tu re so. Om Tare Ture Soha. And now we end with the dedications. Chanchu Sancho Rinpoche, Make Panan Kekuchi, Kepanampa Mepayan, Gome Gondo Kalwarshu. To realize emptiness, samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect and dependent arising are unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent dharma. By completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. By the force of the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as our direct Mahayana virtuous friends, in all our lives, may we never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones, to always be used by sentient beings. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines and wood in the forest, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I hold sentient beings as precious as my life. May I hold them as more precious than myself. May all their negative karma ripen on me, and may all my virtues ripen on them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. And we seal the merits with emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. Chapel Pavo Chita Kenpada Kuntu Sampo Deyan Dejan Deda Kunchi Jesu Dabluche Gevat Dida Tamche Raptu Duzum Shepe Gyalwa Tamche Ki Goa Gangla Chotu Gapa De Dagi Geve Sava Dikun Sampo Choche Raptu Govarchi. And finally, the short, long life prayer for both His Holiness the Dalai Lama and for our most precious Holy Guru, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Jifen Pamdir Tende Malupa Dangle Jungwe Sampel Yisheno Padre Sumi Tenzin Gyatsola Sowa Chul Chang Zing Jong Gon Galway, Den Zing Kyom Belway, Kunzo Do Porze, Chusum Purwe Le Mundudru, Pada Sodul Je Kundyu, Shapten Shu. So thank you all for joining me. And I want to thank especially the Chenrezig Institute team for hosting us steadfastly for more than a year and a half now. And for Venerable Damchula for all that he does to make sure that we continue to do the prayathon every Saturday for the last year and a half. So I now turn it over to Celiana.
Hello, good morning, dear.
Good afternoon, Celiana. How are you?
Very well, you?
Okay, everything going well? Europe is having a hard time, isn't it?
No, it's okay. No, I mean, the government is putting us a lot of pressure, but, you know, it's just like a little bit, I don't know what it is, you know, but it's not really true. I think I don't believe all the numbers that they tell us. I'm sorry.
Right.
This is my opinion. So
well, no. It's good to, yeah. Go ahead.
In general, you know, I meet people that are all healthy, no problem. And so also people that got sick, they recover very well. So, you know, that's like, that is all the advertising of the government, that is, they have different aim, different purpose. This is my opinion. Okay. Anyway, so we pray.
Yes, it's good to do this prayers together. So
absolutely. Yes,
so
to change the. Yes. Take care, you too, my dear. You are okay, right?
We are still waiting for our third wave, but it seems like we are opening up actually at this point. So we'll see what happens. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Take care, dear.
Give my warm regards to everybody.
Yes, okay. Bye. Buongiorno a tutti quanti, ora siamo, buongiorno a tutti, spero che mi vedete, e poi vediamo un po' qua. Ok. Okay, so first of all, I'd like to thank the people at Chenrezig Institute that are supporting us since 1 year and a half. We are already at the 71st week of this prayathon, and it is with their support that we could manage to do this. And thank you very much to Venerable Damcho that is organizing this event for us, which is very, very powerful, and then is very, very good. Ok, ho ringraziato il team del Chenrezig Institute per tutto quello che stanno facendo per noi, per darci questa possibilità di fare la maratona. Senza di loro sarebbe veramente molto difficile. Poi ringrazio tutti quelli che sono venuti, sono apparsi e sono qui partecipi a questa maratona di preghiera. Prepariamo le preghiere che poi reciteremo. E prima di tutto la cosa più importante è cercare di generare una buona motivazione nel senso di riconoscere che abbiamo questo corpo umano che è il risultato di tutte le cause e condizioni, in particolare il risultato delle azioni positive che abbiamo compiuto nelle nostre esistenze passate. Ed è grazie agli altri che abbiamo potuto compiere le azioni positive nelle vite passate, e adesso stiamo sperimentando il risultato di beneficio di queste azioni. E poi cerchiamo di generare un profondo sentimento di grande ringraziamento per tutto quello che abbiamo nella nostra esistenza, per la casa, per l'acqua potabile, per la luce elettrica, per il riscaldamento e così via, tutte quante le comodità che noi abbiamo derivano dagli altri, dal lavoro, dallo sforzo e anche dalla vita stessa di innumerevoli altri esseri viventi. Qui la cosa che dobbiamo fare è cercare il più possibile di ringraziare, avere un profondo sentimento di ringraziamento e di rallegrarci per tutto quello che abbiamo. E senza gli altri, senza l'aiuto degli altri, il supporto degli altri, non potremmo essere vivi oggi. E ancora grazie agli altri che abbiamo la possibilità di generare amorevole gentilezza, compassione, e generare l'aspirazione di ottenere illuminazione per poter essere del maggior beneficio possibile per tutti quanti gli esseri viventi. Quindi ci impegniamo in questa pratica, con questa attitudine di creare le cause per poter ottenere l'illuminazione nel più breve tempo possibile, perché soltanto allora che saremo in grado di fare il lavoro perfetto per gli esseri senzienti. È esattamente in accordo a quelle che sono le predisposizioni e le possibilità e capacità dei vari esseri senzienti. Ora cerchiamo di generare il desiderio che la mente degli esseri, di tutti quanti gli esseri viventi, cambi in una direzione positiva, che possono sviluppare compassione e amore gli uni verso gli altri e avere il pensiero di beneficiarsi reciprocamente. Pensiamo che questo è possibile. È possibile coltivare queste qualità dentro di noi, particolarmente prendendo ispirazione dai nostri maestri, Sua Santità il Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche e altri maestri che nutrono dentro di noi le nostre qualità. Ciò che noi sentiamo di amore e compassione è quello che noi abbiamo. Non possiamo sentire qualcos'altro. Quindi in contatto con questi altri grandi esseri abbiamo la possibilità di nutrire ancora di più questi sentimenti che sono dentro di noi. Quindi possiamo visualizzare i nostri maestri di fronte a noi. Kyabje Lama, di cui oggi è l'anniversario della sua dipartita 14 anni fa, sperando che si possa manifestare più presto ancora fra di noi. Visualizziamo Chenrezig o Thangtong Gyalpo. Chenrezig 1000 braccia, 4 braccia. Visualizziamo l'immagine che maggiormente attiva dentro di noi queste attitudini, questi pensieri di amorevole gentilezza e compassione. Pensiamo a tutti quanti gli esseri viventi intorno a noi. Pensiamo che tutti quanti insieme prendiamo rifugio, immaginiamo la luce bianca del nettare che entra dentro di noi, eliminando tutte quante le oscurazioni, tutti quanti gli ostacoli. Con profonda fiducia che effettivamente possiamo ottenere le stesse qualità del Buddha. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti nello spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti e Dharmakaya. io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, dei divinità meditativi dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, dei divinità meditativi dei Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Ora recitiamo il mantra e Om Mani Padme Hum, che purifica tutte quante le impronte mentali negative della gelosia, dell'orgoglio, dell'avarizia, dell'ignoranza, dell'attaccamento, della bramosia. E creiamo le impronte per realizzare le 6 paramite della moralità, della pazienza, della generosità, dell'entusiasmo, della concentrazione, della saggezza. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh money be me, 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 oh money be me, money be me, money be me, money be me, oh money be me, 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 money be me. Oh money be me, 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 money be me. Money be me, 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 money be me. Oh money be me, 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 money be me. Oh money be me, 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 money be me. Oh money be me, 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 money be me. Oh money be me, 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 money be me. Oh money be me, 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 money be me. Oh money be me, money be me, money be me, money be me, money be me. Oh money be me, 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 money be me. Oh mani per me, 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 oh mani per me. Oh mani per me, 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 oh mani per me. Oh mani per me, 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 oh mani. Oh mani per me, 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 oh mani per me. Mani per me, oh 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 mani per me. Oh mani per me, 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 oh mani. Money penny, oh 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 money penny. Oh money penny, 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 oh money penny. Oh money penny, 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 oh money. Oh money penny, 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 oh money. Money for me, oh 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 money for me, oh. Ora recitiamo la preghiera effettiva di Thangtong Gyalpo, recitiamo 3 volte. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati agli spiriti dalle malattie, dai butti degli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo, posta qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali che come un macellaio che portano ad essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possono gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche, altre malattie infettive, di cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, signori della morte. Possono gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuti ai disturbi causati ai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere talmente pacificata che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru dei 3 rari supremi, con i poteri dei arcani, dei protettori del Dhamma e dei guardiani, e con la forza e l'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte, non avvengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati agli spiriti gravi dalle malattie, dai butti e dagli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, in cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono gli esseri incarnati o essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi, interferenze dannose, 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati dai quattro elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano stati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei tre rari supremi, con i poteri dei alchini, dei protettori del Dharma, dei guardiani, con la forza e l'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie caratterizzate degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati dagli spiriti, dalle malattie, dai bhuta e dagli elementi non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che, come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separa il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possono gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, di cui il semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuta ai disturbi causati dai quattro elementi, che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei tre rari supremi, con i poteri dei dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Ora facciamo la preghiera di Thangtong Gyalpo dalla paura delle carestie, quindi pensiamo proprio al karma negativo, tutti quegli esseri che non hanno da mangiare, quei bambini che muoiono di fame tutti i giorni. E tutte le carestie che sono causate anche dalle guerre, dalle mente negative. Money per me, 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 money per me. Money per me, money per me, money per me, money per me, money per me. Avendo generato la mente che aspira alla suprema e alla più alta illuminazione, per liberare veramente tutti gli infiniti esseri viventi, tu, il compassionevole e vittorioso, hai completato le due accumulazioni. Le assemblee dei condottieri Buddha, Bodhisattva, ascoltatori, pratica Buddha, Guru, Ida, Dakini, guardiani del Dhamma delle 10 direzioni, divinità della chiarezza, Yaksha, i signori dei tesori, insieme ai loro seguiti. Pensa con amore agli esseri viventi di questi tempi degenerati, che sono privi di protettore, quindi al fine di proteggere veramente questi esseri incarnati, che sono tormentati dalle sofferenze della fame, della sete e della povertà. Fai sì che cada una pioggia di piaceri attraenti e necessari, gioielli, cibo, ricchezza, cereali, biancheria del letto e così via, nella terra delle nevi e in tutto questo mondo. Per favore pacifichi i danni causati dai quattro elementi, vento inopportuno, fuoco, siccità, piogge, inondazioni e così via. E per favore fa crescere i cereali nelle culture e nei raccolti e che i raccolti siano copiosi, che maturino e aumentino come durante l'era del completamento. Per i poteri di aver fatto intense richieste con profonde suppliche, con la forza dell'amore, della compassione, possa l'era della malattia, dei combattimenti, della carestia essere pacificato e possiamo possedere una lunga vita felice e libera da malattie. Per la grande compassione dei vittoriosi e dei loro figli e per la forza dell'infallibile verità di causa e effetto possono gli insegnamenti del vittorioso diffondersi e aumentare, possono gli esseri viventi raggiungere rapidamente la completa illuminazione. Ora facciamo le preghiere di dedica. Come ha insegnato Lama Zopa Rinpoche, è importante dedicare l'energia positiva che si accumula nelle azioni positive quando si fanno le preghiere, che portino al risultato dell'illuminazione, così non verranno, l'energia positiva non verrà dispersa, fino a che non si sarà ottenuto quel risultato. Possa preziosamente di bodhicitta, sorge in chi non l'ha ancora generata e possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai ma crescere sempre più. Samsara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un attimo di esistenza intrinseca e causa effetti origini dipendenti sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato e pensiero di Nagarjuna, che questi due sono mutuamente complementari e non contraddittori. Poi per i malati, pensiamo tutti quanti malati, di tutte quante le malattie. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie. Possono ottenere malattie degli esseri trasmigratori e non avvenire mai più, senza eccezione. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie. Possono ottenere malattie degli esseri trasmigratori e non avvenire mai più, senza eccezione. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie. Possono ottenere malattie degli esseri trasmigratori e non avvenire mai più, senza eccezione. Poi ancora. Per essere sempre usati dagli esseri senzienti, come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco e l'aria, le medicine, il legno d'arte nelle foreste, possa essere sempre usata dagli esseri senzienti esattamente come loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. Posso io prendermi cura degli altri, come della mia stessa vita, posso io considerarli ancora di più che di me stessa. Posso il loro karma negativo maturare su di me, posso tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. Fino a che tutti gli esseri senzienti non sono stati liberati dal samsara. Posso io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se potessi ottenere la suprema illuminazione. Posso io diventare come un gioiello che esaudisce i desideri e come un albero che esaudisce e soddisfa tutte le speranze degli esseri trasmigratori. Soltanto nel vedermi, sentirmi, pensarmi e ricordarmi, e anche toccando e parlando con me, possono tutte le sofferenze di quegli esseri venire pacificate istantaneamente e possa esserci felicità per sempre. E sigillare i meriti con la vacuità. Per tutti i meriti del passato, il presente e il futuro accumulati da me da innumerevoli buddhi, innumerevoli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte, possa io che sono completamente vuota di esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della completa illuminazione che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte a quello stato è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, da sola che sono completamente vuota di esistere dalla mia parte. Come leggiamo in Giusci, come Samantha Bada hanno realizzato il modo di essere delle cose, nello stesso modo dedico totalmente tutte queste virtù affinché possa seguirli nel loro addestramento. Dedico tutte le mie radici di virtù, con la dedica considerata come la suprema da tutti i vittoriosi che sono apparsi nei tre tempi per avere una condotta pura. Poi per la lunga vita di Sua Santità e Dalai Lama, gioiello che esaudisce i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile Tenzin Gyatso, ti supplico, possano i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. Per la lunga vita di Lama Zopa Rinpoche, tu che detieni l'etica del suo giogatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni e preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa e immaginata, che magistralmente compie magnifiche preghiere, che noi dei tre supremi, salvatori miei e degli altri tuoi discepoli, per favore ti prego che vi a lungo. Quindi grazie a tutti di aver partecipato a questa maratona di preghiera e quindi oggi le sessioni in italiano sono adesso con la venerabile Tashi alle 9:30, poi dopo ci sarà un'altra sessione alle 17:30, poi alle 19, 19:30 e per concludere la serata alle 22:30. Quindi ricordo che oggi è anche l'anniversario della dipartita del nostro maestro Geshe Gyatso. Quindi facciamo una preghiera, facciamo le preghiere affinché possa tornare presto con noi ed essere ancora come prima una guida a fine di arrivare fino all'illuminazione guidati da lui. Ok? Tashi, buongiorno.
Buongiorno venerabile Siliana, buongiorno.
Come stai?
Sto bene, come vedi non sono nella mia stanza ma sono a Ferrara, perché oggi pomeriggio guido una sezione di meditazione in un centro, quindi sono a Ferrara a casa di amiche.
Ah, bene, bene.
Sto
Tutto
bene,
buono.
sto bene.
Qua è freddo e c'è il vento e
Una
pioviggina.
bellissima giornata di sole, leggermente fresca, un po' umida perché ieri ha fatto un po' di pioggerellina, ma niente di che. Ma è bellissimo oggi, infatti dopo andrò a fare una passeggiatina nel centro.
Qua invece c'è il solito vento che abbiamo qua a Pomaia, così non si abbandona mai. Ok?
Grazie,
Allora,
buona giornata.
grazie a te, buona giornata anche a te,
Ciao.
buona sessione. Ciao.
Grazie,
Ciao,
grazie.
ciao. Bye, bye.
Buongiorno a tutti e benvenuti in questa maratona di preghiere che ormai va avanti da tantissimo tempo, ancora da più di un anno. Il venerabile Lama Zopa Rinpoche ci ha indicato e consigliato di fare, perché, come spesso io ripeto, senza nessuna azione le nostre preghiere non hanno una validità, non hanno una capacità, una potenzialità per creare del benessere. Il solo desiderare che avvenga qualche cosa non basta, quindi ecco che ci troviamo a fare queste maratone di preghiere dove si fa meditazione, dove si fa qualche cosa, qualche azione da dedicare affinché tutti gli esseri possano liberarsi da questo male così strano, così pervadente come il Covid. Perciò ecco che le preghiere avranno un senso. È proprio per questa nostra determinazione che facciamo le cose. Ora provo a condividere lo schermo con la lista delle preghiere. Sì, allora, benissimo. E andiamo adesso a prendere la preghiera di base. Vediamo un po' se riesco a spostare le cose. Così. Benissimo. Allora, bene. Quindi andiamo a prendere la parola Vajra di Mahasiddha, Thangtong Gyalpo preghiera benedetta, conosciuta come la preghiera che libera il mondo dai Sakya. Vediamo se riesco a farlo in un modo diverso. Bene. Eccoci qua. Allora, come sempre andiamo prima a fare la nostra motivazione. Generiamo una buona motivazione affinché questo possa essere veramente il momento supportante di quello che noi facciamo. È proprio lo scopo, è la potenzialità per qualcosa che si fa e si desidera che possa essere anche di beneficio a tutti gli esseri senzienti. Allora andiamo a leggere la motivazione, che è anche la presa di rifugio, che leggeremo per 3 volte e poi faremo una mala di Om Mani Padme Hum. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanto lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle unità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanto quindi nello spazio, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle entità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio con chiarezza vuota dalle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle unità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. E adesso recitiamo una mala di un Mani Padme Hum. Un Mani Padme Hum è il mantra del Buddha della compassione. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Allora, adesso facciamo per 3 volte la nostra preghiera effettiva. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati dagli spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dagli bhutu e dagli alimenti non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza che ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separino il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante e non verificarsi mai più dei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche ed altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono del loro terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore delle morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati da 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possano essere totalmente pacificate e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru e dei 3 rari e supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Ripetiamo per la seconda volta. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristino le menti degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e dai confini temporanei come i danni causati dagli spiriti Gaia e dalle malattie dei bhutas e dagli elementi non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separino il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, che come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possono essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru e dei 3 rari e supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte preghiere, dediche essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. per l'ultima volta. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati dai 4 Ga e dalle malattie del Bhutas e degli elementi non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ad impedimenti da malattie potenzialmente letali e come il macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato separino il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che gianneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, che siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 Raya supremi, con il potere delle Dakine, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Bene. Allora, adesso andiamo a fare una breve meditazione. Non mi vedo più. Allora. Bene. Allora, adesso andiamo a fare una breve meditazione. Mettiamoci in una postura corretta per la pratica, portando l'attenzione al respiro, socchiudiamo gli occhi ma non li chiudiamo del tutto. E con questa attenzione sentiamo il nostro cuore che batte, il nostro corpo che sta vivendo e avvertiamo l'energia che scaturisce dal nostro corpo. E generiamo la buona motivazione per fare una meditazione sull'amore e sulla compassione. Sentiamo che nel nostro cuore c'è un grande desiderio di amore e anche quell'amore che noi possediamo. Noi abbiamo un immenso potenziale di amore. Avvertiamo che tutto questo nostro desiderio di poter vivere sereni, di essere felici, è lo stesso desiderio che provano tutti gli esseri senzienti. Mentre non desideriamo di sperimentare sofferenza, comprendiamo quanto ci sia di connessione con tutti gli esseri senzienti proprio per questo motivo. Riflettiamo su come tutti gli esseri senzienti possono essere amati da noi, anche se c'è qualcuno che non ci piace, qualcuno che ci è indifferente. Ma come sarebbe bello se noi potessimo amare tutti gli esseri senzienti, vedendo la loro sofferenza, vedendo la loro condizione di insoddisfazione, di infelicità. Pensiamo che bello sarebbe se tutti gli esseri fossero felici. Immaginiamo con la nostra fantasia che questa felicità pervada tutti gli esseri senzienti, gli esseri animali, e tutti vivano nella loro serenità, cercando di essere gentili, accoglienti. Non è un'utopia, possiamo davvero pensarlo che questo possa avvenire. Quando tutti gli esseri saranno liberi dalla sofferenza, perché avranno eliminato le cause della sofferenza, tutti gli esseri potranno essere davvero felici. Questo è qualcosa su cui avere fede, fiducia. Questa fiducia deve nascere, sorgere nel nostro cuore. Riflettiamo su quanto noi abbiamo questa possibilità di scegliere, di far sorgere nel nostro cuore questo desiderio vero, puro, sano, che tutti gli esseri possono essere felici e potrà veramente avvenire. Manteniamo l'attenzione su questa nostra fiducia, la fiducia che ce la possiamo fare. Se noi vogliamo, ce la possiamo fare. È soltanto questione di tempo, di percorso, ma abbiamo tutti gli strumenti per far sì che questo si realizzi. Facciamo un bel respiro profondo, diamo segnale al nostro corpo che la nostra meditazione è terminata. Abbiamo generato un buon pensiero e da queste energie si creerà il karma per una futura realizzazione di ciò che abbiamo desiderato. Ed è per questo motivo che noi la dedichiamo a tutti gli esseri senzienti, a tutti gli esseri che in questo momento stanno soffrendo per mali fisici o mali mentali, per mancanza di cibo, per mancanza di acqua, per mancanza di libertà. Possono tutti avere salute nel corpo, sicurezza pericoli, felicità nel cuore ed agio nella vita. Adesso, dopo questa dedica che sentiamo proprio con tutto il nostro cuore, sentiamola proprio vera, profonda, diretta, spontanea. Andiamo a fare le altre preghiere. Che troviamo nei nostri manuali. Allora, quindi adesso diciamo insieme la parola Vasha di Mahasi da Thangtong Gyalpo, parole di verità che pacificano il pericolo delle armi. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Grande, amorevole, vittorioso Buddha Maitreya, occhio compassionevole, sublime trascendente, che conserva tutto vittorioso, Ayagriva irato, Tara, completamente puro e così via. Il solo sentire i vostri santi nomi elimina tutti i pericoli, oggetti di rifugio della natura, della compassione. Per favore, prestatemi attenzione. Quando gli esseri senzienti dei tempi litigi e del prosperare delle 5 generazioni sono tormentati dalla sofferenza intensa da conflitti e lotte causate da esplosioni del grande oceano di karma negativo e gelosia, per favore, prosciugate questo oceano, tutto ciò la forza con la vostra saggezza trascendentale e compassione, facendo cadere grandi piogge di nettare e di amorevole gentilezza sugli esseri trasmigratori che sono infiammati dal fuoco dell'odio. Per favore, concedete le benedizioni affinché sorga il riconoscimento reciproco come un padre e madre, che così possano aumentare la felicità e il buon auspicio, sconfiggendo le moltitudini di spiriti malvagi che entrano nel continuo mentale di qualcuno. Lo fanno cambiare immediatamente la mente di una sura, da ora in poi, non venire mai più in questa regione. Per favore, fate sì che tutti gli esseri senzienti morti in guerra, da ora in poi, abbandonino tutto il karma negativo, causa ed effetto, possano rinascere miracolosamente nella terra di beatitudine e condurre tutti gli esseri in quella terra pura. Per favore, fa sì che tutti coloro che sono nati e che muoiono abbiano una lunga vita, senza malattie, possano pacificare tutti i litigi e combattimenti, godere delle 10 virtù, fare piovere nei momenti giusti e avere sempre buoni raccolti affinché tutto l'ambiente sia di buon auspicio e che gli abitanti, anche tutti i loro abitanti, per la realtà ultima che è pura di natura, causa ed effetto sono infallibili poiché possiedono tale realtà ultima, e per la compassione dei guru, divinità, sigillo della mente e dei rari sublimi, possono queste pure e stesse preghiere essere pacificate. Andiamo a leggere adesso la richiesta di purificare la paura delle carestie. Avendo generato la mente che aspira alla suprema e più alta illuminazione e per liberare veramente tutti gli infiniti esseri viventi, tu, o compassionevole vittorioso, hai completato le 2 accumulazioni. L'assemblea dei condottieri di Buddha, Bodhisattva, ascoltatori, Prateka Buddha, Guru, Idam, Dakini e guardiani del Dharma e delle 10 lezioni, divinità delle ricchezze Yaksha, i signori dei tesori insieme al loro seguito. Pensa con amore agli esseri viventi di questi tempi degenerati che sono privi di un protettore. Quindi, al fine di proteggere veramente questi esseri incarnati che sono tormentati da sofferenze della fame, della sete e della povertà, fa sì che cada una pioggia di tutti i piaceri attraenti, necessari, gioiello, cibo, ricchezza, cereali, biancheria, deletto e così via, nella terra delle nevi in questo mondo. Per favore, pacifica i danni causati dai 4 elementi, vento inopportuno, fuoco, siccità, pioggia, inondazioni e così via. E per favore, fa crescere i cereali nelle colture e che i raccolti siano copiosi, che maturino al momento durante l'era del completamento. Per il potere di aver fatto intense richieste, con profonde suppliche, con la forza dell'amore e della compassione, possa leone della malattia, dei combattimenti e delle carestie essere pacificato e possiamo noi possedere una lunga vita, felice, libera dalle malattie, per la grande compassione dei vittoriosi e i loro figli e per la forza dell'infallibile verità di causa ed effetto, possano gli insegnamenti dei vittoriosi diffondersi e aumentare e possano tutti gli esseri viventi raggiungere gradualmente la completa illuminazione. Ora che abbiamo fatto queste belle preghiere, andiamo a fare la nostra dedica. La dedica è importante perché è la parte finale delle nostre azioni e quindi questo ci darà la possibilità di mettere un seme, quella causa che darà come effetto la felicità, la liberazione dalla sofferenza. Dobbiamo avere molta pazienza, è la pazienza del Dharma, ma è proprio questo che porterà in noi la fiducia che tutto quello che stiamo facendo può avvenire se noi ci crediamo. Ci vuole molto tempo, molta energia, ma è necessaria la nostra fiducia. Allora andiamo a leggere le strofe di dedica, cominciando proprio con la riduzione di bodhicitta. Bodhicitta è questa condizione in cui, vedendo la sofferenza degli esseri senzienti, si desidera essere di loro beneficio. L'unico modo per essere di beneficio veramente a tutti gli esseri senzienti è il raggiungimento dell'illuminazione completa e perfetta, per beneficiare a tutti gli esseri senzienti. Questa è bodhicitta, la generazione della mente dell'illuminazione. Quindi andiamo a leggere poi tutte le preghiere che seguono. Possa la preziosa e suprema bodhicitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata e possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire ma crescere sempre più. Sansara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca, a causa, effetto e l'origine dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna. Con questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie. Possano tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più, senza eccezione. Possa in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separata dai guru perfetti. Possa io godere del magnifico Dharma. Completando tutte le qualità dei terreni sentieri, possa io ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajradhara. Per la forza del vittorioso Tsongkhapa, che agisce come il nostro diretto amico vittorioso Mahayana in tutte le nostre vite, possiamo non allontanarci mai, neppure per un secondo, dal puro sentiero ammirato dai vittoriosi. Possiamo io e tutti gli esseri senzienti incontrare gli insegnanti del vittorioso Rasamtrapa, che aveva la moralità di uno stile di vita purissimo, era coraggioso e nella condotta estesa dei figli vittoriosi ha realizzato lo yoga dei due stati delle supreme beatitudini e vacuità. Come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco, l'aria, la medicina, il legno, da arte nelle foreste, possa io essere sempre stata nei reami, essere sempre usata dagli esseri senzienti esattamente come a loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. Possa io prendermi cura degli altri come di me stessa, della mia stessa vita. Possa io considerarli ancora di più che di me stessa. Possa il loro karma negativo maturare su di me. Possano tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. Fino a che tutti gli esseri senzienti non sono stati liberati dal samsara, possa io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se potessi ottenere la suprema eliminazione. Possa diventare come un gioiello che esaudisce i desideri e come un albero che esaudisce e soddisfa tutte le speranze degli esseri trasmigratori. Soltanto nel vedermi, sentirmi, pensarmi, ricordarmi, anche facendomi o toccandomi o parlando di me, possano tutte le sofferenze degli esseri essere pacificate istantaneamente, possa essere sempre felicità per sempre. per tutti gli esseri, tutti i meriti del passato, presente e futuro, accumulati da me, gli innumerevoli Buddha, innumerevoli senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla sua parte, possa io che sono completamente vuota di esistere dalla mia parte ottenere lo stato di piena e completa e perfetta illuminazione, che è completamente vuota di esistere dalla sua parte, guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte, a quello stato che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, da sola, che sono completamente vuota di esistere dalla mia parte. Come le Rami Giusce e come Samantha Badra hanno realizzato il modo di essere le cose, allo stesso modo dedico totalmente tutte queste virtù affinché possa seguire il loro addestramento. Dedico totalmente le mie radici virtù, quella dedica considerata come la suprema di tutti i vittoriosi che sono apparsi nei tre tempi e avere una condotta pura. Affinché il sentiero del Dharma, dei re del Dharma, Tsongkhapa, prosperi, possano tutti i segni e ostacoli essere pacificati e tutte le condizioni favorevoli essere completate a causa di questi due tipi di meriti e dei tre tempi di me stessa e degli altri, possano gli insegnamenti del virtuoso della Santrampa illuminare e risplendere per sempre. Adesso facciamo la preghiera per Sua Santità Dalai Lama. Gente... La facciamo in tibetano. Jinten kanjin dantu marupa gale jumen peshin ksino gadrin sumeten singyatso la sura dira dure shundrushum garira wen kowe chinkandira pedande wa malu chueni cheresi wanten singatsoi chapesite bartuten gyuchi per Sua Santità Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Dupsunja Shinjan Gongavete, Sinkopewe Guntundum Poce, Chosokuele Modundrumpa, Dasha Dunjin Gundu Shante Sho. Bene, abbiamo finito la nostra riunione.
Hello.
Vi saluto e vi auguro una buona giornata. Hello, Paloma, how are you? Come stai? Bueno.
Va bene, e tu come stai?
Stai bueno, stai in Ferrara now.
Ale, no è
Sì.
in istituto.
No, io adesso ho finito il ritiro, Paloma.
Ale.
Ho finito un anno di ritiro.
Wow, fantastico.
Adesso comincio ad andare in giro.
Fantastico.
Sì.
Però dopo ritorna all'istituto?
Domani.
Mira che
Non sono ancora all'istituto, devo trovare un alloggio, una casa.
Però, Pomaya, bueno, va bene, ¿no?
Va bene, sì. Ok.
Me alegro, todo lo mejor.
Grazie, muy stai bene.
Grazie.
Hasta ustedes.
Hasta luego. Qué bien. A ver, que voy a preparar esto. A ver, perdón, ya está. Bueno, pues un saludo a Venerable Drolma, hoy sin gafas, increíble. Estás mejor, eso significa. Y también a Venerable Fabio. Begoñita no se puede conectar hoy, que también tiene curso y se ha tenido que ir ya para el centro. Entonces, hoy, este fin de semana en la Sangha estamos liaditos, ¿verdad, Fabio? Bueno, pues nada, y bueno, un saludo a los que estáis conectándoos por YouTube, así como thank you very much Chenrezig Institute for your continuous help, y también además de agradecer al Instituto Chenrezig, pues agradecer a Venerable Dancho que sigue incansable, y no solamente incansable, sino con tanto entusiasmo siempre, ¿no? Mantener vivo este maratón que bueno, pues nos ayuda a todos a cultivar virtud y poder ofrecer esos méritos a nuestras madres, a todos los seres, ¿ok? Entonces, si os parece, estaremos unos momentos en silencio y luego arrancamos con la práctica, ¿vale? A ver, tengo las oraciones a mano, sí. Dejamos salir con la respiración cualquier murmullo mental o tensión, bloqueo
o incluso cansancio que pueda, o espesor mental que podamos sentir. Y apreciamos el hecho de poder reunirnos y poder juntos esforzarnos en abrir nuestro corazón, desarrollar la bondad, la compasión, la bodhicitta, y poder así acercarnos a ese estado del pleno despertar que nos permitirá ayudar verdaderamente a los seres. Como dice Lama Zopa Rinpoche, nuestro increíble Buda en esta vida, dice: lo mejor en la vida es desarrollar la mente de la bodhicitta. Y claro que todos sabemos que es un largo recorrido hasta poder generar esa increíble mente. Y tenemos que empezar con limpiar nuestros oscurecimientos, erradicar los obstáculos, la mente egocéntrica, la ignorancia, y apreciar lo que es esta vida humana, estas oportunidades, sin desperdiciar ni un momento, porque no sabemos cuándo volveremos a encontrar unas circunstancias como estas. Entonces, conscientes de nuestras madres y de su situación tan dramática en el samsara, abrumados por la enfermedad, la muerte, el nacer, el enfermar, el envejecer, controlados por los engaños y el karma, y experimentando los diferentes sufrimientos tanto en este reino humano como en los diferentes reinos de existencia. Y especialmente a aquellos con los que están esperando nuestra ayuda porque tenemos esa conexión kármica. Nos miran con ojos desesperados, implorando nuestra ayuda, abrumados en los diferentes reinos de existencia. Entonces, cuanto antes logremos despertar y desarrollar todo nuestro potencial, antes podremos contribuir a suavizar, eliminar su sufrimiento. Entonces, en presencia de nuestros maestros, en el aspecto de Buda de la compasión, tomamos refugio. A ver, todos los seres, vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora y hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budidad suprema, buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro y buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora y hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro y buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora y hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugios en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro y buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Tomamos refugio en la asamblea de maestros espirituales, las deidades de meditación y las dakinis. Tomamos refugio en la claridad vacía de nuestra propia mente, el Dharmakaya. Entonces, al recitar el mantra, visualizamos como desde Guru Chenrezig, siendo uno con su santidad el Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche y los diferentes maestros que nos guían en este camino hacia el despertar, desde su cuerpo se irradia esa potente luz, esa energía compasiva de bondad, sabiduría, que llega a nosotros y a todos y cada uno de los seres, limpiando totalmente todos nuestros miedos, oscurecimientos, engaños, especialmente la actitud egocéntrica y el aferramiento al yo. Piensa que llega a todos aquellos que están en situaciones más dolorosas, ya sea en este mundo abrumados por la enfermedad, las carencias, situaciones conflictivas, y que va limpiando totalmente todas las causas del sufrimiento, infundiendo energía compasiva, luminosa, fortaleza, todo lo que todos y cada uno de los seres necesitan. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Seguimos recitando el mantra en silencio, impregnándonos de esta luz de la compasión y la sabiduría de Guru Chenrezig. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Visualiza que tanto tú como todos los seres estamos impregnados de esta energía luminosa, de la bondad, la compasión, la sabiduría de Guru Chenrezig. Tu cuerpo es luminoso, tu mente está libre de oscurecimientos, impregnada de estas cualidades de la preciosamente de Guru Chenrezig. Hacemos la súplica a Thangtong Gyalpo Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y las condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero y que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama, el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Y puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Segunda repetición. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y las condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de las enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo y el espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama, el Señor de la muerte, y puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más afectados más por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Y puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, privando al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Tercera y última repetición. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y las condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo y el espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama, el Señor de la muerte. Y puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más, no ser afectados más por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etcétera, y puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente, y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Entonces, visualizamos que el Guru Chenrezig envía infinitas en todas las direcciones, y una réplica de Guru Chenrezig se sitúa sobre la coronilla de todos y cada uno de los seres. Piensa que se sitúa sobre tu coronilla, se disuelve en luz, se absorbe en ti. No, y tu mente se unifica con su sagrada mente. Y nos determinamos a permitir que continuamente irradie esa energía del Buda de la compasión en todas nuestras actividades de cuerpo, palabra y mente. Y perdonad si me ha pasado el hacer la súplica, pero está bien, la podemos hacer ahora. Oh área de ojos compasivos, tesoro de compasión, por favor préstame atención. Te ruego que me guíes a mí y a todos los padres y madres de los 6 reinos para ser rápidamente liberados del gran océano del samsara. Te suplico que pueda crecer la mente del despertar inigualable, vasta y profunda. Con las lágrimas de tu gran compasión te ruego que limpies todos mis engaños y karma. Por favor, condúcenos con tus manos compasivas a mí y a los errantes a los campos de gozo y por favor a Amitabha y Chenrezig. Sed nuestros amigos virtuosos en todas nuestras vidas. Mostradnos bien el camino puro e inequívoco y llevadnos rápidamente al estado de Buda. Entonces, Chenrezig se compromete a guiarnos continuamente a ese estado de Buda, a proteger a los seres y nosotros a ser sus representantes, emisarios. Y hacemos las dedicaciones. Venerable Drolma, ¿puedes empezar?
Sí, que a través de estos méritos pueda detenerse esa amenaza de pandemia que está apareciendo y que pueda haber honestidad y ética en todos los seres, pero especialmente que pueda la enfermedad de los engaños pueda ser sanada y todas las aflicciones desaparecer completamente. Y yo quiero pedir especialmente por la señora Hermila Cerecero, que está a punto de fallecer, y por Ignacio, y por Pilar y Francisco.
Muchas gracias. Venerable Fabio.
Pues yo dedico para ir muy pronto a las enseñanzas de manera presencial de nuestros maestros y eso, y lo que acaba de decir el venerable Drolma, que esta amenaza incipiente de la nueva oleada se tenga por la fuerza de los colectivos.
Muchas gracias. Venerable Juan, un saludo y puedes hacer alguna dedicación.
Buenos días. Pues me uno a todas las dedicaciones y que todas las bendiciones y poder de Thangtong Gyalpo y de todos los Budas realmente ayuden en estos momentos difíciles para todos.
Millones de gracias.
Ya.
Entonces, que cada uno también haga sus dedicaciones particulares, especialmente por aquellas personas con las que tenemos pues, un vínculo más cercano o nos han pedido que recemos por ellas, especialmente también por el buen renacimiento de Paz Graollera, una estudiante que falleció hace poco. Entonces, que todos los que han fallecido o estén en el estado intermedio o estén en reinos inferiores puedan inmediatamente tener renacimientos en tierras puras o renacimientos humanos perfectos, encontrar maestros Mahayana plenamente cualificados que impartan el Dharma inequívoco y practicando con pureza y diligencia lo que complace al maestro espiritual puedan lograr rápidamente la iluminación. Dedicamos también para que todos los centros de Dharma, así como las instituciones que ayudan a los demás, tengamos siempre condiciones propicias para poder, a todos los niveles, para poder seguir ofreciendo la ayuda a los seres, que nosotros en esta, en todas nuestras vidas, así como todos los seres, volvamos a encontrar el Dharma Mahayana y maestros inmaculados y podamos practicar su ejemplo y lograr rápidamente la iluminación para el beneficio de los seres. y dedicamos muy especialmente para poder desarrollar, generar la preciosa mente de la bodhicitta, la que no haya sido generada, que pueda serlo, y la que haya sido generada, que pueda incrementarse más y más sin nunca decaer, que podamos alcanzar el estado de conducir a todos los seres a ese estado. Y por supuesto, por la larga vida de todos nuestros maestros, también para que esos sagrados proyectos puedan llevarse a cabo para el beneficio de los seres, que podamos volver a tener pronto enseñanzas con ellos, presenciales, que los que se han ido, que puedan reencarnarse pronto y seguir con su labor de beneficiar a los seres. En la tierra rodeada de montañas nevadas, tú eres la fuente de todo beneficio y felicidad. Poderoso Chenrezig Institute, que eres una vida larga hasta que finalice el samsara. Tú que mantienes el camino moral del soyugador, que sirves como el generoso que lo soporta todo, sosteniendo, preservando y extendiendo la victoriosa doctrina de Mayunat, que llevas a cabo oraciones magníficas que honran a las tres joyas. Salvador mío y los demás, tus discípulos, te ruego tengas una vida larga. Bueno, pues muchas gracias. Gracias a los venerables y a los que estáis siguiendo el maratón por YouTube. Gracias a la familia Molina, que descanséis ahora bien, os acostéis un poquito. Y bueno, ya sabéis que esta tarde tenemos a las 9 de nuevo una sesión de meditación en castellano con venerable Fabio. Y bueno, pues que las diferentes actividades que emprendáis este fin de semana que sean del máximo beneficio para todos los seres, ¿vale?
Igualmente, gracias, Paloma.
Vale, que tengas buen curso, Fabio.
Igual.
Vale, hello,
Good morning.
¿Cómo
Good
estás?
morning.
How are you?
Very good, thank you. And
Are
you?
you fine? Are you in Chenrezig Institute or in Bendigo or where?
No, in China.
I'm in Nalanda.
In Nalanda. I was
Yeah.
confused. I thought you were wherever. You have a very nice company with the Buddha behind you. Mamma mia, fantastico, no?
Yeah, but it's not real.
No, yeah. You are not real, me are not real, no? But it's so nice.
I was thinking Tech was in China because this is Buddha, no?
Oh, I'm everywhere.
Maybe in Hong Kong. Okay.
No, but it's nice. Okay, thank you, dear. Enjoy your session. ¿Vale?
Thank you.
Ciao, ciao. Bye. Ciao, Fabio. Y Rolma.
So, good morning again from Nalanda Monastery in France. And yeah, we will do together this prayers, as Lama Zopa Rinpoche advised us, in order to help all those who are suffering from this disease. So, and at the moment, it seems that the numbers are increasing again. So there are many people in hospital who are going to die or really suffering. And we may think also of all those who are taking care for them in the hospitals. And the other thing is that there is a new form found of the virus, which seems even more dangerous than the form we have now in the world. So let's hope and pray that this can easily be stopped and that our vaccines are also helping with this form of the virus. So we start as usual to prepare our precious human body we have. Bring it in a good body posture. With your spine upright. And just observe for some moments the state of your body. Are there tensions? Is there a feeling of lightness? And observe then your out and in breath. Just observe the state where your abdomen rises. Observe where you can feel the sensations, where your breath is going through your body. And then also observe or mirror the state of your mind at this moment. Next, visualize all sentient beings who are suffering from the pandemic, but also from other diseases like cancer, AIDS, or other epidemic diseases. And maybe you know some of them personally. May they be free from suffering. And may they be also free from the causes of suffering. Our ability to help these sentient beings is at the moment quite limited. So in order to help them, to make them happy and benefit them, we have to become a Buddha ourselves. That means we develop our full potential and overcome all obstacles. All the afflictions we have, together with their seeds in our consciousness. So visualize in the space in front of you, at the height of your forehead, about 2 meters away, your teacher or guru in the form of Guru Shakyamuni. And then we take refuge all sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So at this point, we start to recite the compassion mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum. And while we are doing this, we send all our compassion and love to the sentient beings surrounding us, to all those who are suffering physically, mentally, or are suffering from, especially suffering from depression, anger. Many people are afraid of losing their job. So let's send our compassion and love to them with this mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Then I will recite the actual prayer for several times. So, and let's try to become really aware of the meaning and send our wishes and requests to all these beings, that they may be liberated from this suffering and the causes of suffering, and that they finally reach perfect, complete enlightenment. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And then last time, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Next, I will recite the swift fulfillment of wishes in dependence on the great Jetsun Tsongkhapa. Namo Guru, supreme embodiment of the wisdom and compassion of all the victorious ones of the three times, manifesting as a monk wearing the three saffron robes, the spontaneous exalted wisdom Dharmakaya possessing the five bodies. To you, Jetsun Nosandapa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. With a nature of primordially pure clear light, uninterrupted natural expression of the complete Sambhogakaya, great being who unifies body and mind, to you, Jetsun Nosandapa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Displaying an array of manifold Nirmanakaya emanations appropriate to the limitless living beings, equaling the expanse of space, to you, Jetsun Nosandapa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Through the power of having made single-pointed request to you, may all the unfortunate natural manifestations of the degenerate age, illness, famine, quarreling, epidemic disease, graha spirits, interferers, and so forth be pacified. Then when I request that the excellent collection of conducive conditions increase, please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Having completely cleared away the darkness of ignorance and confusion and fully developed the illumination of supreme intelligence, virtuous friend who causes the 100-petaled lotus of the scriptural tradition to bloom, the sun radiating benefit and happiness, to you, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Since I and others, the assembly of faithful disciples, have no other Lord of refuge to turn to for hope when we make request in all the 6 sessions of day and night, please bless us that the Guru's blessings may enter our minds. Also at the end of this life, may I see you, glorious Nosandapa, along with your retinue, and immediately have a vision of you saying reassuringly, son, daughter, go to the celestial realm of Tushita. Care for me with your compassion, precious Guru. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. So finally, I would like to recite two other mantras. One is the Vajrayana mantra, which is said that it especially protects oneself from the virus or becoming sick. Vajapet Padmashavaripet Nempajik Naganan Tayata Savavirita Hana Hana Vajena Raksha Raksha Soha. Vajapet Padmashavaripet Nempajik Naganan Tayata Savavirita Hana Hana Vajena Raksha Raksha Soha. Vajapet Padmashavaripet Nempajik Naganan Tayata Savavirita Hana Hana Vajena Raksha Raksha Soha. Vajapet Padmashavaripet Nempajik Naganan Tayata Savavirita Hana Hana Vajena Raksha Raksha Soha. Vajapet Padmashavaripet Nempajik Naganan Tayata Savavirita Hana Hana Vajena Raksha Raksha Soha. Then the mantra of Black Manjushri. Om tase juse dutas dumis ningulache kalajakam jamtam bete soha. Om tase juse dutas dumis ningulache kalajakam jamtam bete soha. Om tase juse dutas dumis ningulache kalajakam jamtam bete soha. Om tase juse dutas dumis ningulache kalajakam jamtam bete soha. Om tase juse dutas dumis ningulache kalajakam jamtam bete soha. And the mantra of Green Tara. Om tare tutare tu soha. Om tare tutare tu soha. Then let's dedicate all the positive potential we have created during this practice within our mind, that it become a cause for our perfect, complete enlightenment, so that we are able to fully help and benefit all sentient beings. And there's at least some dedications additionally. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Due to this virtue, may I quickly become a Guru Buddha and lead all transmigratory beings without exceptions to that state. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in the world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet with the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. So, hello, Venerable Lecturer. I don't hear your voice.
No, I think I'm unmuted now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Yes.
Where are you?
I'm in Bendigo, Australia, at Atisha.
Okay.
Yeah, and you?
I'm in Nalanda Monastery.
Oh, wonderful. It's this amazing Buddha statue behind you. Is that real?
No.
Oh, I wish I know how to do that. It's beautiful.
Yeah, I can explain later on.
Yeah.
Not difficult.
I'm very inspired.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Have a
thank
good
you.
practice. Thank you.
Thank you
Goodbye.
very much. Bye. So good evening from Atisha Center here in Bendigo. I'm sorry, it's a bit dark. When I put light, it's not quite good either. So I'm really sorry. I might turn the light on and see if that makes a better difference. Not really, but hopefully I can be heard. So I'd like to set a positive motivation for our practice tonight. That again, we are coming together in a world that is really presenting a challenge on an ongoing basis. So the European countries have started to experience COVID challenges again, and various parts of the world. Just when we think it's all over, it seems to come back with renewed vigor and new challenges for us. So thinking that we are coming together to practice, to change these circumstances, these major challenges facing us, to transform the conditions for ourselves and others. So just taking a breath and connecting with ourselves, settling the mind. I'd like to do a little bit of meditation, just mainly to increase our bodhicitta, to be able to work in an ongoing manner without feeling discouraged or burnt out. You know, what actually prompted this thinking today was that we had a little program about nonviolent communication. And one of the participants just disclosed that he is suffering from compassion burnout. So I have heard the term before, but it made me think that in the modern world, the use of, the terms like I'm an empath, or I've got compassion burnout. So these things are applied in very different ways to how we understand it within Buddhism. Still, it is relevant as in a relative world when we are trying to, as speaking for myself, aspiring bodhicitta, that we have to understand our limitations and manage our energy and watch our minds and bodies. So at the same time, understanding that what we can do through our practice, reflection and prayers and study is as powerful as other activities. And just for me, it's forever challenge to figure out how much action you perform in the world, and then how much solitary activities that we conduct. So I guess that is the practice. So finding this fine balance and following the Guru's advice. So for inspiration, I'd like to turn to the prayer of the four immeasurables. So just closing your eyes, contemplating these verses that Rinpoche had given us. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were to abide in equanimity, free from discriminating thoughts of anger and attachment that hold some close and others distant. May they abide in equanimity. I myself will cause them to abide in equanimity. Please, Guru Buddha, bless me to be able to do so. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings had happiness and its causes. May they have happiness and its causes. I myself will cause them to have happiness and its causes. Please, Guru Buddha, bless me to be able to do so. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were free from suffering and its causes. May they be free from suffering and its causes. I myself will cause them to be free from suffering and its causes. Please, Guru Buddha, bless me to be able to do so. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were never separated from the happiness of higher rebirth and liberation. May they never be separated from these. I myself will cause them never to be separated from these. Please, Guru Buddha, bless me to be able to do so. So just taking a moment to just reflect and let that those immeasurable thoughts really sink in to our hearts and minds. That may, in our case, may there never be compassion fatigue. That any work that we do to free people from suffering or sentient beings from suffering, may they become further fuel and energy and inspiration for us to do more. So with that, I'd like to turn to Thangtong Gyalpo Prayers, to Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. Again, taking a moment to recall the vast enlightened qualities of Mahasiddha, what he demonstrated in a time of pandemic and hardship and challenges in Tibet, that he was able to subdue an evil demon who was causing a pandemic. And not only that, all the different forms of skills that he had, that he was the one who started an opera company, in opera theater in Tibet. He was the first one. And then he built a bridge to support some pilgrims who couldn't get to a pilgrimage place. And when you look at his physical, I guess, symbols of his physicality, showing all the signs of going beyond age, beyond death. Just recalling his capacity and his pledge to free beings from samsara and suffering of the current sort of COVID, that we supplicate this Mahasiddha through our prayers, and we ask for his blessings and help to transform our current misery in the world, to bring about conditions that are more conducive for us to practice and to hear the Dharma. And for that, we need long lives and good teachers and all the conducive conditions for ourselves. So we ask Thangtong Gyalpo for these conditions to come about for all sentient beings. So we'll do the motivation. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. So really going for refuge. And now we remember that Thangtong Gyalpo is none other than Arya Chenrezig. And we recite the prayer, Om Mani Padme Hum, holding the visualization that 1000 Nam Chenrezig is above our head, and that our mother of this life is on our left, and the father is on our right, and all our relatives, females on our left and males on our right, surrounded by loved ones, friends, and just expanding that visualization to include people in our area, in the city, and the country, and the whole world. And giving a particular thought and attention to people who are suffering from COVID and all related hardships. And also people who are vaccinated and people who are unvaccinated, the polarization and the division that's occurring. So we hold both sides, all the people in our hearts, as we do this mantra, purification. Just remembering all these conditions have come about through our own actions. Hard though may to believe that we ourselves have caused these conditions to come about, that then we ourselves are the only ones, we are the ones who have the capacity to purify and transform. So thinking about any future suffering that's yet to happen, we transform that before it occurs. And just imagining all the 6 realm beings, whether they're animals or shuras, asuras, pretas, animals in human form, receiving the blessings from the heart of Arya Chenrezig. As we recite the mantra, nectar flows down from Chenrezig's heart, that is above each and every being, and they all become purified. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme